Not so sweet this morning, Donna. I mean, you always are sweet, but you sound extra sweet this morning. Wow, what a sweet good
Extra.
morning. Extra sweet,
Well,
yeah.
I'm not stressed out by a dog this morning.
Oh, good.
That's always
Oh,
helpful.
oh, good, 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 good. Oh, excellent. That's good. So, how come not this morning? What's the difference?
I don't know. I don't know.
Wow, wow.
Nothing
Maybe it's
different
just,
to the routine.
yeah, maybe just turn the corner, you know.
Let's say yes to
Yeah,
that. Yes.
brilliant,
How are
brilliant.
you this morning?
Most excellent.
Did you get
Most
rest?
excellent. Yes, yes, more or less. I've been lazy. I've been looking through I don't know. Somebody invited me to a group called Science Humor. So I don't know. I've been spending 2 hours going through the group. I didn't realize it was so long. Yeah. Anyway, for funny jokes.
Going
Funny
through the
jokes.
group, just who the people are?
No, no, just scrolling down the posts. Yeah, just funny stuff.
Oh, on the post. I
Yes,
gotcha.
yeah. I mean, yeah, I'm seeing a photo of a Dalmatian, and the shadow has got like holes in the shadow. Not all the shadow. Yeah, you got to screenshot. It's just clever jokes. You see. Uh, lots of good,
I don't see it
lots
quite
of good
yet.
jokes. Oh, all right.
Oh, there we go.
It's genius.
That's
It's
funny.
genius. Hey, somebody took the time and effort to
Right?
make it. What happens in a black
Right.
hole? You see, what happens in a black hole stays in a black hole.
Things in the black hole.
It's called science humor. It's genius. I enjoy when people come up with stuff like this. Just the genius of it. This is fantastic. I love it. I love it. just anyway. It's very well moderated group too. So they take out all the nonsense. So it's really quality stuff. So I'll invite you to the group. I think if I can. I don't know if I'll be
Somebody that's
accepted.
in that group invited you? Yeah.
Paul, Beena's friend Paul, he invited me. Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. You'll have to. I'm still pending. I don't know. I was able to comment. I guess I can't post yet, so I can't invite you yet. But anyway, it just science humor. I guess it'll come up. So see how many people in their group. 17,000 people. It's a page, not a group. Oh, I thought it was. Oh no, that's their page. Oh, so it doesn't say how many people in the group. No. Because I'm not a member yet. It's still pending. So I could comment, but I couldn't post. So all right, where we at, Donna? Where we at? Where we at? Let me get out of this. Sorry, getting sidetracked. Getting sidetracked. Getting sidetracked. I love it. I've been really enjoying you. Really enjoying you doing the program. I know it's not fun for you, but it's been fun for me.
It's been fun for you. Why is that?
Just because I like hearing you, your comments, your perspectives. I know I hear when you're doing it, it's not so fun, but as we go through, it's going to profoundly change. Yeah, yeah, yeah. All right, so where
Saying
we
that.
at? Yeah, where we at? Where we at? Because it's release, Donna. It's
Okay.
release. It's release. It's release. You have a lot of the stuff, that's sitting in there needs to come out.
Module 3, Session 3, I believe.
Yeah,
Avoidance. Did we talk
yeah,
about
yeah.
avoidance?
No, no. You want to
It's
just
so
go through
weird
your notes
because
because it's
honestly,
recent? Sorry.
yeah.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Um, well, the avoidance, I had the before I saw the slide, right before it, I had this thought that for me, when you're not aligned to who you truly are, you constantly get, well, I constantly got feelings, literally physical feelings in my body that would say, is that really you? It would be always be that question. Is that really you? Is that really you?
Exactly.
And I would push them aside
Mm.
when I didn't feel like dealing with it. And that feels like, for me, when I was a BSM, or I did something that was BS in general, those were the situations where I pushed it aside. And then what made it bad is you still sort of have that awareness of that little question, is that really you? You know it's still there. And it's not like you forgot that it's there. And then for me, it was really strong in my body. Like, I had some really strong physical symptoms for quite a few years of just being around that energy, other people that surrounded me that were that. And then when I would behave, because I'm capable of doing that, when I would behave in such manners, there was like fibromyalgia and excessive sleepiness and this and that and the other. And I felt off. I always felt off. And I kept saying, why do I feel off? What is going on? Because I eat well and I exercise and I do this and I do that. I have no reason, and I get plenty of sleep. I have no reason for this, and this physical symptoms. And I feel like for me, there's been a connection of, there's so much more to this whole, the different bodies that you have, the emotional and physical and spiritual and energetic, and how the energy works in the universe. And I can see that. It's like, it's clarifying all that. I may not know the scientific support behind it all, or I may not have currently that type of understanding where I could articulate clearly to somebody who is very scientific in nature. And I may not even be able to clearly, for lack of a better word, justify what I know. I just know that there's so much more.
Yeah.
And that even all I had to do was like earnestly, like you said, earnestly make an effort to like not ignore that question anymore. Once I said, okay, there's got to be more to life than this. This isn't okay that I'm constantly feeling this internal battle. I can't ignore that question any longer. I have to face, is this really me? I have to answer that once and for all. And wherever it takes me, that's just where. And I remember that moment in the closet, and just,
Wow.
I was done.
Wow. What do
And
you mean
so
in the closet?
it did.
Sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was literally in my closet because I had the kids in the house and I didn't want them to hear me. And so I closed and locked the bedroom door, and I just went in the closet, and I had a moment of just total, breakdown, tears, and just pleading with God that I had to figure this out, and this was not good, and I wasn't serving the way I needed to be serving, and I just really felt I didn't like myself at all. I look in the mirror and I just didn't. And so when you get to that moment like that, really, that's what BSM for me was about. It was like, you do things that aren't aligned with your higher self. You're not allowing for guidance, and you're just trudging along on whatever the big you thinks is not the letter U, but what your little self or whatever word you want to use thinks is the best thing to do. And sometimes it's okay when I wasn't aligned and I'd trudge ahead. Nothing major bad would happen. But all of it just seemed to be a battle instead of a flow, a force. It was like the will. I got a lot accomplished, but it was my will instead of just allowing. And it was so much effort. And I feel like the whole thing was you get glimpses and then you feel guilt and then you know you shouldn't be that. And I think some people, when they get to that point of my closet time, they never get to the closet time. They just keep pushing it and pushing it and pushing it. And they don't answer their question, whatever it might be. For
Yeah.
me, it was, is this really, but maybe theirs is this, feel good, or do you really want to do this, or whatever the question is that's in their head, they just keep pushing it aside. And the more they keep pushing it aside,
Exactly.
the more they get drenched in the
Yeah.
yes.
Yeah.
And the
Yeah.
more
Yeah.
they have to
Yeah.
keep their world palatable for them.
Yeah.
Because if they looked at what they were really doing, it would just be too, whatever, painful, sorrowful, guilt-ridden, because it is. I mean, you got to, really look at that stuff. And so then they
Exactly.
create this whole world, and then they just continue to do nonsense because they're not aligned with their higher self, and they know it, but they don't want to deal with it. And then
Awful
to
truth.
keep
Yeah.
up the charade, they just keep doing the nonsense.
Yeah.
That's how this PSP has felt for me. Just like a total clarification for me anyway of that
Yes.
process.
Yes. Yes. And that question that you asked in the closet, if you were to answer it, not
Yeah.
if you were, I mean, answering it right now, what is your answer?
Yes, this is really me.
There you go. And really, you incorporates and includes every possible possibility of being, does it not?
Yes, it does. Because there is a difference between capable and actually doing. But you are
Exactly.
capable of all kinds of stuff.
Exactly. Not only
You got
are
to
we
deal with
capable,
that and accept it.
exactly, but here's the magic of it. Being capable of everything, it's not an awful truth, but an awesome truth.
You're choosing the context and you're choosing the appropriateness and you're making the
Exactly.
choice of what you do.
Exactly. It becomes an awesome truth when we have choice and we are aware enough to choose. Right?
When you were saying that yesterday, I just really, you said that yesterday, and I knew the truth to that because I had felt it before you said it. And last night, I just really kind of dove into some situations that were coming back as flashbacks and really looked at, yes, the other person's role. And quite frankly, Brian he really is a bullshit manipulator in the ultimate form. And I just have to accept that. And giving up on well, maybe I'm wrong, because I don't know, because I chose him, because he's my children's father, because I always want to see good in people, and I do. I always want to see the good and give people the benefit of the doubt. But the bottom line is he is. And unfortunately, Sam has characteristics of the same. Amanda does a little bit too of the same. My mom was definitely, man, she was too. Just a lot of people around.
Wow. That's huge. Sorry, Donna, to interrupt you there, but that's the first time you said that.
I know.
That's huge.
That was even harder than accepting the Brian one.
Yeah.
And I feel as though my mom was kind of a mixture, where Brian is just pure out. He's just
and Sam is completely a mixture as well. Yeah.
Right. And I think I think my mom's, that makes it a little more palatable, is hers was due to ignorance. I don't think it was my mom was cruel or mean. I think she was just ignorant.
Wow.
I think she was just a outcome of her life experiences, the ignorance that surrounded her life. And she never experienced, that I'm aware of, an influence that there there are other things.
Never,
I mean,
probably.
her life was tough. People were not yeah. People were
She's
not nice to her. I
completely
remember when she
product of the paradigm. Yeah.
right. Yes, completely.
Yeah.
And yet she was very strong in knowing that she didn't want to be, but didn't know how to get out. That's how I feel for my mom. I feel like she just never knew how to exactly get out of that. And then when she did somewhat get out of the paradigm and live her own life, it was very, very isolating for her. She was lonely instead of being alone. So she never quite was able to shift in, from my perspective anyway, just observing her. Maybe she did, but from my perspective, it didn't seem like she made that full shift where she could have a comfort, and she was the only person on an island and the rest of the world was doing this. She could say, I don't care. I'm good with being on this island. She was lonely a lot. But I feel like my mom was a very, very deep down, just hugely kind and loving person. I really do. She just was a product of circumstances. And the manipulation that she did was, it was kind of rough. I mean, the siding one one sibling against another, and some of the things that she would do, or they were rough. So
she
anyway,
lost out
so those
default.
flashbacks, yeah,
right?
often, and I,
Whole life,
right,
whole life, she lost out by default. Didn't know any different. What's the problem with the paradigm?
I feel like just to, you know, like, I mean, I think we all did, and sometimes I continue to do that. The tools, for whatever reason, and maybe it's the internet that's made them accessible, or because I feel as though my mom would ask. I mean, I feel like she asked to get out of that situation and to get assistance, and she was a very prayerful woman, and you know, she had faith, and so I feel like the asking was there. It's just I'm not sure she had the tools that came to her. Maybe, I don't know.
Well,
At the end, I
the
just felt
religion
like,
is a problem because the religion doesn't really offer an out. It tends to entrench this.
no, not at all. But
it rather than provide a solution.
oh yeah, yeah, for sure. But by that, what I meant was the piece of that that was helpful was the asking. Just, you know, like I sat down in that closet, and my prayer was to God, for example. So there was the action of a prayer. Yeah. So that's the piece where I'm saying I feel like she, in that action, knew that the paradigm was not her. She knew that there was an element to her that was different, that she wasn't always utilizing. I just don't think the tools in any form came to her. Correct. Like there's no way of impeccability, or nobody that had the awareness, or where when I look at Brian, I just always feel like I'm not so sure I know there's goodness, I know there is, but I just feel like for me, it could be very, very real for me that he did some really mean things involving me. I'm just really mean, wicked things. So that makes it hard to, you know, I don't feel that way about my mom. I don't feel that way about some other people that were BSMs. I think they're more just caught in the paradigm. So anyway, there was just a lot of real.
There are some who are caught in the paradigm, and some who willingly adopt it.
Yes.
Big difference.
Yes.
Big difference. Some revel and relish in it, and delight in it, like Brian.
Yeah, I do feel like he really does relish in it. Yes.
Well, yeah, it works for him.
Yes. Yes, it does, and it always has. And when I look back and I look at his family, you know, it makes sense. it makes sense that he at some point would have been like, to hell with it, and it would have been easy.
Oh yeah.
It would have been easy for a person being raised in the household he was raised in, under the circumstances he was raised in. It would be easy to at some point give up and not listen to that other voice and say, no, I'm going this route because it's proved in my family to work well. And he was constantly rewarded for those type of manipulative, and their family motto is the Herberts don't get mad, we get even.
Oh God, yes.
He would
Now,
say that.
oh wow, wow.
Our family motto. And his dad would say that. And they said that one time at dinner. Well, because they were talking about an aunt, his mom's step sister, and how they hadn't talked in years. And they were going on. And the whole family, and this is what my family used to do too, the whole family would be sitting at the table just totally cabalishing this person. Remember when she did? And there'd be that feeling of anger and hate, and they'd be building on it,
But
and
they'd be
they'd all
ganging
be
up.
in on it.
But wow.
Yes.
Well, it's
But
bonding.
the momentum
bonding.
and the
Sorry.
bonding over hate. Oh,
Wow.
I know my family used to do that too, and when I wouldn't participate, then I was betraying them. I think I shared that with you before. That's how whacked out that was.
Oh yeah.
So
Oh,
yeah, I remember sitting there at that or at their kitchen table, and the dad was like going at it, and the mom was just feeding it, and then the kids joined in, and then the dad said, well, you know about us, we don't get mad, we get even, so she better just watch out. And they all laughed, and he was kidding, but not really.
no,
I mean,
we're not
he
kidding.
kind of, his dad, no, he kind of had this like evilness when he said it.
Oh yeah.
And it was like, whoa.
It
The
was
kind of red flags that I would see that.
that glee of self-empowerment or of empowerment. Like we're gonna get her, and we will get her because we have gotten others, and this makes us powerful and makes us awesome and makes us fantastic and all this rubbish.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep. And I could see the three sons just be like looking at their dad like, yes, and I'm going to be like that too. I remember seeing their eyes and the way they were.
So you said something a little earlier about Brian, about him choosing early on, right? And now it would be easy for him. Now, you know, I love you for your beauty and your marvelousness and your sweetness and your goodness, that you take it as a default that at some point this choice was essentially forced on him and he had no option. I've seen kids come out of the box and this is their default choice. I'm sorry, I've seen evil babies. So I'm just saying, you know, not all come out of that box with that innate goodness that's there. Yes, I believe it's there as a possibility, but what to them is good is what to us is bad. They think dominance and bullying and evil and suppression and getting even and all this crap. To them, it's a good. So I'm just saying, you know.
I know they do.
Yeah.
Well, with the avoidance, the thing that came up is they don't want anybody to see it as ugly and mean and cruel. And so that's where the manipulation really get.
Right. Now let's unpack that a bit, because you just said something huge. Okay. Oh, implications of that. The fact that they don't want people to see means there's an awareness. They know it's not so cool. They know it's not so good. Exactly. Which means they do have some conscience. Now, they may have started off like those babies and be caught in it, but nonetheless, even in them, there is some conscience. It's fascinating. It is absolutely fascinating.
Basically, what I observed with. I'm sorry, go ahead.
So I was saying it gives us hope. The fact that they cover it up gives one hope. Means they have some good
Effort up
quality
in
in them.
ways. Well, I feel like everyone does. I'm
Me
just,
too.
yeah,
Same.
nobody's going to change it.
I agree. I agree. I feel the same. Yeah.
That's one thing that the whole world could say, no, there's evil people and they're just pure evil. And I'll be like, no, there's good in them. I don't care what anybody says on that one.
If they were pure evil,
Even if it's a speck, even if it's a tiny speck,
they would self-destruct.
I feel like they would too.
No, I don't think pure evil can exist because it would turn inward and it would self-destruct. As long
Because,
as it's
with all these changes,
okay.
we're having a delay. I apologize. You're like breaking in and out.
Yeah.
Well, what I was gonna say is it's interesting that in this time, there's this big theory that we've chosen to be here at this time, and that there's a big paradigm shift, and we're to carry the light, and we're to be aware, and da da da.
Yeah.
But there's a lot of darkness, dark actions, unkind actions, and meanness going on. So we can't all be aware and carrying the light and being kind and good and peaceful.
That theory is that some are here to be the counteractors to that negative. Not all are here. Some. You're one of the some, obviously, in that theory.
And it's interesting because if you're one of the some that was supposed to be here to hold the light and you got sucked up into the dark, I would imagine there's forces out there that were like really working towards, hello, you're not doing what you're supposed to be doing. We got to wake this one up.
No. Different logic. Different logic. Now, look at this from a point of view, more overview point of view. You came here to be the light. You chose those circumstances to experience the dark, to know it, to be aware of it, to fully understand it. Oh, darn, yes, exactly. You are a most incredible and amazing creature.
What if I never pulled out of it? That could have easily happened. There was not a whole lot of light around my world.
Exactly. The sacrifice you were willing to make, the chance you're willing to take for goodness. You need to experience it from the inside to fully understand it. This is a great risk, but capital T, trust. You trusted your goodness completely and utterly and correctly, obviously.
The situations with the BSMs in my world, like with Brian, for an example, I could see the pivotal point where he sort of made a choice, it felt like, and he became fully immersed, and everything about his being was about promoting himself and creating an quote unquote charade, whatever that word is, image,
facade
of being something he wasn't. Yeah, facade, thank you. And and it was like his bodybuilding made him feel powerful, right? And he could lift, he was obsessed on being able to lift really heavy weights. Now, the moreness of that is you can say, well, he was self-centered. Oh no, it had so much more from a psychology point of view. The action of, the action of bodybuilding, the intensity of it, the fact that he took steroids, the fact that it consumed him. That's all he did was worked out. And then he tried to present it though. And here's where it's just from an abstract perspective, he tried to present that to everybody as such a positive thing. I'm eating salads now, and I'm watching what I eat, and I can lift 400, right? and I can lift 400 pounds now, and you should come to the gym with me, and you know, this is a good thing to work out your body like this. And I used to be skinny, and now look at me, I'm really strong physically. He was so desperate because, quite honestly, I feel as though Brian had a very kind and gentle heart and was a really, really sensitive person. And he was bashed and bashed and bashed and bashed. And then at some point, I just see it in him. I see
It's the
his
only way to
goodness. I
survive.
always have.
It's the only way
At
to
some,
survive.
that's what he did. And like he was this rejected kid from everybody in his family and everything else. And so he clung to this bodybuilding thing, and it gave him power. And then somehow from that point forward, that sense of power that he gained with bodybuilding and muscle mass and that whole experience got distorted. That was the impetus for me. This is I could be totally wrong, but for me, it just seemed like from that point forward, that path was distorted. And it got more and more distorted.
It's sad
Then it went into that.
It's sad when the choice to survive is, you know, you're choosing the less of the evils, but it's still the evil. It's sad. It's a fuck up.
Yeah, I've done that too, so I can relate to that. That's probably why I can see it in that situation. If I didn't do it, I probably wouldn't be able to see it. And then when he went into the police work, that seemed to be another layer of that whole
Power dominance.
I'm gonna beat I'm gonna beat the crap out of that person, and ooh, you should have seen me on that call. I brought that guy down, and that kind of conversation, when he would talk to me like that, I felt like a wilting flower.
Yeah. Oh, I hear you.
The more he talked, the more my body would just like bend over and become a wilting, quiet flower. Oof.
Yeah.
So that's what came out of the avoidance. They just don't want to see.
Wow. Fantastic. What was the task on it?
I don't remember. I don't have it pulled up.
I just love you, Donna.
Why do you love me so?
Because you have such profound goodness. Profound. You persist even when there is no real logical reason to persist. You never give up on your goodness. You don't sell out, no matter how much you may temporarily go down a dead end or a side path or whatever. No. Always keep coming back to it. Always.
Yeah, I just don't. I'm kind of getting to where I really don't want to take these side paths.
Yeah, all those side paths were, for the most part, inappropriate application of goodness. You were trying to be good. You just didn't know how. And you did so in poor ways. But think of it when you were in those bubbles. What were you trying to do? You were trying to do what's right and good. No?
Sometimes. I won't say always, but yeah, for the most part. No. For the most part, the voice saying, "Is this really you?" is always very strong. I will say that in complete confidence.
No.
And I did try to impact. I will say this also. I did try to impact my family because,
of course.
You know, when they would get in their bubbles, I did speak up and I did say that doesn't work for me and I see things differently. And, you know, I could have just kept quiet and tried to do good on my own, but I did stand up and was myself, even though I knew there'd be costs.
Yeah. Exactly.
which there
That's why
was
I love you.
often.
That's why I love you. That's why I love you. So good. So incredibly good and loving and kind and generous and just everything. Just a magical creature you are. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Really. Very amazing.
I feel the same way about you. I feel the same way about Beena. I feel the same way about Sue. I feel the same way about Cher. I feel the same way about Erica.
Same.
I feel like everyone in our group is just a
Yeah.
blessing. They're just
Yes. Yes.
truly beautiful
Yes.
people.
Yes. 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 Exactly how I feel. Exactly how I feel.
I really do.
Yeah. Yeah. That's what I
I
look
gotta
for.
say, about favorites, I don't. The reason that was so funny is it had come up 2 days before about favorites with my kids and stuff. So it really, that's why it stuck out so easily when you said that to Erica Jane. But there's something about like when Beena comes, honestly, and I wouldn't say this to her because I think I'd embarrass her, but there's
No.
something about her presence
Yeah.
and her essence
Yeah.
that is truly divine.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh,
It's just like beyond anything I've ever experienced,
yeah. Me
really.
too.
And I've caught glimpses of it in other people,
Yeah.
but she consistently has an essence that just brings me
Yeah.
total peace. Like when I'm super anxious, that's why I said the other day, when I have energy that isn't divine, when I'm in a place where I'm just not peaceful and it's just, I'm my energy is off and I've got things going on, right? She disconnects. And I don't care if you can call it an internet thing or whatever, but whenever I'm in that mode, I don't I don't interact with Beena. Her internet disconnects. And then if I'm okay and we're peaceful and stuff, her internet is fine. Call it coincidence or not, I don't know. Maybe there's a divine source
So
looking out for
you the one
Beena that they don't
responsible.
want.
You the one responsible. Oh, we
I
looked
don't
at
know
this.
about that, but
We actually looked at this very
it's
seriously.
a
There was
no.
some
I'm
intent
serious.
involved.
When I have off energy, I love having Beena there, right? So there's
Yeah.
no intent of, oh, please don't have Beena's
Wow.
internet
Wow.
stay connected. It's more of, I really would like that energy. I need to get shift out of this funk I'm in. And it's when I'm like really, really in a funk. Her internet connection, uh, I want to say every single time because
Wow.
I've noticed it.
Wow.
She'll go. Her internet anyway. Could be coincidence. Who knows? But it's interesting. I was
Well,
just looking at. Okay, what did you ask me? What was the tickle or the yeah?
the
Okay, the
task.
task. I
Okay,
mean,
but there's something real quick here about noticing stuff. We have to be very careful to notice when it's not important, right? Like the guy says, oh,
that's
I always cut myself shaving when it's an important occasion. No, you remember it because it's an important occasion. And in your brain, that's all you remember. So 100% of the time, but it's not actually true. See what I
okay.
mean? So in this case,
Yeah.
the same thing. You're just noticing it because it's on the important occasions. Yeah,
Mm, I gotcha.
yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay, so the task. Where'd you go? Where'd you go?
Can you hear it?
No, I didn't hear anything about the task. I just said, can you hear it?
Oh, okay. It's on that. What is the difference? Is that what you want between
Just whatever the
ambition
task
and
is. I've
aspiration?
no idea what the task is. Okay. There was a whole lot. There's a lot more before that. All the tasks and exercises. I'm keen to hear what on there because they're very nuanced. They're very layered. So let's go through it in detail. You know,
Okay.
especially on this one. The tasks are geared to connecting to moreness. They're not connected to the content so specifically necessarily. Yeah, and they're complex, these tasks. They're in a whole other little world, you know. You'll see in a moment.
That's
That's why I want to
really,
go over it.
how do I get it so you can hear it?
It's okay. I don't know why. Sometimes one time I heard it and then the other time not. So I don't know. I know. You know what? If you want, let me go to it and then I can play it on my end and you'll hear it,
Yeah.
right? Okay.
Okay, that sounds good. I think that'll be more effective.
All right, let's go. Let's find it here. Oh.
Says, what early expectations were placed on you by others or by yourself? What are your
Okay.
estimations of self based
Let's do
on?
that first one. Let's do that first one. What early expectations were placed on you by others and by yourself? Yeah, let's hear.
I think part of the relating it to this context, early expectations that felt manipulative to me, and that's how I took the question. From a very early age, expecting me to run a household when I was like 10.
Oh my
And
goodness! Wow, wow.
some of
Now,
the
how did,
things were just situational and you had to do what you had to do. But also then once that happened, where I felt like it was manipulation is when it didn't have to be and there was just an assumption that we were going to continue on with that. And then when you didn't do the things that were expected, then you were always wrong. And I just didn't feel like at 10 years old, I should be expected to not be able to go out and play because I had to clean the house and things like that. But maybe that was just my perception of it. But
no.
that's what came to mind. I'm just being honest. That was the example.
Well, how powerful now. Um, how did that start?
It started when my mom and dad got divorced, everything shifted, and I was no longer a kid. I had to grow up really fast.
At age 10, this started.
Uh-huh.
The divorce was at age 10, yeah?
It started at 8 and finished at 11. It took a long time.
So, how
But the
come your
crux of it when we moved out was 10.
I mean, what were the physical factors involved? Was your mother working? Was she depressed? How come it shifted to you?
The whole thing was odd. Here's the long and short of it. We lived from 1 to 8, we lived in this world that was all about presenting an image. And my dad really wasn't in a place to support the image. And at some time, I feel like he crashed and burned. And my mom was pretty demanding. She wanted to live in the neighborhood and have the furniture and have her kids go to the school. Those were important to her. And my dad had just got a promotion and he had a prominent role in a company. So we moved from a nice area to the area in Mishawaka, and we lived in the right neighborhood and had the right house. However, we had the right house, right, which was a very expensive house with no furniture in it, just to give me an example. So I knew as a kid at that point, something's wrong. Why do we have this big house and there's no furniture in it? And my mom didn't really want people to come to the house. So at about 8 or 9, when I would want to do, have friends over, do play date, I always had to go other places. I didn't have people into our house. So there was, and I knew even as a kid, this is odd, this is funky, this isn't right.
No.
So, a lot of this stuff started young. And so one day, literally, my sister and my brother came knocking. I was in 4th grade. They came knocking at my classroom door and got me, and we were put in the car and we were off to my grandparents. And part of me sort of remembers that I think I said something to someone. You know how kids do? They just blurt out stuff like,
Yeah.
blah, 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 blah.
Furniture, yeah.
And no, it was more like bad stuff that was going on in the house. And
Oh,
I
like what?
feel like I told somebody, like a counselor or something.
Like what kind of bad stuff?
So I don't know.
Oh.
I don't remember the details, just that it was bad and it was concerning me. And I feel like I confided maybe in a teacher or a counselor.
Oh.
I could be making this up. It just feels like it. So anyway, because it's the only thing that makes sense. Why would my mom send my sister and my brother, and why would we all of a sudden be swooped up and taken out to my there had to have been something for the sense of urgency. And then my mom never got, she never pursued alimony, and that the whole divorce thing did not take a natural course at all. It
It
was
was
the
more
weirdest
like a
thing.
government mandated social services type of a thing, where they separated the family to say you got to get away. So, interesting. Well, it'd be helpful to know what you said, maybe, or what the bad things were that were going on in the house. What's that? I can't hear you.
It doesn't take a lot of logic to figure out the possibilities.
Well, I know, but still.
So, that was around 8 or 9, and then we stayed at my grandparents', and then that blew up to be a disaster. Oh my gosh, that was such a disaster.
Oh, how
And
come?
then my grandmother, when we arrived, my grandmother had cancer. So that was very emotional, on top of being swooped away and nobody telling me what was going on. Nobody ever talked to me about why we got swooped away and brought to my grandparents, or that my mom and dad were divorcing or anything. Nobody talked. So all of a sudden, one day I was in this, supposedly house, mom and dad, and they didn't fight in front of us. I never heard my parents fight. And I never had the thought, my mom and dad don't get along, or, man, this is the only thing that I thought at that point was there was an energy in our house that was always tense. And my escape from that was music. And I would totally immerse in my music and dancing and go into a totally different world. I escaped to a totally different world often when I was a kid. But that's, kids do that, right?
Wow.
And they do.
No.
Imagination. I had a very, 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 even my family used to say to me all the time, you have such an active imagination. Even when I'd share the things that weren't imagined, that were real, they would say, such an imagination. No. Anyway, so at my grandparents', my grandmother had cancer, and I had a traumatic experience when I went into her room because they wouldn't let me in to see her, and I really wanted to see her because I knew she was going to transition the next day, and I don't know how I knew that. So I snuck in and I saw her, and she, it was just for a child, it was very traumatic to see her that.
And she what?
So that added, she had cancer, and she had like bumps on her. She had cancer in her brain and things, and so no hair and bumps and things, and the thing is, if people would have talked to me as a kid, it would have been so much different than when nobody talks to you and you're trying to figure everything out. So, and then my grandfather was not nice, and he had to walk me to school, and he did not like that. And my grandfather drank, and there was a part of my grandfather that I loved, and I loved being around him when he was nice grandpa, but then he was not nice grandpa. And it was hard for me as a kid to figure out which grandpa I was going to see that day. So I remember I hated when he came to get me to walk home every day. I just dreaded my grandfather walking me home, because sometimes he was just going to be really talking not nice and being not nice. And then because of that, I used to have these feelings of, I don't really like you at all. but I had to live there. And why was I there? And why the heck weren't we back with Dad? And what was going on? And why wasn't my dad there? I had all these questions, right, with no answers. And then I remember one day, I really, really didn't like him for some reason. I remember feeling just hatred. And then the next day he died, and I was the one that found him. And then I had such guilt over hating him the prior day. And, you know, I felt like, oh my gosh, I caused this. And
No.
so that was pretty traumatic. And then my aunts and uncles' house was supposed to go to my mom because she didn't have a house. And my grandpa told her she could have it after his wife died and after he died. And then they came in and said, no, you're not getting the house. And there was this big drama. And then we basically got kicked out of the house, so we didn't have a place to live.
Wow.
So that's when we moved back to the same city that we left from and went back and lived in the same house, but my dad had to leave.
Oh, wow.
So we lived there for a little bit, and then they sold the house. And then what happened was...
Sorry. When you said your dad had to leave, were your mom and dad actually technically divorced at that point or not yet?
I don't think the divorce went through yet. I think it was all this... It took a really long time.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm not exactly sure when the divorce happened, but I know it took a long time. So we went back into the house just for a little while, and there was no furniture much at all at that point, just like beds. And Dad didn't live there, and there was no conversation, no talking to me about what was going on. And I just remember being very, very quiet. I just totally went into a shell. And then we moved from that house, which was the house in the neighborhood, to government housing.
Oh.
And it was like a world of day and night. It was absolutely totally different. And I remember not adjusting very well in that situation at all. And then that's when my brother kind of went off the deep end.
Because I'm imagining that government housing is not a nice neighborhood. It's rough and, you know, crime and stuff like that, yeah? Or no?
Well, that's what was interesting about. No, not really. It wasn't that far from where we lived. There wasn't crime. It was, you know, pleasant, clean, but it had the name. I know, it really wasn't. But from my little 9-year-old eyes, because it said government housing, it was the worst thing ever. Already at 9, I was already at... Oh, yeah. And then my brother went from being king of the castle to living in government housing, and he had such a hard time with that, and I did as well. Even at 9, I was having a hard time with the whole status thing,
paradigm,
right?
Yeah.
Oh, it's so easy. Oh, yeah.
Well,
so,
also, your mother would be pushing out those vibes. You would feel it just by the contagion of awareness from her. She must have hated that. Oh, moving it really for her would have been like calamity, end of the world, yeah?
Yeah, it was. She hated it.
You can't hide that.
She went from status to... No, she went from status to government housing. I did the same thing.
And that's why the divorce is likely not voluntary, but something that because of the, you know, counselors or whatever, and you know, you might think it was you that said something, but likely your brother said something too at some point, you know, or somebody just noticed stuff. Or those kids when they came there said, why is there not furniture and, you know, whatever. That stuff comes out at some point.
There was a lot in our family that did not make sense.
Yeah.
A lot. Because I can remember from a very early age saying those words, huh? This doesn't make sense to me. Anyway, yeah.
Wow. Now, those were also expectations of status, right?
Very much so.
Yeah.
My mother was very into presenting a picture to the world that was very different than what we were actually living.
Correct.
And it was all about status.
Right. So
Meant
if
a
you look
lot
at
to
this
her.
in a bigger picture, overall abstract, it's there is was an expectation of being false, of being deceitful, being deceptive, being phony,
Exactly.
which
Yeah, that's how I
was
related it to this module.
exactly. All right. So this is
That whole
powerful now
thing of having to be
of having to be what?
an adult at 10 was all
Correct.
deception. It was
Correct.
all to
Correct.
create
Correct.
an image. Yes.
Right. Right. And so I went a little deeper. It wasn't so much
We
the cleaning or doing taking care of the house
No,
that was
no, no,
it was the expectation of
no,
being an adult
no.
and being a wrong kind
Right.
of adult. That's the problem. It's not so much that you minded being an adult. If it had been a good adult, responsible, mature, sophisticated, well, that would have been fantastic. But to be a bullshit adult, no, 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 no. That's no good. That's no good at all. All right. So the second part of that question is what expectations were placed on you by yourself?
Right. And that part I came up with, my expectations were just, they were simple.
Mm,
I
what's
wanted
yours?
to be happy.
Mm,
I wanted to be happy and a kid. I
yeah.
just wanted to be a kid and be happy.
Well, well, yeah, yeah.
I didn't have many expectations of myself in that scenario. I just wanted to be a kid. I was
Well,
never allowed to be a kid. I
well,
don't think I ever was a kid.
right. And in kids, happiness is just a state of being that happens.
Right.
It magically
And
happens.
mine always got pushed aside.
Well,
I would
however,
feel it for a while. It doesn't matter your age. I feel more like a kid now than I ever did when I was 8, 9, 10. That's for
exactly,
sure.
exactly, and
It's
that's
just
why I
a
love you
state of
too.
being.
That's
And
why I love
every
you
time
too.
I would have that, every time I'd have that state of being, like there would be mom or my sister or someone that would come in and say, okay, we need you to be an adult now. And I used to even think to myself, that is not right. I'm like 8 years old.
Yeah,
You guys are putting me in these situations that aren't right. I'll be right back. Riley's
yeah,
got to
yeah,
go
sure,
outside.
sure. Wow. Mhm.
Thank you. I'm back.
Oh, problem. No problem. So again, practice ignoring Riley if he does anything. Yeah. Even if you have to go on mute or whatever, I don't mind Riley barking, but even if we don't say anything for a while, it's not a problem, really.
All right. What's
Okay,
the
so
difference between ambition and aspiration?
yeah, but there was stuff in between there. What are your estimations? Okay, let's learn from the egregious example and utilize our insights on ourselves. So that's what I wanted to say, though. Those insights on yourself, that 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 intent to be happy, that expectation to be happy, and that girl expectation. As a child, happiness is a magical that thing that happens, but as an adult, not so much. It can, but there's a lot that has to go into making that magical happiness just happen by itself. So we have to be careful of pursuing this ideal of and just having this like a magic idea, it's just going to automatically happen. It can, but we have to undo and make space to get there. So still it does and will happen by itself, but we still have to do a lot at the same time to have it happen, simply because we're in a different space from being a child. See what I mean?
Correct. Oh,
All right.
yeah.
Yeah, and the
Totally.
reason I mention this is because if we don't have that awareness that and make that nuanced distinction to say yes it can and will happen by itself, but I have to clear the space, I have to make the space, I have to do a lot. We tend to pursue just this magic elixir type stuff, and I see it in people in self-help, self-awareness pursuits. They look for the magic bullet because they know and remember as a child happiness just happens, but they don't realize that you have to make the space, you have to clear the ground, and that's on you to do as an adult. Oh, lots of stuff has gotten in the way.
Well, what was interesting is even as a child, I had to create this space because it wasn't there.
Yeah, exactly. All right, so you knew even
Very,
then.
very, very, very early on, I had that awareness that,
Wow.
the pursuit of happiness had some voids to it. And that if I was going to have that inner peace and that natural joy, yeah, from a very early age,
Wow. Wow.
I had to make the space for it.
Wow. Very powerful. Very powerful. All right, you're doing a great job of it now. All right, so what are your estimations of self based on? Share these in detail. Donna, I'm not hearing you.
I'm reading my notes. Ugh.
Good, good. Okay, okay. Yeah, it's just when I hear the mic go off, I don't know sometimes, if it's accidental or deliberate. So, yeah, no problem. Oh, problem. And we're ignoring Riley, and we're ignoring Riley. Brilliant. I can feel it. I can feel it. I
Oh,
can feel it.
Riley.
And you know what's interesting? I in those barks, I kind of heard from him that he sort of knows that he's kind of trying, but not trying very heartedly, right? Just half-hearted trying. Yeah, seems like he knows that it's not necessarily a good idea, or that he didn't think he was going to be particularly successful. I don't know. Just
I
seems that
don't
way.
think I did this part. I went straight to
Yeah,
the
correct. You didn't.
ambition and
You didn't.
aspiration.
Yeah. You didn't because you kept going to that third answer, so you skipped this one. Yeah. So I'm very
That's
curious.
because my notes skipped it too. Okay, so I'll do it now. What are your estimations of self based on estimations of self?
Oh, excuse me. Sorry.
I like have nothing. Maybe that's why I skipped it.
Ah. All right, well, let's go into it a little bit deeper then. Let's pry it open a little bit. Your estimations of self. All right. So first, let's say not what they're based on, but let's say what are they? What are your estimations of self? Sam?
I don't have any.
Oh.
Nothing comes up.
Oh. Oh. Oh, wow. That's very interesting, Donna. That's very, very interesting. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. All right. So maybe let's try a different word for estimation. Maybe an evaluation of self then, or a perception of self.
As in now or back then?
Well, it's more. I guess it's a now question. Yeah, it's definitely a now question. Yeah. Like in your estimation, how do you see yourself in the world? You know. Now, if you don't have any, that's fantastic because
What?
you're not in a
I
relative.
really don't. I mean, I got nothing. I mean, it's just, it depends on the context. It's just very fluid and
Right,
flowing.
right.
That's the
So
best that
this
I
would be
have for it.
in life in general. You know, do
Yeah,
you see
in
do you
life in
see do you,
general,
do you see yourself as sensible in your estimation?
very sensible.
So now
Yes,
we're just taking it purely relative to yourself. So do you see yourself as sensible? I'm not hearing.
yes, I do.
Okay, now what's that based on?
Ability to think things through to the end and look at things from a larger perspective and being aware.
Yeah, and also from results, right?
And that's what I mean by thinking things through to the end and then
Right,
seeing that end result.
right,
Yeah.
right. But I mean also just results in terms of practical application, right?
Yes.
Yeah, and you get things done, you accomplish, you achieve. Yes, you get
Very
results,
much
not
so.
just in the results, but you get results. Okay, so that estimation of sensibility, it's not based on just an idea, but it's based on actual proof. Yes.
Yes.
All right, that's very cool. No, how about your goodness? Are you a good person in your estimation? I'm not hearing you. I hope that's not it's kind of like an awkward silence.
Friendly. Yes,
Oh,
I am a good person. No, I just had to go to the bathroom.
right, right. Okay, and what is this
Yes.
based on
I
once
feel
again?
like I'm a good person. How I feel inside and
Oh, and
situations I'm in. And when I look at the situation, how I have handled them, what choices I've made, how I've come up to making them.
okay, again, that answer is based on proof. Yes, yes, Donna.
Self-affirmation. Yes.
Uh,
Self-affirmation, definitely.
uh,
Self-proving.
self confirmation or self affirmation. So big difference.
I guess it's confirmation.
All right. Okay. I was going to say, if it's based on self affirmation, we got a problem. Most of the time people have those self affirmations. They just stand in front of the mirror and say, I'm good, I'm good, I'm good. It's based on nothing except the self affirmation, right?
Oh, no, I don't mean that. I mean
Right,
confirmation.
right, right. Exactly. You see it in evidence, you see the consequence of it, right?
Correct.
Yes. All right. So, just on those two
Yes.
again, sensibility and goodness. There's many more I can ask, right? Self-estimations. All right. Now we went into two specific things. So if you were to apply that to yourself in totality, you say, well, I'm a good, sensible, impeccable, wonderful, magical person. All right, whatever. However you conceive of yourself, right? But it's based on realness in your case.
Okay.
Yeah. They're based on realness, not just
Yes.
self-affirmations. It's interesting that you brought that up for the self-affirmations. But it's based on realness. So this question is geared to the point of saying next time you doubt yourself, give yourself a smack for being indulgent. When you doubt yourself, not your thoughts, not your behaviors, not your actions, but yourself. Big difference. To doubt a decision, this is valid, this is necessary, this is a gift, this is important, right? But to doubt yourself, to doubt
Right.
your goodness, that's just indulgence. I'm sorry. At this point in the game, this is just that reverse humility indulgence, self-importance, self-pity, looking to feel special, I don't know, attention, I don't know. I'm putting all the horrid things on it because I am deliberately looking to leverage you to not do that again. I understand it's part of your self-checking system. You don't want to overestimate yourself, and you don't want to be egotistical thinking you're good when you're not. You don't want to be in an awareness bubble. But at some point, you got to make peace with this fact that no, sorry, you are good, end of story. Now, if you shift the same question, the same checking system, to checking not whether you are good, but to checking how good you are, different, then I got no problem with it. Then I got no problem with it. You long since passed that stage where you're in this bubble where you could possibly be so obliviously unaware that you could be doing things that are bad. I'm sorry. That's no. So, how good you are? Okay. In what context? Yes. Could you be more appropriately good? Yes. Okay. These are all fantastic questions to check on. Those are good, yes. But that indulgence of saying, oh my God, I'm bad or potentially bad, it just wastes your energy and time, and it gets you into all sorts of bubbles and knots, and I don't know. It just doesn't seem very useful. So
Never feel like I don't feel it. I don't feel, you could perceive that I feel like I am, but I don't feel as though I ever feel as though I'm bad. The
okay.
area that I feel as though I may go to an extreme in questioning and how I come to justify, no, it's not justifying, but perhaps identifying a cause of the extremeness, the overbending of it
Uh,
is um, when I was naive, I was very naive and foolish. That's
mm,
the area that I still
yeah,
overbend
yeah,
because I
yeah,
don't ever, and I know naivety. I don't
yeah. Naivety, yeah,
naivety, 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 and foolishness equates to unawareness
yeah,
in my
yeah,
experiences,
yeah, yeah.
and I am confident that I do not approach life
Right.
for the most part in an unawareness. I can at times get caught up in a bubble of past influencing
Right.
present, which is different for me than total unawareness. And I get that.
Yeah,
And sometimes that past of foolish and naive gets brought into the current
yeah,
along with awareness, and it doesn't serve me well. I just, because there was so much of it, and because I look back and I think, how could you have been so foolish to not see? Oh, I saw. So then I have to really go through the whole process of be real here. You saw,
yeah, 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 yeah,
you chose not to
yeah,
let that resonate. You chose not to let that awareness sink in. So that's the piece that
yeah,
I I feel.
yeah.
And then I don't equate that to being bad. I just, it's a
All
foolish
right.
and naive and
Okay.
unawareness
Okay.
and
Okay. Okay.
so much of it.
Right. So all of it is when you look
That's
at
my
where you are
perception.
at now, and you look at everything that happened in the past, right? And you say, "Wow, thank you,
Right.
universe. I needed
Right.
all of that to assist me to deal with naivety, to deal with choice, to deal with semi-awareness, to deal with deliberateness, to deal with choosing." It's fantastic. So just shift to seeing it as I was bad and stressing about being bad, unaware, I don't know, whatever. But to seeing it as positive, as good. Yes, you were full of nonsense. Yes, you were bad, for argument's sake. But it was necessary and good to bring you to this point where you're at now. It's fantastic. Fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. Really magical.
It's a situation that is parallel to a situation in the past where I was naive and foolish. When people are just being preposterous with their behaviors and I can't figure out where they're at or why they're doing that, that's when that comes into play. That's when that overbending happens.
All right. Well, we'll get to that.
And then there's a tendency.
Clear.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, for sure. Real quick on that thing with Erica and the favorite thing. When I said it, I knew it was anomalous at the time. I'm like, why are you saying this? It was out. It was anomalous. It was contrary to everything, and I had no real logic for it at all. But it just felt and seemed the right thing to do. So, just by the way, fascinating to me. Stuff like that happens occasionally. I trust it though. I trust it and I do it. So don't know why exactly.
You even looked a little uncomfortable in saying it.
I was.
Your body language?
I was very uncomfortable.
I know, I could tell. I could tell by your face and the way you were moving your hands and stuff. The whole thing was interesting to watch.
But I see that, yeah, but I see the magic of it, not on Erica, yes, a little bit, but on you. Now, in retrospect, I say, oh, now I see why I did that. How the hell it works, I don't know, but I had no thought of sharing the video with you then. I had no clue, it came up in some weird thing you said, and I said, oh, okay. And then the connection was, but yeah, it's just fascinating. I don't know, sometimes I think we live in reverse.
What? I'm sorry?
I said sometimes I think we're living our lives in reverse, so that we don't quite remember, but we sort of do sometimes. Some things leak, like they're supposed to. You're not supposed to remember, but some things leak through the barrier. The memory barrier.
Oh.
Yeah. Like that.
I have that. I have leakage all the time,
exactly.
like that.
Exactly. It's fascinating to me. It's fascinating to me. All right.
Yes. Well, and the other fascinating thing was I really didn't have time to watch Erica's video, and I don't always immediately watch those. Sometimes I haven't watched them at all, and there was a pressure to make time. And that's why I only watched I only had 5 or 10 minutes before I had to go to work or whatever it was. So I did it, and then, yeah, that was the part So anyway, okay. Yeah. Should we move on to the difference between ambition and aspiration?
Please. You've been burning to get that question out.
Burning.
It seems like, I don't know, it's the 4th time it's come up now. I'm just teasing you. But
okay, damn it. Shut up so we can do this question.
I love it. All right, listening.
It's so nice to be able to be like that with you, and I'm just totally kidding.
I love it.
Even if so, there's certain things that, well, no, I am totally kidding, sort of, but yeah, because that's just part of me. It's like, that is the real me. I like it like that, but I don't mean it in a malicious way, but it's just, that's me. That's my humor. Okay. Ambition. At the time I did this, I put, for me, ambition feels like a compulsive, addictive drive based on a narrow focus and one result. An aspiration is an outcome you'd like to have with acknowledgement that there are many roads to get there, and there will be mess ups along the way, which is cool. Which is cool.
Oh,
okay.
Wow. Say that again. Sorry, please.
Ambition feels like a compulsive, addictive drive based on a narrow focus and one result.
Now, this is ambition now, right? Sorry, you cut out there.
Yes, that's ambition.
Okay. And aspiration?
Outcome you'd like to have with acknowledgement that there are many roads to get there. And there will be mess ups along the way, which is cool.
Very cool. Okay, so for me, I see ambition as worldly goals and aspirations as internal goals, particularly also with that
Right.
connectivity to spirituality, right? Furthermore,
Right.
um, ambition tends to, not always, but tends to have the need and the necessity for the approval or, in some way connected to others. Aspiration, typically, purely personal, typically, right? It's just the difference between the two. So essentially, one is BS and the other one is
Subtle,
real.
but it's major.
Yeah, oh, it's subtle, but it's major. So for me, ambition is kind of crappy, and aspiration is like, yeah, that's where it's really at, right?
Exactly.
And ambition can be very
Right.
corruptive, whereas aspiration pulls you up out of your funk and your nonsense, and it keeps you going. It's really what is, if we, especially if we act on those aspirations, it's what's meaningful and purposeful and significant to us. Whereas ambition, people think it is, but when they achieve it, then they're like, now what, right? So
Yeah,
that,
it's
that, that
shallow.
exactly,
Ambition is shallow, and
exactly,
aspiration to me, you're following your
yes,
higher self guidance, so
exactly,
it's inspired.
exactly. Exactly. So a nice, clever quote would be, and actually I think I'll just add that into my quote file. I say, aspiration is what comes when you've achieved your ambitions and you ask, now what? Yeah. Aspiration is what comes, and I wouldn't say what comes. It doesn't matter what comes. Is
Outcome of
No, it's what's after when you say, when you've achieved your ambitions and you ask,
what I
now
say.
what? Right? Yeah. Aspiration is what's okay. Is what's after. I'll just say that is what's. I'll come and clean it up and codify it later.
At least the gist of it's there.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Ambition is what's
So
after.
you've achieved.
Yeah, 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 yeah. So say you've achieved. You cut off.
So I was just gonna say aspirations. Oh, for me, what's coming up is it just happens naturally, but
Yes.
it's like you've achieved all your worldly goals and you've reached that point and you
Yeah.
say, okay, what's really,
Yeah.
what do I really want to
Yeah.
achieve? And then once you ask that question, what do I really want to achieve? Then aspirations just happen. It's
Correct.
the inspired action.
Exactly.
It's not the
Exactly.
selfish
Yeah.
actions any
Yeah.
longer.
Yeah.
It
Yeah.
shifts from a self perspective to a world, to a universal perspective. Aspirations are tied to the universe and ambitions are tied to your one person.
Yeah. Yeah.
For me, anyway. Yeah, that's what came up for me.
It's very cool. I was making a quote out of it. What do I really want to achieve? Okay. That's yes, Donna. Aspiration is
And
what
the
comes
you
when we
is
ask.
universal you.
Yeah. Yeah.
I remember a long time ago you saying that you had reached a point where a lot of what your wants and desires um, had shifted from not being personal any longer to being, and I was like, really? Wow, so interesting.
Yes.
I do. I remember that
I remember
specifically.
too. I remember too. I remember too. You were like, I could just feel you scratching your head over there.
Right?
Yeah.
I still scratch it a little bit. I'm not quite there, but
Yeah. Well, it's because of taking this idea of uh, um, let's put it this way: universal suggestion, because they kind of really are universal suggestions. Hey.
Right.
Um, and when you take that idea of universal suggestion um, really seriously, and you implement those suggestions, uh, and you put them into practice, and you start to see, oh my God, these are just the most wonderful, incredible, magical things, and you start to see the consequence that comes from it. Now you don't have to; they are suggestions, but I put them in inverted commas because they actually inverted commas, so they're at the bottom, not at the top. You know, because normally when you put in something suggestions, you're implying there's something funny, there's something not quite right about it, right? There's something off about it. Now, that's true in the case of universal suggestions, but in the opposite way, not in the towards the negative side, but towards the positive. There isn't something quite right about them because they are so magical, they're beyond our mind. But you sort of think, but why would it be a suggestion and not something that you're being pressured to do? Because, of course, of choice. So, but when you do this enough times and you see how these suggestions, well, they might seem preposterous at times, but when you do them, they are so incredible. Like when we were in the desert, for instance, we ended up in the situation when we got there, right? It's nothing, it's barren. The roof of the little prefab house, this little crappy prefab house, is blown off. Just got the ceiling, the stuff is lying all in the yard. It's desolate, it's empty, it's in the middle of nowhere. We drove for hours on this dirt road to get there, and it's like, and the when we unloaded the moving van, the two movers, they must have said this like literally every trip they made. Are you sure you want to stay here? Are you sure you want to stay here? But we knew it was right because we knew the suggestion from the universe. It was like every single pressure that had said do this. So, and we'd committed to living according to that. Now, at that time, we were acting on trust. We saw that there was no. I have this written as a story, going into the detail
Yeah,
of it. But
you've shared it.
yeah, so we just knew there's no going back. You can't go back. That would be just
I
you can't go
want
back.
I want that. I want that story and I want that to happen and I wanted it from the beginning, you know that.
Mm,
But my part is I don't know that I've experienced it. Like I have questions about, is this my ambition or is this universal aspiration? And you have a definite no.
yeah,
Like
yeah, what? Yeah,
through
now
the
tell.
year that you've known me,
Yeah.
have I experienced it and I'm not aware I have? Can you see where that,
Not in the
like,
same
can you give
way.
me an example?
No, I can't.
Yeah,
And
see?
and 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 here's why, Donna. Because uh, when we got to that point, right? Essentially, we're done.
Gotcha.
What? At least for me, I done Mourner's project multiple times, right? My life up until that point, a little before that point, had been Mourner's project, right? But then there came a point where I said I have to shift to application, right? This was a little bit prior to this time because at this point of application came before we were in the restaurant, and this happened after the 4 years of the restaurant. But during the time we were in the restaurant, I had like that story where the people were grabbing my arm and they said to me, "If I were your age," right?
Oh,
So
yeah.
right, I had pressure from the universe to say, do the stuff that you really, really want to do. Follow your aspirations, not your ambitions. Right now, the restaurant was never really an ambition. The idea there was to buy a farm and get out and all this. So there was, okay, in some way, we saw that as the route to fulfill our ambitions. But the universe said, no, never mind that. There's other ways to do this. I guess, this is going to take a long time, and you could also get stuck in it because even the other restaurateurs would say, each year you're in the restaurant business, it becomes harder to get out. So getting out of it was really difficult. It sucks you in. Anyway, so we made a decision though, on that. So me thinking things through to the end, I came to that gift of intent story, right? where I said the gift of self wisdom is flawed. And how can you know your decisions? And basically, that was the point of shifting and understanding and figuring out the need for attunement. The need for attunement. So that gift of intent
Right.
story is a huge, huge, huge story. So that was the moment, I brought this up to Olivia and I said, I want to shift. I want to shift the way I'm living, and I said, are you with me? You're gonna, okay. She said, yes. So cool. And from that point on, stuff started to happen, and the universe forced us through a whole series of events. It forced us into that situation. Now, by the time we got to that desert, a lot had happened. It's all there in the young man's story. Well, this is the young man's story, but anyway, which I haven't really shared this particular point, the leading up to it part, maybe bits, but so magic had happened on top of magic. It wasn't fun. I mean, we ended up being evicted from our apartment, and that was the first time ever for both of us. This was like, I don't know, like you said, when you guys moved into the government housing. It wasn't quite as dramatic, but it's still sort of in that culture, society. It's like, oh gosh, it's a terrible thing. But yeah, we just rolled with it because we'd already shifted internally. We didn't care. So, okay. So then from that point, we had a business and shifted into another business, and that business just went nowhere. It was just this impossibility. And so that was kind of like everything just shifted us into this. It's a long story. It's a long story. But when you get to that point and you start seeing the magic and you shifting to a perspective of looking for the magic in the unexpected, in the unusual, in the different, in force of circumstance, and you see the consequence of it, and you get proven to see this. So by the time we got to the desert, we kind of knew that this was the right thing, But then when we stayed there for a while and we made that list, oh my goodness, after that, you know, it was plain sailing after that. It's just incredible. So lots of odd things happened. Lots of odd things happened. So that kind of forced things. So I don't know. I wonder sometimes. I want to see the timing before it presses me into things. I don't always, but anyway, that's how it's come about, Donna. So there has been a point there.
I feel I yeah.
Sorry, I just want to say one last thing here, very important, because it's how we started our interaction. Was about cliff jumping. I jumped from that cliff quite a few times. I've done lots of cliff jumping, and initially it was really, really, really jumping off a cliff. I mean, selling the restaurant at that point was jumping off of a cliff. That was the start of it. At the time we decided to sell the restaurant, it was a thriving, busy restaurant, very busy. But then it kind of took a long time. It was slow. I don't know what the holdup was. I think we were trying to get maximum price, some bullshit like that, not just get out now. So it took a long time, and then by the time it started to actually happen, the economy had already started to shift, and the business wasn't. It wasn't the business it was when I was busy. So we waited too long. Anyway, we still sold it and got out, but it wasn't ideal. It was kind of off and off somewhat. So it wasn't a good way to get out. Whereas if we'd just taken a lot less initially, we would have gotten more than we got eventually, that kind of thing. But it would have been a different situation, and I don't know if we would have ended up in the desert and all that. Who knows? I don't think any of that would have happened then. So it all turned out good. But I'm just saying, the universe also got a hand into things and kind of pressed stuff. But simply just deciding to sell the restaurant, that was a huge leap of faith, because there's no logical reason to do so. At the time we made the decision, when the economy started to go down, all right, then maybe yes, but even then still not. So when you're young like that and you have an independent business and you have independence, and we were living well. We had a nice apartment overlooking the beachfront, and it's a fantastic area. We're eating out regularly. We got money to spend. Blah. It was a great life. Yeah, okay, I worked my ass off, but still, probably quite literally, because I don't have any ass now. Still, I'm just saying it was a big cliff jump, Donna. So I don't know. I don't know. In your life, at least now recently, I'm not sure where you've taken such a big leap of faith based on your aspirations.
I know there's a perception, and I'm using the word perception. I feel like the conversations based on that perceptions that I have with the universe is I really want to be inspired, take inspired action. I just don't always know and hear it. So how can I clear the channel so that I am inspired? And I know you're perceiving me as being strong-willed, stubborn, not listening, and I don't mean to be that. I really, really.
I don't perceive you as that. No, I really don't. No. I see your
No, I
stubbornness,
have these
first of all, as a.
conversations with the universe.
I thought you meant me.
I have these conversations with the universe because I feel as though the universe, my higher self, my guardian angels, all those that are watching over me are saying, damn, she's thick-headed. And I feel that. I feel that about myself. Like, I'm just dense. I don't see it. What do you want me to do? So I just miss it. Like, do I have cognitive issues or what?
No. The only thing that I think is, for me personally, I think there's a little tiny element of self-trust that's still missing. That's all. That's all, Donna. And that self-trust is based on this deep desire to prove every last instance of your sensibility. And that's what you're doing now. So it will come. When you've proven it enough, you're going to say, okay, I've now proven myself to be sensible enough. I know I am sensible. But proving it is a different deal. So you are proving, and everything that we're going to do in this course is about this proof to yourself. That's why I'm so keen for you to do it. And I know it's not fun, at least not now. It will become fun, but it's all about the self-proof. And when you get that, you're gonna jump off that cliff when it comes. No problem. You'll have complete and utter faith. This is for me what made a difference. I was prepared to do the utterly radical. And the only thing for me is because I am a complete slave to absolute rigorous logic. Now, not everybody has that adherence to logic and sensibility in that sense, logical, rational sensibility. I came to a point where I said, like, when you eliminate the impossible, whatever else remains, however improbable, must be the truth, right? So I eliminated the impossible and I said, this is the only option, even though it doesn't, you don't know what it is, it's an unknown, and it has to be, because the otherwise I have to live in a not be. I have to live in a wrongness. I have to choose the unknown over the guaranteed wrongness of what I have. And I was prepared to do that because that's just, for me, logic. Say again?
I have that situation right now. So.
Wow, exactly. And that's a big thing, Donna. That's a very big thing. That if we really look at that nice and carefully, we really see that, is it really a choice or not? I don't see it as a choice. I don't see it as a choice. Not for me. Not for me. I cannot live in a wrongness that I know is a wrongness. I cannot do it. I cannot do it. I refuse. I will not. My aspiration.
My situation, it's not a. Yeah. So again? It's not a wrongness. Well, my situation right now is a situation that there's not wrongness attached to it. Yeah. There's universal attached to it. It's just timing. I want it to happen now. And the universe is saying this isn't the right time. You're not ready. And so in that, there's sort of a wrongness. Like, it's turning into a selfish desire versus a universal, because I know at some level there is a moreness to it. And if I allow the timing of the universe versus my timing, the universal purpose of it will be in place. And it's really about the universal purpose. I'm trying to make it fit into my selfish purpose. And I know that it's much bigger than that. And it's really hard. I'm being very challenged by letting things go and trusting in the universe right now, but I am. So It
So
is what
so
it
for
is, and
yeah
I'm
so
aware of that.
yeah so for me, I feel like I was always a little bit late on my timing. Like the timing came and I acted afterwards, right?
Yeah,
I
that's how
saw it,
I
but I
feel.
acted too slow. But that's
Right.
because I had loads of patience. Now it seems like in your situation, the universe is saying you need to continue to wait. So the patience is the needed lesson. I'm just saying, patience has been a big deal for me in my life. A huge deal. It made a huge difference to every single thing. Sometimes I wonder, like now, like I'm saying to you, like if I didn't like over apply the patience and it like, oh, you keep waiting. Well, what are you waiting for? It's here already. But because you can be patient, it doesn't mean that you can that it makes you able to wait when waiting is no longer needed, and that's not a good thing. So we have to have some discernment and appropriateness with our patients, right? Yeah, Donna, say again.
Otherwise, you end up being patient. Otherwise, you're patient and you're just letting your life flow by and you're not
Exactly,
taking inspired action. And the
exactly,
universe will sit there
exactly.
and be like, what are you waiting for? Now is the time.
Yeah, exactly,
Yeah,
exactly,
I can see
exactly,
both sides of it.
exactly. But I do feel, from my personal perspective and opinion, purely personal here, that I do feel like Donna could use just a little bit more patience sometimes. And not in the context of waiting, but in the context of dealing with shit.
More unpacking a little bit.
Yeah, yeah,
A little more unpacking to do so that Donna's in the right place for the universe to be
exactly,
able to work through her.
exactly, exactly, exactly. Yeah. But I guess I like to be really thorough too when I act. So me taking too long is me kind of being overly thorough. Like I need like to have it confirmed, 100%. Whereas the universe is saying, look, when it's 60, 70, that's enough. Act. You don't need to be 100% sure the lion's going to eat you.
Oh, you have to be 110% in my world.
But that's the point. The only way you're going to be sure the lion
I
wants
know.
to eat you is when it's actually
I
eating
got
you.
your point.
All right, all right, all right. But again, I do.
Bill, I got your points before you even
I
talk.
know, I know, I know. But I like to make them clear for me. Yeah,
I know.
I
No,
need
I'm
I
grateful
need
you
clarity. I
make
need
them clear for
clarity.
me.
I love it. I love it. So
Both.
it's
Oh
just
my
amazing to me. It's just amazing to me. Just the whole everything when you look at it so carefully. But I am trying to learn to act. Sometimes the universe gives you the tiniest little clue. And yes, it's indisputable, but it's still only just a clue, and we need to act on those. Yeah, like
need
if you
to
think,
shift out of
yeah,
I can't see them. I gotta tell myself I can see them so I can actually see them.
mm, mm, exactly,
I mean, if you tell yourself enough that you're thick-headed and can't see things, then you're not going to. So
exactly,
I gotta stop doing
exactly,
that.
exactly. And there's another thing though, our our deeper desire and almost a necessity to give people the benefit of the doubt. This benefit of the doubt, it leads to this problem of acting. When I get that one little tiny red flag, which from my experience I've seen before a number of times, and every single time it's led into a an interaction or a relationship, or it means that the person is full of it. And I've seen that before, and now I see it and say, yeah, but I can't say for sure. I have to give them the benefit of the doubt. And then I have this thing being proven to me again and again and again and again and again and again. At what point do you say enough? I've seen this enough times. I'm not being horrid or mean to them. This might be the exception. If it is, and they're the 1 in 100 that turns out to be a nice person, the universe will find a way to bring them back to me. I have to trust.
Exactly.
And so I can't say, oh, I'm going to be being mean to this person and I'm going to exclude them potentially. And I'm going to, no, that's too bad. If it is, too bad. There's plenty nice people in the world to connect with. This is not the nice person for you to connect with. And that's a tough lesson for me. That's been a very tough lesson. So that's difficult, and I still struggle a bit to do that. So now I have seen stuff like in my current situation, I saw the complete and utter BS all over the show right from the word go. But I said, I didn't choose. I still haven't specifically said and made a yes choice agreement to be in the situation I am. Like I said, it was literally almost forced on me, as it were. It's fascinating to me. So, but I saw it and I said, okay, it is what it is. But it was such an amazing manifestation of intent and everything, and it's just incredible. So, all right, here I am in a good situation in the circumstances. It's fantastic, really, really fantastic. Yeah.
Your living arrangements and the people you're with, you mean?
I don't interact with the people, so I'm just living. I live in my
Right.
own. I
Just the
don't.
way it's all played
It's just everything. I'm
out.
enabled. I'm enabled to be able to do what I need to do. Yeah. So, I'm safe. I'm not in a situation where I'm interacting with people, very little, very seldom, once a week essentially at the most, and then it's just hello maybe. But so that's it. Very powerful. Yeah. I'm just in an ideal circumstance right now. I have no pressure on me. I'm in a relative, even though Arizona is the worst place in the world for COVID pretty much right now. I'm still in a small community, it's 400 and something people. So it's not particularly isolated
Moment,
with
please.
tourists.
I have to go to the restroom.
Sure, sure.
I'll be right back.
Yeah, no problem. I got patience. Oh, come on, Beena. Where you? Where you, Beena? Where you, Beena?
I'm back. It's interesting. Riley had his little, that 5-minute little jumping on me and trying to get my attention and all that. It's his right before he gets sleepy like a baby, where they get riled up because they're sleepy and they don't know what to do and they can't quite put themselves to sleep. That's how Riley is. That's that right before he's going to go to sleep, he gets all wound up. So I did. I just ignored him. And it lasted 5 minutes instead of 20. So maybe, the ignoring and some of the stuff we're doing.
Yeah,
And like you had said, it was kind of like he did. I felt that too. Like he even knew, I know I'm not supposed to do this, but I don't know what to do with this because I'm tired and I have this energy and I don't know. And I'm looking to you to help me.
Right. There's a partial should in it. I kind of should do this, but then, he's sort of starting to realize, no, it's not needed. It's not necessary. It's not a should. So, yeah. Because he thinks part of his job is to come and get your attention. It's sort of.
Well, I think it's in situations where he has this like feeling inside that he doesn't know what to do with.
Yeah.
Like he's tired.
Right.
And what he's doing now is he does this thing with his paws where he like swims. And believe it or not, I think that he's coming up with his own mechanisms like a baby. They come up with their own soothing
Yeah.
mechanisms right before
Yeah.
they go to sleep. They have to figure it out. You can rock them, you can give them a pacifier, you know, and I can play with Riley or I can rub him or whatever, but he's got to figure out himself what to do with that I'm really sleepy energy. That's
Yeah.
how I see it anyway.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. It's absolutely. Yeah. 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 And you can cue it as well. Well, you know, the thing to do is just chill. It's not a doing; it's about being. Just share that in your own mindset, and they'll pick that up from you. You know, in your own awareness. It's not a doing that you have to do, Riley. It's a being. Yeah. Make sense? Where you, Donna? I'm not hearing you.
Oh, I was just in deep thought. Do you want to go to narcissism?
Oh yeah, I'm there already. You want to go straight to the tasks, or and go from your notes for the repeat backs and takeaways, or?
I'm not sure. No. Could we please go through the slides real
Oh
quick
sure.
on this one?
Oh
I have to
sure. Oh
refresh.
sure. No problem. No problem. Okay, narcissism, module 3, session 4. Bullshit manipulated narcissist. Oh, bullshit manipulators. In this case, it's just BMs, not BMNs. Bullshit manipulators cross the line into delusion, wanting to believe and believing they can do whatever they want. This bolsters and the underlying narcissist psychology. Crossing one unscrupulous line emboldens stepping over other ethical lines. Yeah, once they do that one little step, it becomes easier to do more. And that's where Brian's at. They sell out once. Now, you may have crossed your ethical lines, but you never made peace with it. You never accepted it. It always bothered the hell out of you. So, in that sense, you never really did cross it. But when they cross and they're like, it's not so bad, it's no big deal, that's the real crossing, right? As long as you're still feeling bad, you haven't really crossed. But when they sort of accept it and say, oh, this is cool, to hell with the conscience. I'm cool with this. I like this. This works for me. That's when they step. See, you never did that. Never ever. Never ever did that. Yes or no? Donna?
I've even quit jobs.
Yeah.
No, I've never. I even
No.
quit a job
Yeah,
that made no
exactly.
sense. I really
Exactly.
wasn't in a position to quit a job because of
Exactly.
ethical reasons.
See, now that's why I want to just give you a smack upside the head when you question your goodness. Really, it drives me nuts, you know. Come on, man. Duh. You're so good. It's incredible. You're like over good. Yeah. All right. Well, there was an. Okay. So what job were you in about the ethical and give me the details of this. Let me go back one step here. I'm keen to hear on the details on this. So what job was it in that you were in that you and why did you quit?
Um, Let me think of the details of it. Well, the long and short of it was the whole banking thing. I was I was on my way to being like a superstar,
Mm,
and Dave Timmons would tell you. And I was in Charlotte, and the project was ending, and I had opportunities, and there was just too much in banking that ethically didn't line up, as I've shared with you in the past. And
mm,
I had to make a decision whether I was going to continue on or leave. And I was at the crux of really, I mean, coming out of that project, we were superstars. Our team, you know, we got a lot of accolades, and we were the up and coming, and our team, quote unquote, ran the project, right? So from the ambition standpoint, everything was in place to have a lot of good things happening, and there was going to be promotion and more money. And but ethically the project ended, and there was enough within the project that wasn't necessarily um, banking oriented. I didn't have as many ethical issues, but I knew that if I went back into like the retail side of it, the banking center side, there was going to be a bunch of things. And then somewhere inside of me, I knew that working for a financial institution and a big corporation ethically just didn't align with who I really was. So it was a tough decision to make. And
Wow.
I like battled it. And then one day I was just like, okay, I'm done battling this. What does your gut tell you to do? And at that point, I didn't have way of impeccability language. I didn't have an awareness of a higher self. I didn't have an understanding of what it was. It was just like, what's your gut tell you? What's, vaguely I have this other guidance system, but I didn't know what it was. I didn't have the words for it. And I just
Wow.
asked that question. And then the
Mm.
next day it was simple and I walked away and everybody was like, what?
Uh,
Yeah.
wow. And then what happened?
And the ethical stuff was I couldn't do it. And
Right.
I was tired of fighting on it.
Yeah. Yeah.
I
Yeah.
was tired of fighting because I wasn't in a position to change. I wasn't a CEO, or I didn't own the company, and
Right.
I didn't see myself being placed in a position that I could change because it was so contrary to the way they ran the corporation.
Mm.
I would have had to keep shifting what I felt was me to be able to get into a position to make changes, and I wasn't willing to do that either.
And that's where I still hope that the universe takes us to that point. At least I do believe that it will come. Or at least I think so. It would make sense. I don't know if it will or not, but it would make sense if it did. That we get into a position where those changes that you would have liked to make then, the ethical changes, the ethical culture, that they can be implemented now, like through a wellness program, through a way of impeccability for a corporation, starting with a CEO. He pushes it on to his senior management. From there, it becomes corporate culture. And you've designed programs for the whole corporation. And now, especially if you do this with a Fortune 500 company, transforms the world. I really see this as happening.
Well,
I absolutely see it as a
in
possibility, I should say.
every single job that I had, I was placed in that to one degree or another. I
Yeah.
mean, every single one. And when it got to where I saw that I wasn't going to be in a position to influence or change, and that they were expecting me to be them, then I
Mm.
just left.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Now, in this particular instance, right, you said you weren't really in a position to quit the job. What happened next?
I moved back in with Brian.
Hmm. And what good came out of it? That's what I'm
Coexisted
trying to
for a
ask.
while. I know.
Now, now it's interesting
We
to me that you
coexisted.
left the job, but you moved back in with Brian. Now, wasn't moving in with Brian somewhat of an ethical compromise?
I didn't see it that way.
Hmm. Hmm. Okay. I'm just asking. Just asking. So, what good came out of that decision?
When I moved back to Brian, from that point on, blinders were taken off little by little.
There you go. There you go. You see now.
I had to move back in with him to be
Exactly.
able to have that happen.
Exactly. And you had to
Right.
quit the job in order to have that happen. You took that leap, and there were unknown, fantastical, marvelous implications and consequences that that you had no clue could happen or would happen, and would never have happened had you not made that leap. But you made the leap because it was you couldn't keep on going in a wrong situation, even if the alternative was the unknown. You chose the unknown rather than a guaranteed wrong. Yes.
I did. And actually, the guaranteed wrong could have easily been justified as an ambitious right.
Correct. Correct. But you never fell into that trap, which is why you don't have innate nonsense inside you, and you don't all those doubts that you've expressed. No, that's why, Beena, Donna. It's so obvious, it just I don't know. Just come on, you know. You are so fantastically, magically good.
It's just the internal conflict. I just have internal dialogue about it
I know,
because
but you
I
got to
wasn't
quit.
always impeccable and I didn't always.
Yeah, but not always being impeccable is not the same thing as not always being good. Very big difference. Doing bad things still not the same thing as being bad. You can be good and do bad things. That happens all the time. Don't confuse the two. You've always been good. Always. 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 Profoundly good. You haven't known what to do with that goodness. You haven't known what to do with your moreness. You haven't known what to do with your sensibility. You didn't know about impeccability specifically in order to, hey, this is what I do with my goodness. This is how I use it. But no, you've always been fantastically good. I've got a hair hanging over my eye and I can't see where the hell it is. You know, I keep brushing it away and it just stays there. Oh, maybe it's in the eye. All right. So anyway, you're fantastically good. Just get used to it now. All right. Mm. But that point I wanted to make though was you jumped off the cliff there, and it was profound. Yes.
Yeah, I have jumped off the cliff several times in my
Yeah.
life.
Yeah. 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 So know that you can, and that's the thing. When we start looking for the cliffs, you know, that's when we start living in attunement. And then they're not cliffs anymore. Then they're just gifts. They're just magic. You know, because that trust is the hang glider that you jump off with, and it's fantastic. You know. So, all right, the slippery slope of bad behavior leading to more, combined with narcissistic indulgence, keeps leading BSs astray. Their chosen delusions are important to them. Their chosen delusions are important to them. Extremely important. Those delusions sustain them, motivate them, and provide their life focus. It's a mess as they perpetually chasing a nothing. Emphasize this chosen. Right. Those delusions sustain them, motivate them, and provide them the life focus. Does that apply to Brian?
Yes.
Yeah. He's motivated and sustained by his delusions. It's amazing. But it's a mess because he's perpetually chasing a nothing. The piling on
Every
of,
once in a while,
yeah,
I'm sorry, every once in a while when I'll use the words where you try to bring it to their awareness, we'll call it calling them out on something.
yeah, yeah,
He's really masterful.
yeah.
He's got it down on how to
Squirm.
yeah, just twist
Wriggle out of
it
it.
and turn it. Oh my gosh. So at the end of the conversation, you're like, WTF did
Yeah,
I just experience?
yeah, 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 yeah. Exactly. Exactly. The piling on of self aggrandizement on top of self aggrandizement leads to the narcissism. They have to, in the end, believe they're the most wonderful thing ever. Otherwise, the entire precarious edifice collapses. And look at Brian, how we constantly had to seek proof that look, oh my God, look what I did out on the call today or whatever. Is in this incessant need because they know it's fragile, so they got to keep piling it on all the time. No wonder when anything at all occurs which disproves this belief in any way, it leads to intense anger and stress, along with ridiculous efforts to counteract the threat. You see this in Trump all the time, right? Whenever there's something like, look at the numbers,
Right?
he gets all bent out of shape because it's disproving it. Now they're even going to the lengths of getting the numbers sent to them so that they can suppress the numbers. Doesn't make the reality go away, just the appearance. That's all that's important to them. It's fascinating. Understanding bullshit manipulation is about understanding preposterous mindsets, attitudes, ethics, personal greed, self critique avoidance, and the inability to face awful truths. This lack of sensibility is colossal, absurd, and outrageous, thriving on chaos. They do, they thrive on chaos. That's very important to understand with them Because when there's chaos, that like you said, that you couldn't talk about it. That knowingness that what they do isn't right. In chaos, none of that matters. You don't have to pretend in chaos because everything is chaotic. You don't have to maintain anything. You don't have to do that. So they love chaos. They thrive in chaos. Chaos, everybody's at the lowest possible level, which makes nobody better, right? Nobody worse either. It's fantastic. At
Just
issue,
provides the shield.
exactly. At issue here is the internal reality and perceptions of the BMN. So basically, by the way, you can say BSMN, bullshit manipulated narcissist. Just add the S in there. BSMN instead of BSM. Anyway, just saying if you want to. Their own knowing. At issue here is the internal reality and perceptions of the BMN, their own knowing. A contradictory affair ranging from narcissism to self-loathing, all existing simultaneously. This is a big point here. We've looked at Brian from the point of the BMN point, right? The BSM point. And that it makes sense. But also, they have the self-loathing in there. And it all exists simultaneously. They know that what they inside is hollow and crap. And it bothers them. They utterly believe. Have you seen instances of this in Brian? Say again?
Yes, I
Ah,
have.
okay. Okay. I just couldn't hear. They utterly believe, for instance, they're crap as people with good reason. But just because they have been and are now crap doesn't, of course, mean there's no hope for them. They believe this in their subjective perspective and sadly making it a self-fulfilling truth. It's very sad. Indeed, objectively, there is some good in them, as one of the distinguishing characteristics of the bullshitter is their obsession with squaring their conscience. The fact that they even attempt this means there's some good in them. They're always looking to justify it and prove it, right? It's so funny. This all is a very
I
complicated
just, I can,
slide. This, yeah,
this is very clear to me. And I can put myself in there though to a certain degree.
yeah, yeah,
I can see it that everything in there
yeah,
from my perspective
yeah. It's
is
fascinating.
me.
So we have to be careful of making a self-fulfilling truth. This is very important. And also, that there is some good in them because they're continually trying to justify it. Now, you have to have some bad in you. Yeah, Donna, what do you think? Say again. I can't hear.
I I don't see it as bad. I just see it as good,
Exactly.
kind of
It's appropriateness.
misapplied.
Exactly. No, but I mean, you have to have some bad in you in the context that when you need to do something that's like, okay, you need to murder somebody in order to protect your kids. Well, okay. See? So it's about appropriateness. When we look at appropriateness, all of these labels of good and bad simply become appropriate in the context. So in one context, they're all appropriate depending on the context. They're neither good nor bad. They're simply appropriate depending on the context. If not, then they're just not being utilized. If it's appropriate, you utilize it. So really, from an appropriate point of view, all of these characteristics, they shift from being labeled as inactive, and if it's appropriate, they shift to active. That's it, right? So generally, we have the so-called bad ones inactive and the good ones active. Very simple. Okay.
You
Unfortunately,
activate the so-called bad ones as appropriate.
exactly, exactly. They're just inactive, not switched off, just inactive, not deleted, just inactive, waiting for in case you need them. That's it. Unfortunately, they resort to bullshit, fudging, squirming, distorting, and other squirreliness to appease their consciences and boost their over-demanding egos. They resort to bullshit in an attempt at squaring matters is what distinguishes them from out-and-out criminals. So there's a difference, right? Criminals just throw this overboard and they don't care. It's like, fuck you, I'm just going to get what I want. I don't care if I'm screwing you over. Haha, I enjoy screwing you over, even some of them. A label they assiduously make every effort to avoid. So the default paradigm, yes, it leads to criminality, and it can when they just completely throw away any pretense. But in the world in general, criminality is not the default. If it were, we'd really have chaos, right? They do decidedly want the benefits of criminal behaviors, but without the smudge on their ego. So they'll do criminal stuff, but they're very careful to not be seen as a criminal. Yeah, I assume that's the case with Brian. Yeah,
I, I don't know.
I'm all right. Let's say he did stuff that he knew that people would see as being kind of shady or whatever. Okay, it's a status thing too, but it's not like he'd sort of, oh, I don't care, and just did it anyway.
Well, I guess the example of a known for sure that I know I experienced versus that watching a movie and thinking it may have happened was when I was in that hospital that he put me in, and the
Yeah,
very first thing he wanted to do is get me to sign a signature card
yeah.
and unemployment papers. And
Wow.
what was that signature card all about? Why was that so important? That made no sense.
Yeah,
And that made me feel as though there was some shady stuff going on. Was there? I don't know. I don't have any
yeah,
details of knowing for sure, but
yeah,
there was just stuff that happened that made no sense.
yeah, yeah. But I mean, look, like
It
when
still
he
makes no
was
sense.
talking about like the police stuff, when he went out and, oh, look, I messed this guy up so bad or whatever, stuff like that. That's not stuff that he would say in public, no.
Oh yeah, you would.
Oh, wow, okay. I guess that's really deep into it then, if you don't even think that stuff is, that you don't even concern with the public perception. But I guess the
Oh, that
time.
was very much in their cop world. That's what they would
Yeah,
do. They would
yeah,
get
yeah,
together and
yeah, yeah,
And
yeah,
he would say that stuff in front of my family because my mom would even say, ah, do you realize that's a little,
yeah, yeah.
you'd have some thoughts. My mom thought that Brian was a psychopath.
Oh,
She
interesting.
would say that often.
Wow, interesting.
Would
Wow,
say he's pure evil.
wow, wow,
Yep, she would
wow.
say that, those words. I put that in my text to you.
Yeah, I do remember actually, sort of. Wow, 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 wow. That's amazing. It just, in the
He
context
had a
now, I remember it
conscience.
differently. Say again? Yeah.
I believe he had a conscience.
Well, oh, mm-mm. She didn't believe he had a conscience. Yeah, interesting. Oh, since I'm eating chocolate, will you read this one, please, Beena, Donna?
Excessive vanity and self-importance sometimes compensates for the lack of self-acceptance in an attempt to obfuscate, obfuscate unpleasant awareness of awful self-truths.
I love the word obfuscate. It's so tricky to say, and it's like,
Obfuscate,
yeah,
yes.
it's like obfuscate is trying to say to us, I'm trying to obfuscate myself. Like a self-proving word. No. And this avoidance of unpleasant awareness and awful self-truths is a big deal. Um, Certainly, there's an acute internal awareness of this belief of theirs that they're crappy, a reality their narcissism utterly and absolutely refuses to face, deal with, or acknowledge. Any negativity of self pops the bubble of specialness, and therefore they're no longer something which has value and thus needs to be unhappy. It's an all or nothing psychology, hence the incessant need for bullshit. Because, like the rest of us, they're not perfect. They acknowledge this also, but internally, they have a plethora of excuses and reasons as to why they're not. Not one of those reasons will have anything to do with them. All will be because of others, circumstance, bad luck, and such like. They absolutely, in other words, refuse to take any responsibility whatsoever for for themselves, yeah, for who they are, yeah, yeah. Right. Oh, you read this one, please.
Sadly, they just can't understand one can be imperfect and be happy. They don't understand personal happiness can come from sources other than praise, admiration, attention, and approval. This is a truly tragic fact of their existence. So preoccupied are they with their incessant ego demands that alternatives, even when patently obvious and immediate in their day-to-day lives, are simply not seen nor recognized. The blindness caused by ego dominance is astounding, something all of us can take as a dire warning of the dangers of inappropriate immersion, especially immersion into ego.
That can count for positive as well.
Sorry, I didn't hear that.
That can count for positive as well. We can get immersed in, for instance, being overly self-honest, like we were talking about the other day, and owning every little thing that happens as our badness because we're being excessively self-honest and blowing it up out of proportion. We can get immersed in that stuff.
As I'm going through this, though, I still feel like this is me. I don't know why.
Well, it is. You are Brian. We are everybody. You are Brian, you me, you Beena, you everybody. That's why we need to understand it, because if we don't understand this fully, we are denying a great big part of ourselves, right? Important differences exist between self-love, self-care, and self-kindness. Self-love can be narcissistic, self-care can be vanity, and self-kindness can be selfishness. Discernment is the potent application of awareness. Yeah?
Yep.
Yeah.
It's just the misapplication of those things
Right.
leads
Exactly.
to the.
Exactly. The narcissism of the BMN is a gross distortion hard to miss. Where does narcissism start? How does self-belief become narcissism? How is this possible? Through unchecked accumulation. Each little bit of added overhype and overestimation of self, each additional self-aggrandizement, in themselves small and relatively insignificant, add to this accumulated distortion of self-perception. Right. So, a nice example of accumulation of minutiae is dust. Right? Each speck of dust, one speck of dust on your beautiful mantelpiece, no big deal, yeah? You won't even see it, right? Accumulation of minutiae. We can take heed from their bullshit misbeliefs and look inside at what we subscribe to. Often those beliefs, such as the belief in specialness, aren't particularly obvious. If we take these exaggerations and extreme distortions and work backwards, looking at their origins, we come to see what perhaps lurks within. Perhaps for us, specialness masquerades as self-pity or being a victim, or we overemphasize a particular talent. We only need to ask ourselves as a self-check, is my belief bullshit? Am I distorting truth?
The
Insisting on...
fact that it's a belief tells you the answer.
Exactly, 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 exactly. Insisting on self-honesty makes narcissism impossible.
Okay, so if I am Brian and I see him as a narcissist and doing unkind things, then I am that. So how is it not appropriate for me not to feel as though as I'm going through this is me? It seems very appropriate.
It is you because you are
Or
also
was
Brian.
me.
right?
No, what, right?
Right. We
Okay,
can
I'm
be
trying.
everybody. Everybody else is a version or a variation of us. We are in the great allness of everything. When we say the big one of everything, we are everybody, of course. So everybody is a part of us, but they're going down these paths that we could have gone down, but we aren't on. So understanding how they got there prevents us from going down those paths in the first place. When we really, really understand all the way to the root, and this is
Okay,
what we need
okay,
for
just
the
a sec.
oneness. Sorry, so go ahead.
So before you go through the oneness, to clarify, because this is really important and where I'm sort of stuck. So when you say that, and I get that, we are all connected and we are all one and we come from one source. So when I felt as though, and this is like really important to me, and this is icky, when I felt as though there was a possibility that Brian, based on all external circumstances, was inappropriate in his behavior with my daughter, right? That's yucky, right? You're with me?
Mm-hmm.
If I'm him, then there was a part of me that said, was I inappropriate with my daughter? And it was so yucky that I may have done that, that I can't admit it to myself. Is that an awful truth? Could I have had those feelings inside of me that were that distorted and warped that I can't deal with that? So when I hear that I'm Brian or Brian's me, and then I look at the things that Brian did, I can't even comprehend doing some of the stuff that I know
Right.
he did.
Right.
So
Okay.
that creates conflict.
We
I
need to
don't
back.
get that.
We
I
need to
don't.
backpedal a little bit. When I'm saying that you are Brian, right? I don't mean it in a. I should clarify. It was a poor way of expression. I should say.
No, it's not just you. A lot of people
I
say
know. I
that. You
know.
know,
I
we're
know. But
one, we're connected.
I know. But it's a poor way of expressing it because it's not really the way it is. Brian or others are potential us's. They are variations and they are alternative us's. So it's like you have this one and it's this great big bubble, right? Oh, and then all these infinite possibilities. But then something happened in the universe, whatever, I don't know what, but it's like you could say that bubble shatters. And the universe says, wait a second,
Right.
we want to figure out what is the ideal way of being. So it starts off each particular, it plants all these seeds of awareness, right? In just a slight variation. It's like it's doing this giant scientific study, and every single individual is a potential path to figuring out how to get it all resolved, right? So Brian is obviously a dead end, right? You and I, we are still on a path where we might get to. We are not in a conclusive dead end yet. You see my point? So this is how we are. Those we start from the same seed, and we are potentials. We're choosing this awareness path, but if we made this choice, we go down that way. We made this choice, we do this way, and we get stuck in all this. So the universe is figuring out through all of us, which is, of course, we are the universe, but we split ourselves into little parts. So yes, in a way, Brian is you, but not this local you. He's the you in the grand sense. He's a part of the you in the grand sense, but only a part. So he isn't actually the you of now. That's why some of these things are incomprehensible, and they need to be, because we're saying, wow, in that way this makes no sense. That's a terrible part. It's incomprehensible. That doesn't work. Sorry, no, that's no good. We're trying to figuring out the way to be. It's the universe is trying to figure out the way to be. It's using us as the mechanism, us as individuals.
Well, right now the universe is bringing, like in the last probably 5 years, all kinds of aspects that were me and are no longer.
Mm.
And then the shift to more of a universal experience with others that are hasn't happened yet as
Right,
much.
right. So the other part, and
Does it, is there,
go ahead.
I'm sorry.
No problem.
Go, no, I want to hear what you say.
Okay. So the other part of the seeing these variations in others that's valuable for us is when we look at someone like Brian, we see what not to do. We see the mistakes. We see the errors where they chose a path what they thought was a good idea at the time. But no, we see things like when you choose paths out of desperation, when you choose paths for survival, that yes, you got to choose that path, but you got to not let go completely. You got to hold on to your goodness to say, I only need to do this to survive and stick out. Or you need to say no, even as a child, run away, for instance, do the impossible when the possible is unconscionable and is horrible. So we have to realize that we have options, that we didn't think we had back then. We did have options, right?
But I feel like, I feel like, okay, all those individuals have been around me. And I've been aware that there are aspects of me without having the words. I've had an acute awareness that they are there beyond just a physical person, that there was a bigger purpose and that it was more meaningful, that the relationship was providing a purpose beyond just a grandma or an aunt. Or okay, does that make sense so far?
Mm-hmm.
So I've had that awareness from a very young age, and I didn't have words, and now I see aspects of corporate person being totally focused on work. The egotistical, the narcissistic, the addicted to a concept, the addiction piece, the disconnected from an appropriate connection with mom. I see that in all the people. And I feel like at some point, won't there be a shift where you're like, okay, those are all the aspects of the past that maybe you started down and made a choice not to go down, or you saw instantly not to go down? When will there be the aspects of divine and you're like, yes, that's like, when will that shift of, does it ever happen? Or
Oh
do
yeah.
you just
Oh yeah.
continue to see
Oh, oh,
aspects that
wow.
learning and past you didn't go down, and
Wow.
aspects of yourself that you've shifted out of?
Yeah. That'll happen when we've done the PSP fully.
All right, then
Because
damn
you
it, we're doing it today. I'm done with this. Okay, we
because
have 8 hours. Let's get this done.
no problem. Because it's the point of it is to understand it, not just to see it. Difference. Big difference.
Why can't I understand it on my own? Shouldn't I be able to be attuned and have that
There's a lot
awareness
of
and
yes,
understanding?
yeah, sure you could, but it'll maybe take a long time. This is just a shortcut to doing it. So you want to get it over and done with. That's the point. It's a shortcut. So just doing it quicker. So and we can understand everything, but it takes a lot of time. That's why we leverage off learning from others because it saves time. All right, insisting on self-honesty makes narcissism impossible. Donna, you can't be a narcissist because you have self-honesty. It's not possible, Donna. Right? Right? Yes. So I couldn't hear because you were soft there.
Yes, I was
All right.
intentionally.
Okay. Now I'll just skip the joke. And session 4. Alrighty then. What are recurring excuses in your life? Ooh. Hmm. Hmm. Yeah, I do. If I should say that, if any, I don't. I shouldn't assume that they are.
There aren't any.
Okay.
No,
How is
I
your? Oh,
can't. I have
that's
nothing.
awesome. How is your happiness affected by perfectionism in its various forms?
You don't equate.
It doesn't apply. All right. What are self-love, self-care, and self-kindness to you, and how exactly do you apply them? Ooh, that's a good one. That should apply for Donna. Yep.
Um, yeah. On a continual basis, I keep that in the forefront. And they're not the things of taking myself to get a manicure kind of things anymore. It's just self-honesty, just awareness, and staying in that equates to self-love and self-care and self-kindness. I mean, truly being committed to your awareness.
Does self-acknowledgement fall into that category?
In the awareness, the self-acknowledgement is innate, so yeah.
Do you acknowledge your full goodness and sensibility?
Most of the time.
And does that lead to self-appreciation?
It's getting there.
All right. Important that hesitation. Right. Okay. As we go through this, you're going to see more and more how you are not this. Not that you can't be this, how you aren't this. Yes, you are capable of all of this, which is a good thing, but you're also not this. We are going to get into ethical manipulation in the nobility section. Very important to understand manipulation. Very important. Very important. So the universe sometimes puts us into situations where we need to ethically manipulate. Where we need to manipulate. We don't have a choice. All right. Why is self-honesty? Oh, sorry. Was specialness and a desire need to be special a factor in your life? If so, how?
No.
Say again?
No.
No. Question. Why is self-honesty so vitally important? Look at the question, really. But
Right. How can you have awareness without self-honesty?
exactly. How can you have impeccability without self-honesty? How can you have realness without
They
self-honesty?
just all go.
Exactly. Exactly. We'll just have bullshit otherwise, right?
Right.
Okay. Agendas and beliefs. Let me just check if there are any messages. Oh.
Okay, I'm gonna cancel my workout class because I'm gonna commit to this today.
Okay.
One moment, please. I gotta
No
go in
problem.
and cancel my reservation.
Sure.
I was gonna go at 9:30, but I'm not going to. Oh, crud. Can I X out of you to get so where I can use the internet?
No.
Okay, thank you. Oh, man. The other thing that happens when I'm going through this kind of stuff is I literally experience, the best I can describe it as, dementia. Dementia characteristics, like words. I sort of go into this, I don't know. Words aren't there. I'm sort of in this little floaty bubble thing. It's weird. Unusual. Not a negative, just unusual.
All right. So, all of the stuff we're talking about here, they're awful truths, right? And what we are doing is we are going to, as the program goes further, we are most decidedly making a determined, conscientious, deliberate effort to be able to perceive awful truths as not only as a positive, but as a value. And we are going to use the perception of awful truths to transform and transmute us into our space of moreness. There's a very, very, very deliberate agenda at stake here. It's not to see these things and know they exist and sort of ignore them. No, it is to deliberately see them and to see them as a gift, as valuable. So there's much more coming.
Why is my natural instinct to this? I can get there, And I can do it if I really make myself, but my natural instinct is to not want to deal with this.
You don't want it to be true.
And it feels like it's because, right, I don't want it to be true about myself.
Exactly, but it is. And that's the point that we're working towards. That's why we're sticking with this. Are we getting fantastic engagement in the group? It's most excellent. I mean, people are really doing what I hope they would. You know, real sincere, genuine interactions and comments and stuff, you know. Valuable stuff. Very useful. Where's my comment? See, I was a little bit ahead. Uh-huh. Okay. Yeah, I was saying we're getting really, really good engagement in the group.
Yes, I did hear that.
Yeah. Anyway, somebody asked, you know, what is what is something you added to your morning routine that had a significant impact on your life? Great question. And you know, 29 comments. Everybody's giving, you know, meditation after breakfast, affirmations. Not sure yet, but started making my bed in the morning. No, anyway. Oh, good. It's good. And as you know, people are saying what helps for them and that. So, all right. Let me just check them. I'll come back to that. Okay. Agendas and beliefs. Module 3, Session 5. Corrupt agendas and motivations lead to distorted perspectives, to inappropriate perceptions and behaviors. Lacking independence of being easily. Huh?
Can you please share so I can read?
Oh, dang nabbit, sorry. Yeah. Corrupt agendas and
Please
motivations.
start over.
Yeah. Corrupt agendas and motivations lead to distorted perspectives, to inappropriate perceptions and behaviors. Lacking independence of being easily makes one inadvertently complicit via default unawareness and opens otherwise good people to manipulation and abuse. This is a big deal, yeah. It's a big deal, quite. Okay. While you do that, where's my thing? Here we go.
Okay.
Oh,
So I have a question.
Yeah.
I have a question regarding that. This goes back to my text. So independence of being is what I'm relating this to.
Mm.
All right. You have a scenario where, let's say Amanda had her baby shower and she didn't invite me to the baby shower. I would take that personally. I would be hurt and angry. My first feeling would have been abandonment, then betrayal, and then anger, and then hurt. And so that goes back to independence of being. Then I would share that with my mom. And my mom would say, what an awful thing your daughter did.
Yeah.
I can't believe that she didn't invite you to her shower. That is just awful. No wonder, dear, that you feel so bad inside.
And you see
So
where
that
you
would
got
be a
that
typical
belief from.
scenario.
And right there, you see
That
where
would be this.
your response is confirmed by your mom, and you see where it originated.
That's what I grew up in. So Brian, on the other hand, wouldn't be invited to Amanda's shower.
Mm-hmm.
And Brian wouldn't care less. It wouldn't bother him in the least.
Wow.
So I would go to my mom and say, yeah, Brian wasn't invited either. But it didn't, I talked to him about it and he didn't care at all. He didn't take it personally. He didn't really care. I know, that's what I'm telling you. Brian has no emotions. He's a psychopath. He doesn't feel anything. He is out there. How can a person not care about being invited to their own daughter's shower?
Oh, easy.
That just proves my point that he is evil.
No. Yes. No. It does prove the point that he's evil. But there's a bit of a flaw in your logic here. It's that either orness, right? The universe is trying to show
That's what
you.
my mom would say.
I understand, but this is the problem. Your mom's, the narrowness of her perspective is corrupting your own belief system here. The universe is trying to show you in the anomaliness of this. You are bothered and you want to not be bothered, right? So here you get shown the other
Right.
extreme. You get one extreme, that's your botherness, or an extreme on Amanda's behavior. You get an extreme in Brian. You get an extreme in your mom. But you don't put them all together and say, how can I put all of this together to get out what I want? Which is, if you have true independence of being, which Brian does not, he doesn't have anywhere close to independence of being. If you truly had independence of being, you'd say, okay, if she wants to invite me, it's her choice. I won't take it personally. So you don't subscribe to your mom's logic, and you don't subscribe to Brian's either. You're just at peace with yourself. It's not that you don't care. You would have liked to go. You do care, but at the same time, you're not allowing it to upset you. So you care, and you aren't upset. Brian doesn't care, which is why he's not upset. But you can care and be not upset both at the same time, which also
Okay, right. So
would
let
be an
me
impossibility
let
for your
me
mom.
say right. So let me say that in that scenario, now I look at that and I am that. I would be hurt, but I wouldn't allow that emotion of hurt to ruin my day, like a week or a month, like I used to.
Right.
I would feel hurt about it, and then I'd be, well, she must have reasons, and that's fine. But what I wanted to do was say, well, maybe Brian does have independence of being, and maybe he is aware, and maybe he is not evil. He's actually the opposite. He's a very aware, good, kind person.
Maybe.
I know.
It's possible. That's a big maybe, and
Maybe.
that's your goodness. That's your over goodness. It's your over goodness. Yes, in this instance, that could be so, but you have too many other stuff that negates that. So, all right, in this instance, maybe, yeah, but not in general, no. So, furthermore,
Right. And so that's the kind of thinking I was doing more of in the last few months, sifting and sorting and seeing things from different perspectives and trying to make sense of it. Now, see, you're instantly able to make sense of it and have it be appropriate. I'm still sifting and sorting and trying to I'm just being honest.
I know. Keep going. That's another reason to keep going. A good reason to keep going. Lots of it. Another
Keep
point
going.
here. Lacking independence of being easily makes one inadvertently complicit via default unawareness and opens otherwise good people to manipulation and abuse. That's an important point. You being hurt opens you up to potential manipulation and abuse.
Well, quite honestly, from the life experience that I had, I must have made a choice, because right from the get-go, there was nothing in my experiences that would have developed or been easily to obtain independence of being initially.
No, exactly.
It all led to that, but it was all the opposite of it for so long.
Exactly. It all led to it. Independence of being is not something that life can give you. You can only acquire it for yourself. So the only thing that life can give you is the circumstances that will lead to it. It has to lead to it. No, there's no other option. It has to. Right. So the lesson from that story is to learn to stop thinking in extremes and to say, oh, I need to look at the result, the consequence of what I want. What I want is to not be bothered by this and to care. Put it together. Furthermore, I want even more than that. I want nobility of soul and spirit, which says, if I'm truly of noble spirit, I have to trust without knowing that Amanda is being impeccable and good. I take it for granted because I have no clue what her motivations are here. Furthermore, if I know Amanda is not generally impeccable and good like Brian, then I know that she's acting out of bubble awareness. How can I take this personally and be hurt? It's foolish. Even if she is meaning to deliberately hurt you for whatever reason, because she's angry with you or something, trying to get back at you for whatever reason, she's still acting out of a bubble of unawareness and ignorance and poor motivation and poor choices and misbeliefs, long ago misbeliefs sometimes, like Brian. How can you hold this against her? How can you be hurt? You can't.
You can't hold it against her, but where I get to is, and this is the crux point, there's the nobility thinking of she's in an awareness bubble, but there's also the world perspective of that wasn't kind and nice, and I don't want to be associated with those kinds of behaviors, so I'm going to walk away from that
Excellent.
person.
Excellent. 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 So that's your caring. But why do you need to be hurt? Note my words. Not why are you hurt? Why do you need to be hurt? Because of your mother's logic. In her logic, you need to be hurt because that proves that you're a good person. That proves you care. Because if you're not hurt, then you're Brian, who's got no conscience. It's either or for her. She's not able to combine the things and see complexity and sophistication. That's simplistic thinking. No, it's simplistic thinking, and it's not efficient. It's not effective. It sounds like she was very definitive. She cued.
Oh yeah.
She cued in that
over
definitiveness
and
that she was
over
right.
and over and
But she
over
wasn't. She was.
and over with every single relationship.
She was wrong in everything, pretty much. Her mom.
Okay,
In a narrow
so
context,
that
she was correct.
influenced my programming. That
Yeah.
influenced my programming. And so now I can see noble thinking,
Yeah.
and I can aspire to noble thinking, but it makes my wiring go still.
Yeah. Well, it's just practice. This program. This is about seeing nuance, seeing sophistication, seeing the fiddly, tweaky details, seeing beyond that obvious black and whiteness, seeing gray, seeing colors. What it's all about. Why is so important to do?
But isn't there any credence to the fact that, okay, you know, like if somebody's just doing things that, okay, another example is I take things personally, and it has to do with, I equate you care if you do things that show you care. And by the things that show you care, I have specific things that you have to do. And if you don't do them, you don't care. Okay, so let's just take one of, in that example, if Amanda cared, she'd want to spend time with me. Of course she would invite me to her shower. So the fact that she didn't invite me to her shower and she invited other people means that she cares about other people and she doesn't care about me.
No,
that would be my answer.
Logic. Yeah.
Oh, I know, but I'm just being honest. That is where I go. It seems really obvious to me.
No.
It is very, very obvious. If she cared about me, then she would invite me to her shower. The fact that she didn't, she doesn't. So she rather spend time with other people than spend time with me. It's pretty obvious. So go spend time with other people, because I don't want to waste my time on somebody that doesn't want to spend time with me. So you go and do your own thing, and I'll go and do my own thing.
Exactly. And that's just the reality of life. We have to get used to it, and that's it. There you go. Move on. Very simple. Move on.
Right.
The children come through you. That's it. They're not of you, not from you. They just come through you. That's all.
What's the difference?
The difference is that they're independent creatures. They may or may not have any connection to you. May or may not. They can end up to be completely different to you, or very similar to you. We can find difference and similarity in anybody. We just look for it a little harder in our children.
Okay, it's gone.
Okay. It's an important point with Amanda. They have to accept the awful truth. Amanda might not be a very nice person. Simple as that. Now, who knows in the future, but right now, in a bubble. Only thing you can do is be patient and trust, right?
Well, that shower scenario was not real. I just made it up to
Yeah, no, I know,
exercise
I know, but
similarities.
I know. But it's an abstract truth, so yeah, I understand. It's all good. It doesn't matter with Amanda or whoever. I'm just saying for Amanda. I mean, and there's many reasons why people do horrid things. Sometimes they're good reasons, you know. Or sometimes they crappy reasons for sort of good reasons at the time, desperation reasons. She loves you so much, she's in a poor place. Let's say her house is a mess, she's let herself go, she's drinking, whatever. She values you so highly, she doesn't want you to see her in that state. But okay, all her alcoholic friends she's invited, and they're going to have a big booze up party for the baby shower. uh, you know lots of reasons why things happen. Lots of reasons. This is the point. The world doesn't work the way we think it does. To assume we know what reasons are when we have no clue. Yes, we can have a general probability, but we have to make allowance for the outliers, especially when something is so outrageous and anomalous. There's usually an anomalous and outrageous reason for it. Sometimes it's the obvious truth too. But if you don't know, you just have to make peace with it and say, it is what it is. Since I don't know, even though it's a probability she's being crappy, I'm going to choose to believe it's for some good reason. There you go. That's how you make peace with it. Deliberately choosing to believe. Sometimes we have to. We have to make a choice to believe. We don't have to believe it's the probability. It's likely, but not for certain. Therefore, I'm free to choose the improbability and say, okay, I'm going to choose to believe it's the improbability. I know I'm looking at it through rose-colored glasses, but this is how I choose to do it. I'm not being naive or ignorant. It's a deliberate choice. Therefore, it's empowering. So when you do come there and you see the truth and whatever, you find out, okay, so I was wrong. Okay, I'm happy to be wrong. Hey, right? Make sense, Donna? I'm not hearing you. All right.
Yes, it makes sense.
Oh, good, good, good. All right. Much as the bullshitter is governed by their distorted agendas and goals, we, too, have to pay attention to our own inner state. We may only have a fraction of this corruption, but for the bullshitter, that little is enough. Their innate acquaintance, their intimate acquaintance with their own distortions and bullshit makes them hyper aware of the same in others. The difference is in good people, that bit of bullshit is a shame. Yeah, good people, I need to put Donna in brackets there. Behind good people is a bit of a shame, and sometimes good people aren't proud of and certainly don't want to be exposed. Want exposure, I guess I could say. want exposure. They will deal with their own failings by themselves. To the BMN in particular, this is a gaping doorway to manipulation and exploitation. Right? So, when we are hiding something that we feel shameful about, this is for them a magnet for zooming in on you and looking for that and figuring it out. And since you're not open about it and at ease with it, and you feel shameful about it, this is like, oh, now I can manipulate it because you don't want it to be out in the open. This is a blackmail thing they can leverage you with, right? They just threaten to expose it just simply through asking questions. Oh, what are you ashamed of? You can't lie. You say, well, I don't want to share. Oh, well, there is something you're ashamed of. Oh, that means you did something bad. You see, they don't have to know what it is. Just the fact that they can sense it and feel it in you is enough for them to manipulate and leverage you. Very powerful, Donna. Very powerful. We thus have to look at our own deep-seated beliefs, which are the causality of our own behaviors. If we pay attention, we will see we hold some beliefs which lead to motivations we can't really justify. A deep personal matter, something that's part of being human, and the constant learning and growing which is life. Yeah. So we have this. We have some beliefs which lead to motivations which you can't justify. It's important to pay attention to those. For instance, being hurt. Is it a motivation or a belief or a feeling that you can justify? Not really, right? Or do you feel there is some justification for feeling it?
No, I really don't.
There you go.
After the fact, but not in the fact.
Yeah. All right, we're going to get to this. We're going to get to this point of being hurt and the nobility when we get there later. So, none so easy to deceive as those so desperately willing to believe.
When you believe, you lose your
Say again? I couldn't
When
hear.
you believe, then when you believe, independence of being gets corrupted.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, beliefs are very dangerous. We have to have them, but when we do have them, we need to have them willingly and knowingly and in full conscious awareness that it is a belief and that it may or may not be so, and we set our strategy to take care of us in either case. I'm believing that Amanda had good reason for excluding me. I'm willingly believing she had a good reason when it likely is not. Likely she's just being crappy. But why do I have to believe that? I don't have to. I know it's likely, but I don't have to believe it. But in this case, I'm choosing to believe. Choosing to believe, very profound. Very profound.
Okay, but I used to do that, and that's what led to me being foolish and naive. Because the outcome would be that it was crappy. And then
Yes,
I'd be like,
yes,
oh,
yes,
see, I chose
yes.
to believe and see the good, and it ended up crappy. So I'm foolish and naive.
You insisted on being convinced, which is different to choosing to believe. And insistence on being convinced is a whole other matter. Choosing to believe means we know consciously that it isn't necessarily so, but it gives me peace. I know I could be wrong, and I'm happy with that. In other words, I stay open, and when it does turn out to be, say, okay, all right, I wasn't, but I'm not wasn't really wrong because I knew this was the probability, but I chose better. Okay, now my bubble is popped. Now I have to face and deal with the awful truth of it. Okay, I was in a nice happy bubble for a while. I was there willingly and deliberately and consciously, right? I knew that. Okay, I also gave you the benefit of the doubt, which is part of my nobility and goodness. Okay, you're now insisting that it isn't so. All right, now I have to reshift and adapt to this. All right. Again, it's not the same thing as being convinced, which is that's what makes you naive and blind. See, big difference, right, Donna? You made your belief so strong that it became a fact. That's a whole other thing. Yeah, not hearing you.
Yes, yes.
All right. It's very powerful. Its relevance here is that these personal flaws, and especially if they're indulgences, when we knowingly engage in what we personally believe isn't good or wrong, these personal transgressions against ourselves make a huge difference when dealing with bullshitters and BMNs. They will actively look for these flaws in us and look to exploit them. We have to be extra vigilant of ourselves and our motives and beliefs when dealing with bullshit. That's how they get you. You overstep, they suck you in. We simply need to look at people misled by bullshit promises. Inevitably, it's their desperation for that promise to be fulfilled which causes them to swallow the bullshit. Why? Because they don't want to deal with their own inner distorted reasons for wanting this shortcut. They don't want to make the effort to learn, to investigate, to research, to check. Since racism is the big thing of the day at the moment, this is it when it comes to racism. They want they innately feel like they want to be a bit racist because they want to be superior in some way because they feel so crap about themselves. They look for any excuse to feel superior. So it's their own inner bullshit, distorted reason. So they kind of buy into the racism. Or they don't actively resist it. Or they want something which isn't easily justifiable. Here it is, like a racist motive or personal greed. Their own deep-seated misbeliefs make them vulnerable to bullshit and to being misled and exploited. They are thus led astray by their own narcissism and false beliefs. Yeah, we see a lot of this lately. Oh, I used this picture twice. Okay. Achieving a bullshit goal cannot result in satisfaction. Attaining a flawed ambition only ends in loss of hope. Yeah, this is a sad quote here. It's a big deal, this one. Right, Donna?
Yes.
That loss of hope, attaining a flawed ambition, like in the fable of Marilyn. Did I read that to you? I think so, yeah?
Yes.
Yeah, yeah.
What is the stuff down here with the pictures? Are you looking? Like I have some things showing up on my screen.
Underneath, it's just the window's not full screen, that's all.
Oh, okay. You
Yeah,
have
it
other
just
windows open.
and the windows underneath. Yeah, I like that because I can check things But I mean, it's just how I set my windows up in general. So, like
Oh,
usually when
okay.
I'm working on the slides, I'll have like where's Blaster now? Yeah, you see, like when I'm doing the audio for the slides, I have these two windows. I don't know why this one moved across now. I have them set up like this. So, come on now, don't go full screen on me. Ah, sometimes Windows you just make my life trickier now. I don't know what happened here. Something went weird now. But anyway, when I set this window, you see, I don't know. Something is going on. Anyway, I set them up so that I can easily switch between the windows without having to click at the bottom here, because that's kind of difficult to do sometimes. Ay, ay, ay. My mouse must not be working right because I'm double clicking on this title bar here and it's making it difficult. There we go. So I was trying to do. There we go. Now I can work in this window and switch to this one. Oh, wow. Well, the one that I was working on at least, which is uh, other side. Oh, I don't know. They all messed me up now. I don't know where that window went. Did I close it? The one we were on. What happened to it? Normally, Donna, when I hover down here, it brings up the menu list of the stuff, but for whatever reason, that stops working at some point in time. I don't know why. Yeah, that window just closed for whatever reason. Oh, wow. I don't know. No, we were on. This is a second window I had open. I don't know why it closed, Donna. Sorry. Module 3, we're on session. This one, agendas and beliefs, right? Yeah, I think so.
5, right?
Just amazing how the windows work. Okay. Our own beliefs and agendas are often subtly influenced and affected without any action by ourselves. Paying attention to convention soon reveals what we simply assume to be valid, what we've adopted just because it's commonly believed, not because we ourselves specifically and deliberately believe what we've assimilated. All too often, unfortunately, the agendas of convention are bullshit, a bullshit we don't always spot unless we purposely look with awareness and understanding. This is particularly relevant to your mother. She said things that were, yes, sensible in a limited bubble context, but not in the full context. So you have to really look carefully at the things that your mother said with such conviction. And those things which you, in other words, adopted just because they were said with a conviction and seemed to be obviously true, but weren't necessarily. Eh? Bullshitters are handy for identifying. Say again?
Yeah, great influence over.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. So bullshitters are handy for identifying these bullshit beliefs, especially those of convention, as they're attuned to what's popular and to what they believe most people value, adopting these beliefs and ambitions as a means to obtain approval, typically exaggerating such assumed ideas, useful for us when it comes to identifying this particular and subtle form of bullshit. Look at this that your text. Your example of the baby shower with Brian and Amanda and your mom. This is exactly the beautiful example of this, right? So, so your mom has a flawed belief. Brian comes and he absolutely exaggerates it, but in that exaggeration, he's drawing attention to it, to the entire issue, forcing you to think a bit about it. So, if you take your mom's perspective, you still end up being hurt, which is not ideal. You don't want to be hurt. So there's an alternative. There's a third alternative here. Brian doesn't have the hurt, but he has the uncaring. Mom has the caring, but not the hurt. Therefore, logically, put the two together. Yeah. Learn to care and not be hurt, which is independence of being. An option your mom never considered.
I
Likewise.
guess part of me feels like I don't exactly know how to be that. It still feels foreign. It still feels as though that would be like a robot where you don't have emotions. That's what I equate it to. Now, that's a belief and it may not be appropriate and it may not apply, but somewhere it's there and still gnaws at me a little.
Independence of being doesn't mean we don't have emotions. It just means
Why
you're
does
able to
it feel
choose
that
them.
way to me?
It's your mom's belief, that's why. Your mom very
That's the
strongly believed this.
push-pull.
Oh.
Very strongly.
Oh,
It's
independence
the
of being means
push-pull.
we feel very strongly, but because we want to, we like feeling strongly. We're always feeling strongly because why would you not? The difference with independence of being is that you choose to feel strongly what you wish to choose. Now, when we get into nobility, in the case of that shower thing, all you're going to feel is profound love. And you understand that people make stupid choices because of ignorance and unawareness and stupidity. When you truly, truly, truly understand this and know it to be so, you'll love them regardless. Make no difference. How can you be hurt?
I can
It's
be
what it
there
is.
sometimes. I can be there most of the time,
Exactly.
but I'm not there all the time.
Right, right. So independence of being is coming. It's just a habit now. That's it. It's just a habit now. That's all.
I have it and shifting out of the mindset that it's a robot that doesn't care.
Wow. That's not independence of being. How are you independent?
No, I know. I just,
Yeah.
I know that. I know.
You might be,
I know,
but
but
it's
I'm
not.
not.
Right,
I'm not B.
right. Exactly. You might be independent, like a robot could be independent, but it's independence of being. It's not. I never say independence, because you could be independent like a robot, but a robot cannot have independence of being. Not possible for a robot. It's stupid when you say it with a
Okay, but
robot.
see, if you remember, I made that distinction, and I can be there sometimes.
I know.
I said independence of being is not at all being an
Right.
independent. They're,
Right,
that's
right.
not the same thing.
But you're still associating it with robotic. I'm now just making the triangle complete to say, take it the other way. Say, can a robot have independence of being?
Oh,
So how can independence of being make you robotic? It's simple what I'm doing. It's kind of childish almost, but that's how our brains are sometimes. To make a connection, we just have to sometimes go to that other perspective and say, oh, duh, yeah, you're right. Right? There was an association in the brain with independence of being and being robotic. But when I asked the question, can a robot have independence of being? Said, no, of course not. Oh, so now that association vanishes. Right? Very simple trick. But that's the brain inside. Sometimes it's very simple, but it's very idiotic. So comma makes all the difference. Yeah?
continue on.
Say again?
Continue on, please.
Yeah. I'm here on the end slide now, in session 5. I want to add that question in. No, don't know how. We'll see now. Well, I'm gonna figure out a way to make it fit here now. I'll have to adjust the text box a bit. Come on, one more. Jump up there. There we go. I think I have to make the text a little smaller. A little more. Just until all comes on that one line. Come on, all. Jump up there. Come on, all. There we go. It's too much. It took too long to go there, but all right, let's see. Yeah, because if it's too far down the bottom on the phone, sometimes it gets cut off. So, all right. Okay. How are your beliefs and especially your motivations justified? Are you desperate about wanting anything at all? All right. First of all, how are your beliefs and especially your motivations justified?
They're not.
Okay. Are you desperate about wanting anything at all? Are you desperate about wanting anything at all?
Answered no.
Oh, I didn't hear. Okay. Sorry. I wonder why your voice doesn't always register on your mic. It's fascinating to me. It's really fascinating. In dealing with bullshitters and BMNs, what aspects, behaviors, or beliefs did they exploit in you? You already said. They exploited your ignorance, your naivety, yeah? Your willingness to believe
And my
goodness,
kindness.
and your kindness.
Right.
Yeah. Were these your own or those of convention? That's a
Both.
good question. Both. Yeah. What can you replace these beliefs, desires, and behaviors with?
Awareness and appropriateness.
There you go. And impeccability. Yes. Can a robot
Right.
have independence of being? Nope. Uh,
No.
yeah. Well, I want to say why not, right? Because otherwise it's just a no, and you know, it's like, well, I'm thinking of other participants, like say Erica, when she sees that, I want to, yeah, why not, right? I
But
messaged her
with
just,
a healthy independence of being, you still have to have emotion.
of
It's
course, what's the
the
point of it otherwise? Sorry, I interrupted you there.
it's just the appropriate application of the emotion.
Exactly, and choice. When we have independence of being, we not only have appropriate emotions, but they are deliberately chosen. Because there's many
Well,
variations of appropriate.
That's the application. That's the
Exactly,
application point.
exactly,
You can't
exactly,
apply without choice, so it's innate. It's
exactly,
implied. It's already there.
exactly. We get to independence of being through and via deliberate living. We can live deliberately and not necessarily have independence of being. But if we have independence of being, we have to have deliberate living. So deliberate living is the pathway to independence of being. So if you want to say in your day, I say this to Sherry, if you can at all come on when Sherry's on, it's Tuesday mornings. Her time is between 6 and 8, but she typically comes around about 7 o'clock. I shouldn't say typically, but somewhere in that time. If ever you can overlap with Sherry, I would really like you to, because Sherry's a very special case and a very different case uh, for many reasons. And then you kind of hear how people get stuck in things again. I know, I forget my point why I wanted to mention Sherry. What was I saying before I started saying her?
We were talking about deliberate living is what now? I was writing it down actually.
Oh,
Deliberate living.
is the pathway to independence of being.
That's because it's driven by choice.
Exactly. And that's why I wanted to come and listen to Sherry. She believes she lives deliberately in some weird way, but what her deliberations are based on, you see, it's not really deliberate. Sherry's a tricky case. It's a tricky case. Very tricky. She believes all sorts of
Well,
stuff.
it's not so tricky because when you're programmed,
Yeah.
when you have programming that's subconscious, and all you have to do is like have a 2-second thought process of, oh, do I really want to do that? Ooh, I'm deliberately living my life. I'm making choices. No, you're not. You're just asking a question for 2 seconds and tricking yourself and your subconscious mind into thinking it's deliberate. But
Yeah.
you're still being programmed.
Yeah. I was going to say with Sherry, I because she's so lost and she gets lost so easy into emotion bubbles, I said, just make this your mantra. Whenever you're going to get stuck or in doubt or bothered or stressed or whatever, just say, what am I doing? What am I doing? What am I doing? What am I doing? Oh, I'm trying to live deliberately. I'm trying to be living awareness. I'm trying to be impeccable. I'm trying to solve this particular problem. I'm trying to get on the internet. I'm trying to upload my videos, whatever the hell it is. Know what you're doing. She literally forgets, like she's trying to upload her videos, and then she doesn't know what am I doing, and what's the next step? She has no clue because she doesn't know what she's doing, and she gets all discombobulated because she so quickly loses this connectivity with what she's doing. It's astounding. So now when we say add this in, like like in your case, say, what am I doing? Say, oh, I'm living deliberately. Why? Because I'm acquiring independence of being. I'm making choices. I'm making deliberate, aware, fully zoomed out, full context choices. It's very powerful. Very, very,
So
very
when
powerful.
she's asking that question, that's her process to get to a point where that she can then add in the element of independence of being. But first, you got to go through the process of actually being there.
Right, but independence of being is a way far remote. We are simply just trying to get her to not be caught up in bubbles. Sherry is an illustration of the very root start of the process. Not somebody who's looking to get independence of being. That's you, yes, but that you're in a whole different space where she's at. She literally doesn't even get to live deliberately in the moment because she gets so caught up in the bubble. Literally, as an example, I helped her put some videos that she had up on YouTube, right? And she wanted to learn to do it for herself. I also was keen for her to know how to do it herself because it's like, don't be paying people to do stuff you can do yourself. It's not that hard. It's very simple and easy, right? But there's steps that you go to. I don't know, it's like 10 or 12 steps or whatever. She would get to step number 3 and say, and you see her go, and then she gets, I don't know what to do. I feel so stupid. And then she starts thinking she's stupid and she gets into this vortex, right? And then she actually literally does not know what to do. When I said to her, just what are you doing? Oh, I'm uploading the video. Oh, well, duh. Okay, well, if I'm uploading the video, then well, duh. You see, when you have the intent and the goal, then the steps become obvious. But she forgets what she's doing, and then she gets lost, and then she feels stupid, and she gets in. It's a mess. It's a terrible mess. So in her case, what am I doing is just simply to pull her out of these vortexes of spinning self-absorption. And when she, okay, and then she thinks she has to remember every step. No, you don't. Just remember your goal, and the steps are obvious. YouTubers, millions of people use YouTube, and they're not all tech wizards and geniuses. It's made to be self-evident. Okay, software, that's not always true, but still. But still, if you remember your goal, you can kind of figure out what it is, usually. And then she learned how to do this simply by saying, okay, what am I doing? It's amazing. It didn't just apply to uploading the software, it applies to everything. She gets caught up in these bubbles like all the time. It's incredible. All right. Without heart, without genuineness, the dance of life is devoid of ecstasy and is reduced to chaotic sloppiness and indulgence. Yes? We need heart and genuineness. Otherwise, this dance of life is no good. Once we become unaware, once we become aware of this void in the bullshitter, it becomes much easier to understand them. The bullshit is used initially to try to cover up this vacuum or to fill in, but this cannot ever be. One can't fill nothing with more nothing. They somehow fail to realize their bullshit is nothing but nothing. All right. And in some, they get to realize that they've been living a life of nothing and it's very devastating. World will collapse. Say again, say again, say again.
I said I experienced that and still am.
Wow. Wow. At some point when we take a break, remind me that for us together to go to New Egg. Right?
Where?
To New Egg.
New Egg?
Yep. Yep. You'll see. You'll see. It's a little mystery for you right now. So at the end of the slide, we can take a little break and then we can go to New Egg. All right. We also have to know and realize something else when it comes to that nothingness. It causes them to hate genuineness, happiness, goodness, and any positivity and realness of being in others. They hate true niceness and will try to destroy it because, by comparison, it exposes them and makes them look bad, actually proving their emptiness. Goodness thus reveals their badness, for they do engage in many bad behaviors. The anti-goodness to disguise faults is a deep and root cause of much of their behavior. Does that make sense with Brian?
Absolutely.
Or even with your
He used
mom
to
to
tell me
some
all the
extent?
time. Yeah, everyone always used to use those words, which never made sense to me. Even if there was truth to it, it just never made sense.
Use which words?
That person is just too nice, not kind, nice.
Yeah, too nice. Or they hated it.
Difference.
Yeah, they hated it. It's amazing.
Brian, there was like just like a bad taste in your mouth. You could feel it the way they said them. Energy behind the words was like niceness and kindness was a bad thing.
Yes. More proof of your incredible, magical, unbelievable, over the top goodness. Yeah. It annoys me when you question your own goodness, Donna. Sorry, I shouldn't get annoyed, but it does. It irritates me more than annoys me. A little bit annoys me too. It's like, come on, Donna, man, you're so good. Don't be doubting your goodness. You're corrupted. It's like a crime against the universe.
And I know that you feel that way, and I know you think it's like over top humility, and I get that. I see that in the others, but I'm working on it. It's just, if I'm going to be real, it's just like.
But I'm real too, and I love you, and I understand it's part of your process. So.
Part of my process. I'm getting there.
And I understand, so I'm okay with it. Even though it irritates and annoys me, I'm still okay. It doesn't irritate and annoy me a lot. It's just that I want goodness for you. I want you to get past that. So just my wanting goodness for you, Donna. It's okay. So I see the complexity of my feeling, and I'm okay with it. It's not a problem, right? It just makes me love you more. That's why I love you so much. Knowing this helps our understanding of them tremendously, especially when it comes to their completely self-defeating, illogical, and irrational behaviors, such as pulling down and trying to destroy the goodness of others who are actually being nice and good to them. But so deep is their inner aversion to their own emptiness, and so convinced are they that they must or be better than others, they engage in these absurd, self-defeating behaviors by distorting their perceptions when it comes to good and nice people, and all because of a severe misbelief, the misbelief of relative superiority. It's a real sad thing. How, like Brian, he saw your niceness, and he liked your niceness, but he still had to pull it down. Scorpion and frog logic. Without earnestness and sincerity, we're pathetic fools blown about by every fad and fancy. Yes? Yes, Donna? Sorry, I can't hear. Okay. Whenever we feel put out, disgruntled, disturbed, or bothered for no particular reason, inner emptiness of some kind is often the cause. We can't be happy as a result of an unreality or a mistaken belief, or because of bullshit of some kind. When we feel this way, it's a good time to re-examine what we've come to believe and adopt. Very good time. Very good time. We don't always acquire these compromises consciously. Making that effort to come to awareness. Making that effort to come to awareness and discern our not so obvious beliefs is well worth the energy. The emptiness of the bullshitter serves as good motivation and insight. You are so committed to that coming to awareness. It's one of the most beautiful things there are. All right. So while you read this and answer this, I'm going to make some coffee so that I'm ready for when we're done here. Then we can go to new egg. We can go new egging. All right. So you read and then answer. Yeah. Not hearing you.
Okay. Consider how a BMN would crave and desire goodness and niceness and sweetness in their lives in a relationship, and then how it could come about that they get it. They succeed in being in such a relationship. What likely happens then? Where does the relationship go? What happens, and what does the BMN end up doing?
Okay, so this is your relationship with Brian. Let's just stop and go there. The next one is a different thing. So consider how a BMN, or consider how Brian would crave and desire goodness and niceness and sweetness in his life in a relationship, right? And then how it comes about that he gets it with you. He succeeds in getting this relationship. What happened then?
The very thing that he craved turned into his worst enemy.
Exactly. Exactly. And he had to destroy it, even though it was good for him, right? Right?
Right.
Or tried to. Isn't that
Because
amazing?
he had an awareness that there was a void in him of those
Yeah.
things.
Yeah.
And then
Exactly.
he had it or found it in
Exactly.
someone else. And then it just exasperated the
Yeah.
realness that he didn't feel it
Exactly.
within himself.
Exactly. Exactly. And not
So to
only that,
destroy it in the other somehow
yes,
gave him
yes,
satisfaction.
yes. And it's that belief that you have to feel superior. You have to. So they see somebody, they want niceness, but then they're only thinking with one part of their brain, one aspect. So they want niceness, they see it, I want somebody good and nice and wonderful in my life. But then when they get it, oh, I have to be better than them. But they don't want to make that effort to actually be better, even in their own logic. Oh, that's too much effort. And it's going to take too much. And they don't think it's even possible. So the other way to be better is to pull you lower. Very simple. It's a very stupid, stupid, stupid logic. And it's hard to comprehend the stupidity of this logic. This is why we have to understand preposterousness, because that's just a preposterous logic. It's like, come on, man, how stupid is this? But that's what they believe. They have to be superior. They have to, otherwise they feel crap, and otherwise they are crap. And if they are crap, they have to feel crap. And no, this is the worst thing ever. You can never, ever, ever allow others to be better than you or to get one over you. Nope, nope, nope. That's then you have to get them back. You have to do something to them and whatever that crap logic. Right? Never can that be allowed. So they have to destroy something that's good, that's now better than them, instead of learning from it. It comes from this misbelief of superiority. It's a very, very, very profound thing. It is stupid, it is irrational, it is illogical, but it's that chicken mindset. It's that pecking order logic. And it all comes from when you were, you know, whenever you were in the tribe, and in our ancestors, they found food or killed an animal or whatever. If you were at the end of the pecking order, literally you could end up starving. And it happens all the time in nature, even now. So your survival was dependent on where you were in the pecking order. Now, unfortunately, for some people, they connected to that primitive brainstem, like Brian. It influences everything they do. So they feel if they're at the bottom of the pecking order, they're going to die. That will end them. So they become obsessed with this pecking order crap. Looking bad is equivalent of being pecked on by the chicken. Pushes you down the pecking order. Can't have it. They can't have it. They can't have it. Goes against everything in them. It's a mess. It's a mess. Donna, you there? Where are you?
I'm here.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, I just don't always hear you, and I'm really trying to figure out why. Maybe if you put your camera on for a bit and I can see. You say you don't move, but I'm curious if there is some unintended movement or unaware movement maybe, or something that affects it. Or
No.
maybe it's just the force of expression. Like when you say things to yourself. I'm here. Or you say I'm here. When you project it, maybe the mic needs a bit of projection. I don't know. Okay, the next one. List a few livings, doings, beings, just off the top of your head, which are significant and important to you personally, which you focus on to replace fads and fancies, that which gives you meaning and purpose. All right, let's just stop there before we go to the next one. List a few livings, doings, beings, just off the top of your head, which are significant and important to you personally, which you focus on to replace fads and fancies. What are they for you, Donna?
and just the whole awareness and impeccability,
Yeah.
ways of being, independence of being.
Yep.
I've never really been real big on
No, you've never been into
that
fads.
part of the shift.
Yeah.
No, that shift was seamless, but some of the programming and the subconscious has been a interesting road.
I'm going to add in there conventions, fads, fancies, or conventions. Right?
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah. Because being hurt, this is a convention. Yeah. And it falls into this category here. Something that you're actively practicing independence of being, you're practicing independence of being and overview perspective in order to unhook from the default of supposedly needing and having to feel hurt when somebody does something like that, because being hurt proves you're a good person. No, it doesn't. It just means that you're not able to choose your emotions properly. Not only does it mean that, it means you are not able to shift perspective and look at things from a more overview perspective.
Right. And then when you're aware of that, what everything you just said, and you're aware of it and you're doing it, but you're aware of it, it's the push pull that's just
Right.
ugh.
Right. But we'll get there. We'll get there. We'll get there. We'll get there. We got a long way to go, Donna. We got a long way to go. That's a long way to go. Okay. Make a post for a blog or social media as to why exactly this is a big deal to you and the value and usefulness you get out of these potencies you deliberately added to your life. All right. Oh, you can do that another time. Make a post for a blog or social media as to why exactly. Huh? You might have made this post already.
I've made several of
Okay. All right.
the
Cool,
shift
cool.
to awareness and
Good,
how
good, good.
that's
Okay. So let me just go and check on. All right. Let me get out of this. Open a new window. And I want to go to Newegg. It's full screen. It's loading. It's a bit slow. Hang, very slow. There we go. It's just a computer parts place, so we want a Bluetooth headset. You said you struggled to find the headset, right?
yeah. One moment, please.
Sure. I'll look so long. It covers my window there. So. Bluetooth stereo headset, yeah. Okay. prices are here. Okay, here we go. Silver black boot, Bluetooth stereo headphones, supports wireless music streaming and hands recording. Wow.
I'm back.
Alright, so
I
I'm just
have
looking at the
incredible
headsets.
sadness.
Oh yeah, of right now.
It's like this sadness that came over me that void and that whole, when you're saying about like Brian, there's just a sadness that came over me.
Oh, I hear you, Donna. There is a sadness to the world. There is. The sadness comes from people losing out by default. But Donna, it cannot be any other way. It has to be. We have to learn for ourselves, even if that means repeatedly bumping our heads in dead ends and suffering along the way. Can't be helped, Donna. Can't be helped. I do hear you, Donna.
Why would I feel sadness for him?
Because he's in a bubble of
Having
his,
been
of his,
own
yes,
stupidity.
yes, but when you
I've
go,
been there and I just, oh,
I can't hear you. I can't hear you, Donna. Sorry.
it's just being aware that like you shift from that's me and I've been there and I'm in that and I was that, and then you see other people and you care about them and you just want them to be out of that.
Mhm.
It makes me sad.
I know, Donna. I know.
I
I
have
used
a
to.
sad feeling.
I know. I know. I struggled with the sadness most of my life, Donna.
All right, so where are we at Newegg?
Donna, that's all right. Let's deal with the sadness. The way that I move out of it is to understand the necessity of the system. Now, the thing to remember is, Donna, you were in that and you got out of it, which means there's hope for everybody. We have to trust, Donna. We have to trust. No matter how dire it may seem, there's hope. We have to trust
I
that.
haven't allowed any feelings associated with Brian except in the beginning hatred and revenge and contempt that moved. It took so long to shift to
Sadness.
neutral. Well, no, it shifted to neutral. And now it's like I've not associated sadness with him.
Yeah. Have you thought that you?
I've not allowed.
Yeah.
Like I'm seeing compassion for him and just
Yes.
sadness, and I've not allowed that association with him. I moved to neutral and forgiveness, and it stayed there.
Yes. Yes. And have you thought that all those other feelings were to avoid precisely feeling the sadness? Sadness can lead to depression. Anger, hatred, resentment, neutrality don't necessarily lead anywhere except for what they are. But sadness, we know innately, is a vortex and a spiral. So we resist feeling that sadness because we know what it can lead to. But now you're in a space where you have the tools to deal with the sadness. We can zoom out and see, yes, it is sad, but it's also necessary. Yeah? It's fantastic what you're feeling, Donna. Fantastic, 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 fantastic. Absolutely fantastic.
So is this where you got yours?
No, I just got mine at Staples. I needed it in a hurry, but I should have come here. I didn't have the option at the time, really. This is a much better place. They have good stuff and very good pricing and all that. So, are you okay with this type of headset, like mine? It's very similar. It actually looks like this one, yeah. You know, that's what they're showing you there. Very similar type of a thing. Are you okay with this, or do you want the earbuds? Many women.
Know what earbuds are.
Oh, they're the little thingies that go in your ears. You know, they're little small like this.
Oh, yes, I do know. Yes, I do know. I
You,
don't have a preference
okay,
either. Either that comes up with the same end result.
okay, okay.
I don't know the difference. I've not experienced
Well,
either
it's just
one. So
with the hair, you know, with the earbuds, you put them in under your ear, your hair. But, you know, some people don't like the comfort, so. And you don't get such
of
noise
having
like
them
with,
in your ear or over your ear.
no, yeah, well, the headphones like this go over the ear, the earbuds go in the ear.
Right.
Yeah, I'm just looking, yeah.
So what's the pros and cons of them?
Nothing really, except that on these, the microphone is usually built into the ear headset ear. With the earbuds, it's external somewhere, and that could also be a problem. The hair gets over it, and it causes noise interference. It rubs against your shirt and neck, so it's not the most ideal. So these tend to have better mics. But the pros of these are that when you're doing exercise, for instance, you got nicer sound. Well, some people like the sound from the earbuds too, but these will at least cancel out some sound. These ones, you see, whereas the earbuds don't tend to do that as well. So I'm just looking to see if they have noise cancellation. They don't say. Oh, uh, 8 hours to interrupt to talk. That's pretty good. Compatibility. See, and it's a stereo too, because you exercise sometimes listening to music, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So this lets you crank it up, you know.
Yay.
Yeah, exactly.
I crank music.
All right. So this one is all very good, but it doesn't say I want a noise canceling microphone. And this is nice. You see the compact folding design. You put in a little pouch, you put in your handbag. So this is a very good option. Music will automatically pause when you receive an incoming call. So that's pretty cool too, right?
Yeah.
Okay. The only thing that they don't say is the noise canceling microphone. It may just be that they don't bother to mention it. So when you do your exercise, have you ever exercised with the headset on or not?
When I was an instructor, you had to.
What kind of headsets did they have? Over there,
Gosh,
like these
Tommy
ones?
bought them. They were no, they were. What was it? Give me a minute to pull it back. Um, it went over your head, and it was earbuds. It went in your ear. It had like a headband to it, and then it went in your ear, and then it
Yeah.
connected to a pack that you would wear, and you put your music on. Yeah.
Something like this that went around the
Yeah,
neck.
kind of like that.
Okay.
Yes. Yep.
All right. Interesting. Okay. You see, yeah, this is a great deal. $16, free shipping,
Ah,
and it's got, I mean, because since you are doing the exercise, I imagine that's something that you would like to have. Plus, with Riley, you're bending up, picking down, you're moving. You want something that sits fairly well. You see. So these hands-free sports, noise canceling, waterproof, magnetic earbuds. I don't know what the magnetic part is for iPhone. Oh, 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 it can be, but this is wireless. Ah, we want Bluetooth, not wireless. Okay. Yeah. It says Bluetooth 5.0 though. Ships from China. Oh, that's why it's so cheap. Yeah. Okay. It works. The stuff works, but it's take a long time to get. You know. But it is Bluetooth though. All right. I don't want to spend too much time on this. Um, but we can look for something like this that just ships from here. All right. Because I imagine you'd like this idea of this sports being more, um, right?
Say it again, please.
It sounds like this idea of it being more movement friendly, that it won't fall off your head easily. This is important.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Like a multi-purpose that I
Yeah.
can use for
Yeah.
working out and also when I'm on
Yeah.
Zoom calls and
Fine.
yeah.
Fine. If it's sports, you can use it for anything pretty much. Okay. Wow. I spit, but it is stereo earbud. Oh, wow. I never seen this. Wow. Wow. Two of those. That'd be pretty cool. But also kind of easy to lose, I guess, a little bit. Yeah. The talk time is too little. I usually just skip the ones that are the cheapest here. That's the one we looked at. Same manufacturer. Hmm. Ah. These ones, usually the sports ones use, where it sits on your neck like this. Sweat-proof earbuds with microphone, in-ear headset for workout, running, direct from
Yeah, it was
Bluetooth.
similar to something like that. It had a microphone so people could hear you.
Yeah.
And then you attached it to your
Attach it to your. Where does it ship from? Sorry, I lost you. It says you didn't finish
ships
this.
from the United States.
Ah, you did see that somewhere?
Uh-huh.
Oh, there. Ah, there. Oh, wow. Okay, this is a great deal. There you go. Let me send you the link. So we don't spend all day looking at it. And for $20, if it doesn't work, okay. Not the end of the world, right? No, I don't mean to be cavalier with your $20, but come on now. Where's Facebook now? Here we go. Donna. Donna. There we There we go. Okay. Just something, because you said it was kind of a bit of a stress to find something and it was a big hassle in the rigmarole. So, all right, let's just do it and get it simple. And here we go. Yeah.
Yes, I was just working on it.
Okay.
But I couldn't find it, and I certainly couldn't find it for $19.
Right. So,
I don't know where I was looking, but I kept finding things for like 3, 5. I must have been putting a criteria in the search that brought certain results.
yeah,
Anyway.
and okay, $20 is very cheap for it, but Newegg does have these kind of deals. It is a good place for electronic equipment. So, all right,
Okay.
all right. So, all right. So we're done with this one. We go to the next one. Before I do that, let me just see. Beena's having trouble coming on. She's having, I see her on, but not on. So, let's just check here. Because sometimes Facebook will show you on when you're not on. So, which means that she's having trouble connecting. She had that yesterday too. It was on and off most of the day. Ugh, shame, Poor thing, It really presses on her with this stuff, So she stresses. All right. Let's see. Erica, you come on yet? I am hoping Erica can come on at some point. Yeah, yeah. Okay. That's good. That's good though, Donna. Oh, you say, why do I love you? Oh my goodness, you're so marvelous and good and wonderful. That compassion. This is a big deal, Donna. This is a big deal. This is a big deal. To feel compassion for someone like Brian, this is huge. I mean, especially with your history, this is incredible. That's incredible. That's why I love women so much. That's why I love women so much. Just magical, 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 fabulous, wonderful creatures. That's so fantastic. I don't see that in men very often. Yeah, sometimes, but not really. Yeah, it's hard, but Donna, I don't know if I'm just assuming you hear me, but I'm not hearing your
I'm
response.
hearing you. I'm hearing you.
All
I'm hearing you.
right. Insecurity. The root of an us against you mindset is to legitimize an indefensible personal illusion. It's dishonest. This is an unethical endeavor to make what's inappropriate and indulgent legitimate, all because of the unrelenting insistence on indulgence. Oh, I heard Facebook. Oh, it's Erika. All right, brilliant. Sorry, just woke up. Going to see Joe and make some breakfast. Okay. Joe's one of the few men I really like. A good guy. Really good. Sensible. And just everything good. Everything good. Noble soul. Very good. All right. Bullshitters as a whole might appear to be confident, outgoing, brash, or extroverted, but in actuality, they're deeply insecure. Their insecurity permeates everything they do, everything they are. It's that very emptiness or incompetence or other shortcomings, many of them only in the perception of the bullshitter, which they're attempting to cover up and compensate for with their bullshit. It's amazing how their own internal perceptions, which aren't always accurate, completely screw them up. This deep insecurity causes them to easily feel put upon by those with strong characters, especially if those characters are independent of influence and convention. Standalone people are a significant threat to the bullshitter because they have no pressure points. They can't be leveraged or manipulated, and they also see through the bullshit and feel free to say so. This is a big, big point, this one. It's a big point. Those who lack self acceptance tend to be adversarial, sadly. Yeah, Donna? You're very faint. I heard like a teeny little voice.
Yes.
All right, there you go. Those who lack self acceptance tend to be adversarial, sadly. Those within the category of being are a severe threat to the bullshit. When they encounter such people, they will do everything they can to try to pin them down and in some way prove they're actually full of it, just like the bullshitter. They'll try and prove you like them when they see you have independence of being. I am participating in your relationship, current relationship too, what I shall not acknowledge. All right. They hate the fact that together people are actually what they try to bullshit others into thinking they themselves are. And you, Donna, you are such a together person. You are a together person. You are a together person. Yes? You might not feel so always, but in general, absolutely, indisputably. Yeah? Seems to me Donna's got her shit together for the most part. You know, when you say somebody's got their shit together, you know it's not 100%, but in general, in the overall, absolutely. Your life is together. You don't have foolishness and nonsense and idiocies in your life. You got the stuff together. You know where you are. You are where you are because you want to be there. You're doing what you want to do. You're learning and growing because it's what you want to do, because what you like to do. You're on a path. You're on a mission. You've got purpose. You've got meaning. You've got significance. You got your shit together. Doesn't mean that you got learned everything, but you got your shit together. That's not. It's, that expression got your shit together. It's not that you've got everything together, not all your goodness together. You get your shit together. It means you're not full of crap, in other words, right? It's not all over the shop. So it's a different expression. So a together person is one who's just not full of nonsense. Doesn't mean they have everything perfect and where they want to be and have independence of being. No, but they're on that path. Yeah.
Yeah, I never really looked at that distinction, so that brought some clarity.
Yeah. 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 I mean, anybody that you know, your boss. If I said to him, "Hey, Rick, you think Donna's got her shit together?" What's he gonna say? Oh yeah.
I have no idea.
Oh, I guarantee you, he'll have to say that. He might not say immediately, oh, hell yeah, because that's going to, by implication, make him look like a jackass because he doesn't have his shit together. So you'll be like, well, yeah, I suppose so. He'll probably say something like that. It'll be a bit guarded, right? But certainly everybody, else in your life, certainly they have to say that. Absolutely. All right. But what particularly bothers them is the realness and genuineness of these people. Is what particularly bothers them is the realness and genuineness of these people utterly destroys one of their chief excuses. The excuse of, but everybody does it. No, everybody does not do it. No, 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 bullshitters. Don't come with this crap. Don't be looking at me and being irritated by me and trying to pull me down because you want a justification for your own crappiness because you look around and you see crappies around you everywhere and you say, but everybody does it. That means it's okay for me to be crappy. No, it does not. Right?
Right.
Does not. Does not. Nope, nope, nope. Insecurity of self is a simple fact of life. One honest people come to terms with because they've nothing to hide. If we're humble, we know we don't know everything. We know always having the solution immediately is unrealistic. We know these obvious truths, and so what? Honest people simply know this as a fact and no big deal, unless we've adopted some measure of internal bullshit making insecurity an issue. This could be the bullshit of trying to be perfect or of trying to do a best which is unrealistic. This could be the bullshit of trying to be perfect or of trying to do a best which is unrealistic. We've got to be realistic with our best. Our best is based on what we know. We're on this exponential pyramid, right? So as we're moving up, we have to realize that our best is going to be the next layer, not the pinnacle. Maybe at some point everything will fit together and it'll have this cascading effect and all the lights will go on and suddenly you'll move up to the top of the pyramid. I certainly as hell hope so. And it is a potential possibility because especially if we look at exponential curves, right? They go slow, 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 and then they get that sharp curve. And if you continue them, very seldom do the graphs actually. But at some point, that graph is not a curve anymore, an upward curve, but it becomes a vertical, right? And when it becomes near vertical, that then you might as well be at the end. It's the same for all intents and purposes. And session 7. See, this one was made just for you, Donna. Without making notes or looking at notes, prepare a verbal explanation of why BMNs and bullshitters tend to have an. Sue, you missed this. Sue was helping with the correction, but you missed this. A verbal explanation of why BMNs and bullshitters tend to have an us against them mindset. Provide at least 3 main reasons, causes, and pressures. So why do the BMNs and bullshitters tend to have an us against them mindset?
It makes what they're doing more palatable.
Yeah.
It makes them temporarily feel like they have relief from their insecurities.
Mm-hmm.
And it allows them the means to feel okay with their actions.
Yes, and safe too, right?
Right.
Yeah. It's just, in other words, what you're saying is it just gives them a mechanism for justifying their crap and excusing it.
Right.
Yeah. Okay.
Right.
You did.
And being able to do it and still like feel okay about it. It gives
Right.
them a mechanism to feel okay about their bullshit, basically, is what it boils down to.
Exactly. Very cool. Question: are you a together person? I'm asking you, Donna. Are
Yeah.
you a together person? Okay. If so, why?
Yeah. I have an awareness that no matter what the end result, there's something to extrapolate from it. And that awareness allows pretty much everything to just stay together. You keep
Yes.
that perspective.
Yes. It always makes sense, even if we can't see. Even if we can't see the sense, it always
There's a lot of
does
things I can't see.
make
Yeah.
sense. That knowing
Oh,
changes
there's just a
everything.
lot.
Yeah. That knowing changes everything. That's what keeps us together, right? You feel sadness and compassion, it makes sense. In some way, it makes sense. Now, it may make sense in a bubble. And we realize that, okay, we say, all right, my anger made sense in the bubble, but okay, I'm not in that bubble, so it doesn't make sense in the bigger picture. I don't want to get into bubbles, so I work on not getting into bubbles, so I don't get into inappropriateness. There you go. But everything makes sense in some way. This fact that you know, of Brian, that you felt sad because he's losing out by default. He's in a whole crap life because of a root choice that may or may not have been his own. That's sad, right? That's sad. However, it had to be a choice. So he made the wrong choice in this life. All right, that's a sad fact, but okay, you'll learn for next time, hopefully. But it has to be, because if there isn't that choice, and if there isn't the possibility of going down the wrong path, then we'll just all be robots. We have to be able to make real, genuine, absolute, horrifying, devastating, complete fuck up mistakes. We have to have that option. Otherwise, our choices are not real. Yeah? So, Brian is a marvelous mechanism and an illustration from the universe of choice and option. When you see that and you say, oh my God, I could have gone down that path, but thank God I didn't. This puts it into your soul as a deep choice and awareness. Not something you need to remember, but something that goes innately. I don't ever want to choose that. It is so horrifying, it is so sad, it is so tragic that it gets imprinted so deep into you that it becomes part of what you carry over. It becomes part of your innate you, part of your operating system, rather than part of the memory which you lose when you shift systems. Right? You don't lose your operating system or your BIOS, but you do lose your hard drive. Yeah? So we want that innateness that is your operating system or your BIOS that survives the reboot or even the hard drive wipe, right? This is what we are working on. So when you see the horror and the waste and the tragedy of what Brian is, this gets imprinted so deeply in you now. And with that emotion, you had this emphasis that, oh my God, what a horrible decision. I don't ever want to make that. No matter what, I don't want to make that. This is a powerful, powerful imprint on your system, right, Donna? And also the awareness of choice, the necessity of deliberate, aware choice. His choice was an unaware choice. That's the screw up, right? If he had made it with awareness, he could have done it temporarily to survive, but then shifted out of it when he had the freedom. The minute he was able to leave home, he was gone, right? And he said, I'll leave all the stuff behind. Thank you very much for all your bullshit. I'm out of here, right? And we see this so often with kids. They tolerate. The moment they can have that freedom, they're out of there. Yeah?
Amanda did that.
There you go. There you go. There you go. Okay. Where would someone who has independence of being not be accepted or fit in?
What you just said.
At baby showers, right? All right. At baby showers where BS is the rule of the day. Yeah. Does Amanda drink, by the way? Not that the baby shower thing was real, but I'm just curious. Don't know why it popped into my head really, but I guess because I used that example. And Donna, I'm not hearing you.
It was okay. The baby shower was held at John, that's Amanda's husband's uncle's pavilion that he owns, and it has an open bar and it's open to the public, and they left the open bar open. So if you can picture like in a park setting, and you have a rooftop and then you have beams coming down and picnic tables under, so there's no walls but just the rooftop and plants, and then a little like bar area, and there's a little dance floor area, and probably 20-25 tables. That's the setting. Yeah, so that's where the shower was. The bar was open, so there were people there drinking, being loud and obnoxious and carrying on in like a set of 4 tables down from our quiet shower, which was, nobody at the shower drank. So it was the showing of the extremes and stuff.
Yeah.
It was the
So
whole day.
so you did end up going to the shower.
Oh, that example was fake. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
I thought
that
maybe
was
it was
just an
some.
illustration. And I used the shower because I just went to one, so it was easy to.
Yeah. And it's interesting now, the illustration of the drinking, because I picked up on the drinking somehow, you know.
Yeah, there was drinking there, but nobody
Yeah.
from the
Right.
shower.
But what I mean is, let's say Amanda had foreseen this with the drinking and everything. So, this is not appropriate for my mom because, well, mom is like a goody two shoes and pure and all of this stuff. So she might not have wanted to invite you because of that. If it was a real thing, I don't know. You see my point? Just in alternate reality, she could have had a good reason for not doing it, but one that's based out of sort of goodness and respect. And okay, she doesn't know how to break it to you. She doesn't know how to deal with it. So okay, it's the worst of the choices, but less of the evil. So okay, because she's under pressure from her friends or whatever to have the drinking and the booze and from John and whatever. So I'm just trying to make a case for how your fictional example could actually have a good reason for it. What's that?
I see what you're saying.
Yeah, it's useful. I like to think of those. I always like to think of these good reasons, And one of my favorite go-tos for explaining irrational behavior is a tumor in the brain. It's really helpful. It's really helpful. Actually, look at research some examples of behavior from people who've had tumors in the brain, right? Now, sometimes it's really gross, and they do the most outrageously crazy things. And then they discover, when they shoot the hell out of this poor sucker because of whatever he's doing, oh, he had a tumor in the brain. Oh, sorry for shooting you, dude. We don't know. We don't know when people are behaving that, or if their craziness is out of maliciousness or craziness, or if it's just a tumor in the brain. We don't know. So I always like to treat them as if it could be a tumor.
But a tumor is just unawareness.
Yeah, but the tumor can literally put pressure on the brain and cause you to behave in really weird ways. So, for instance, when they do brain surgery, sometimes they will, sometimes they've done it for experiments. They'll stimulate the brain and see what happens in the person. And they'll do this, and they're now sedated, so they'll just say stuff or see stuff, and the person's actually conscious still too, right? So various stimulations on the brain or pressures on the brain cause people to do and be in all sorts of different ways, right? So when there's an external artificial pressure, like when people have been in accidents in something, the brain, the hardware literally doesn't work right, and the wires get crossed and disconnected because there's this pressure, and you get an irrational existence, you know. So this is something a short circuit, literally sometimes in the brain. So it's very important to understand that it has nothing to do with the individual. It is purely an external physical thing. It's quite incredible. So I don't know. I make lots of allowance for that because people could have small brain tumors that pressure them just in certain aspects of their brain, right? I don't know. Just saying. Just saying. It's not that cut and dried, in other words. All right. Weak foundation, weak character. Suspect motivations, suspect agendas. That's the problem with Brian right there. Weak foundation, weak character. Yeah, suspect motivations and therefore suspect agendas. Yes? Yeah, that sounded like Riley just said, right? His bark sounded just like someone saying, right, very fast and moving their head as they said it. Right? Another major part of the excuse and justification for being a bullshitter is that actually being what they pretend to be is impossible. A myth they cling to with everything they have, because for them, this myth justifies the necessity of their bullshit, or at least validates it in some way. Together, people with independence of being disprove this myth with their very existence, an existence the bullshitter resents, as it conclusively shows them up and disproves their convenient self myth. So this is a big deal here in your thing with Ryan, right? Ryan. He knows that what he is avoiding is possible. It's difficult, but it is possible. Look at you, he says. He might look at you now and say, "Look how you're struggling with your whole quest for independence of being." It's impossible. Nobody can do that. No nonsense. We know it's possible. We know it might not be easy, but we don't give up. Another reason why I love you so dearly, because you don't give up on this shit. You keep going. You keep going despite it being difficult, despite not knowing. You keep going because you have to, because it's right, because it's good, right?
I was wondering if we could take like 15. I need to walk Riley and sort of
Absolutely.
share a little bit, but I'm just going to keep it up.
Oh yeah. 15 it is.
Okay.
15 it is. 15 it
It's
is.
what
Yeah.
time is it, please? About
I just come back when you're done. I'll be here. It's no problem. It's 8:24.
11:24. Okay.
Take your time. You do whatever you need to do. I've got other stuff that I'm going to be doing, so it's not a problem. Truly, don't worry. You take as long as you need.
I sometimes feel I'm just going to share this and then I'm going to go because it's sort of deep. But anyway, I have this like feeling like all of the circumstances and all the people and all of that are just going to like be puppets on a string that will disappear, and then at the end you'll realize it was just all mechanisms to bring you to a place of independence of being and like your whole, all of it just capooshes into this, like none of that was really, there really isn't a Brian and an Amanda. There's just all the universe's mechanisms at
Yeah,
some point.
exactly. And it's gonna do what?
Poof, it's gonna,
Cabooses. It's gonna capoosh.
capooshes.
Yes. Gonna capoosh. Yes. That's a beautiful word. Yes. Yes.
All
Yes.
right, I'm going. I'll be back.
Okay. Okay.
Come on,
Okay.
come on, let's go. Let's go outside and take a walk. Come on, come on.
All right, Beats. All right, dog. Brilliant. 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 Oh, sorry, Willie Jane. I gotta stop you here. Donna just took Riley out. Donna, dang it. She just took Riley.
Oh, well, rats.
Yeah,
Yeah, Joe's in the shower and I'm putting dishes away before we eat breakfast, so I had a few minutes.
Okay. Well, we'll hang in there as long as we can. Brilliant. Thank you for coming on. What I was keen to hear from you is to share with Donna how you are doing and taking doing the PSP course, and not just how you are doing it, but how you are relating and connecting it. In other words, the frame of reference or the perspective with which you are
Right.
going into it. That's all right. It's fantastic
Interesting.
sounds there. Oh, what-
Yes.
It was disproportionately loud, which is really intriguing.
Well, my mom always says the same thing. It's really bizarre. I don't think I've had this problem until I got this particular phone, but for whatever reason, even when I have headphones on, it picks up the background noise like way more than it should, and I'm not sure why.
Because those particular headset or the software, it doesn't have noise cancellation in it, probably. Or it's not.
Right. Well, I mean, it does it on just the regular phone too. When I have it on speaker,
Yeah.
it like blows up the background noise.
Right. So it doesn't have noise cancellation as part of its software. That's interesting. What kind of phone is it?
An iPhone 11.
Oh, I don't know what one I have, but oh my gosh, the iPhone that I got. Okay, I shouldn't complain because I got it as a gift. It's just dreadful. I'm sorry.
Oh no.
God, it's dreadful. You know, I mean, so much. It's like, oh, just I can hardly use it. It's so poor. Anyway.
Oh dear. Well, that's not good.
I mean, I can, but you know, when you move, you use it. You know, I keep touching the thing, and it inadvertently
Oh,
I can barely hold it.
it's
You know,
so funny. Mom has the same problem. She always like pocket dials and does all these different things. I don't think I've ever had that issue.
yeah, I don't know why. For me, it is now. Okay, maybe you never put it in your pocket. I don't know.
I have it in my pocket all the time, but
Yeah,
I don't know why I don't.
maybe some screens are just more sensitive than others.
Could be.
You know, but also things like it overheating. Like if I put it on charger in the car, it gets ridiculously hot.
Oh, that's not good.
I can hardly hold it. Yeah, lots of stuff like that. Anyhow, it's fun. It's fun. So I was keen to hear just how you are doing the PSP course, because Donna says she's struggling, not in the doing it from a difficulty point of view, but that it's stressful for her.
Oh, interesting.
Yes, it's very interesting. Now. Okay, today she had a breakthrough in the perception. So I don't know if it's going to be that way because we're kind of just doing it together now. You know, we're doing the slides
Right.
doing the
So difficult for her in that it's it's sort of like emotionally taxing or
stressful. Yeah. It just brings up all the it's just pulling stuff from the past, and she's feels those past incidents like Phil. You know, Phil coming up for you, but this is the thing. That's why I want to discuss this, because I can't say exactly why there's a difference, and I want to. I mean, I have suspicions, but I can't say for sure. So I want to get into it with the point and purpose of illustrating or connecting to why it is not stressful for you when Phil comes up, but actually there seems to be almost like not a joy, but you know, it's a positive thing when those, you know, remember him and he comes up and the connectivity, it's this learning and growth, and it's like, wow, it was kind of a gift, and you know, it's a magic.
I don't know. I mean, I do think that the work I've done with Kathy has helped a lot, of just releasing a lot of the emotions and memories that were attached to that. But I don't know. I'm not sure why it doesn't have a big effect on me.
I mean, you've made peace with Phil, yeah?
I had. I mean, that was one of the reasons that I started going to Kathy, was to work through that and sort of address some of the errant emotions that were coming up when I was, I mean, all the time, just randomly, there were, you know, I was getting angry and having a lot of problems. And so that's part of what I've been working on with Kathy is breath work and different things to just kind of go back into those moments and let a lot of that stuff go. So I would suspect that that's probably helped a lot, but.
So what about from way of impeccability when we went through understanding awareness? I remember us going into that in a real deep way, right? And understanding the necessity of choice. Choice was a big deal for you, yeah?
Right.
And part of this understanding of choice was understanding that we we have to have the choice to make terrible decisions.
Right.
There has to be the choice to become a fool. Yes?
Right. Yeah, it's true.
Yeah. And when you come to that awareness, then you can easily make people a peace with people like that, because well, it has to be. It's part of the system.
Right. Yeah. Ouch. I don't know. I'm gonna have to think about why it's not as much of an issue for me.
Because that's a big deal to understand that there's a deep sensibility to it in some way, yeah?
Right. I don't know that, I mean, I feel like I still have some lingering, I mean, I'm not like excited that bad things happen. You know what I mean? I don't think I've reached a point where I'm like totally at peace with that.
Oh, well, you shouldn't be, because they weren't nice, but they were good.
Right. Yeah. I don't know. That's an excellent
It's not a matter
question.
of being excited, but it's also a matter of not being stressed by it, right? But here's the thing, Donna wasn't stressed by it, she said. She was indifferent.
Indifferent. Interesting.
Yeah.
Well,
you know, to her variation or her version of Phil.
Well,
right?
I mean, honestly, that's what I mean, the other day when we were talking about that, and I said I was really surprised after my session with Kathy at how quickly I came to a point of kind of just neutrality on the issue. I mean, that was really what I felt as well. It was like just a point of indifference. And it wasn't, you know, I wasn't feeling, it wasn't like I had forgiven him and I was like, great, okay, let's be friends now and talk again. It just was sort of like there was nothing there. There was no emotion associated with him anymore, negative or positive. So, I mean, I think the same thing. I had the same experience of just kind of coming to a point of indifference with him that, you know, I just don't really think, I mean, I think about him, but not in the same way that I used to. I don't know. I mean, I don't know. I'm not sure why it doesn't bother me.
Interesting. Now, it didn't bother her either. She had this indifference, but or at least the full variant. But doing the program, you know, it brought up lots of stuff, and I guess so. In some way, it was. But so I don't know if it'll still be so after what we did this morning, because she had a profound shift. She felt sad for Phil.
So did it brought up a lot of emotion for her specifically around this person, or just about bullshit in general?
Yes, no, this person, sadness. Which, and in my opinion, this is what happens. You know, there was anger, there was resentment, there was hatred, all of the negative stuff, right? And then she made peace with that and shifted to neutrality, and she was at peace. But in her deepness, she has a deep, profound goodness and that sense of nobility and all this, and a caring. And then when she sorted through more to the end, I think this is maybe what was lingering as a bother for her. Then she felt, there's the sadness. One more point quickly, sort of tied together. I wanted to say that the sadness is something that when we intuit it to be there and we know it subconsciously or semi-consciously that this is a possibility, we try and avoid sadness out of all of those options. Anger, hatred, annoyance, indifference, all of those come before sadness. Why? Because none of those lead you into a spiral like depression.
Mm-hmm.
Right? You can feel angry, but it tends to be last for us, and then you can live with even regular constant anger. You can live with that, or hatred. You can live with that, but sadness, which leads to depression, you can't live with that. So as an
Right.
option, we choose those. But if we do get to sadness, and once we understand this and we see the sadness and we have tools to deal with it, and we get to apply awareness to that sadness to say, yes, it is sad, but it has to be. No way to
Right.
avoid this. Then we
That's
can make peace with the sadness and we can move on.
that's kind of what I'm thinking is that I mean, I definitely felt when Phil was still in my life,
Mm.
I had lots of moments where I felt really torn when it came to him, because I could see that he, you know, he had these moments of almost like, I mean, I think he had moments of tenderness and of being really sweet and nice. And, you know, he had the capacity to be caring and nice. And so for a long time, I struggled. And I think my mom, that was a huge issue for her, that because he had the capacity to do nice things or to be nice or be caring, she felt really bad about sort of considering not, you know, ending things with him, not talking to him anymore, all of that stuff. And the same thing happened to me all the time. But when I finally reached a point where his craziness, you know, I mean, with everything that happened with my grandma being sick and him trying to pick a fight with me and set my mom against me when I was trying to take care of my grandma, I reached a point where it was like, I don't care that you have the capacity to be nice. This is not worth it. And I cannot do, you know, I cannot do this anymore for my own sanity, for whatever, like this is not working. And at this point going forward, we are not having contact anymore. And I think because I reached that point, I probably came to terms with that sadness. It was, you know, it was like, yes, I'm sad. I would love to be able to help this person, but I clearly see now that that is not a possibility. And I think, you know, my mom obviously had not reached that point until very recently. And I think that was part of why it was so hard for her. So maybe that was, you know, maybe Donna just hadn't reached that point of dealing with that, feeling sad for the person.
I think it's more from a point of nobility.
Mm-hmm.
Donna has a very strong connection to that nobility side. So, yeah, very powerful, very powerful. Yeah. Well, we'll see when she comes. Hopefully she comes on.
Well,
We have to go, and then
Joe just came back downstairs, so I'm
all
going to have
later.
to get going
All
on
right.
making breakfast. But I'm sorry
Thanks
to
for, no, it's okay. Thank you
sorry
very
to
much
miss
for coming.
Donna.
Oh,
Absolutely,
I know.
absolutely.
I love it. I love
And
it. That's very potent. That's very potent. But
tell
again,
her.
just real quick, effort reward. You made an effort reward calculation when it came to Phil.
Right.
Very powerful. Very, very
Yeah,
powerful.
that's true.
Very, very powerful.
That is true. Well, tell Donna hi from me.
I will.
And I will catch up with you later.
Same for Joe. Say hi.
I
Joe.
will. I absolutely will.
All right. Maybe we'll see you later.
Okie doke. Bye.
Bye-bye. Thanks. Bye-bye.
I heard some of that.
Oh, good. Oh, good. Oh, good. Oh, good. Oh, good. Oh, good, 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 good. All right. Well, I'm glad. I'm glad. So I don't know how relevant that was. It was kind of hard to have a discussion about it without you here, you know. But I tried. I tried as best I can. I don't think it applies to you, but it was just good to hear some perspective. But that was relative to Phil. I wanted to discuss why for her doing PSP is a positive experience, not a stressful one. But I'm also wondering if now, since you had that sadness perspective on Brian, um, that I feel it's going to shift your perspective on doing the program, because it was touching on things like this and, you know, threatening to bring that up. So of course it makes it not so fun to do. Yeah. See what I mean? But now that it's released, it's maybe very different. No, Donna, I can't hear you.
I had to step away with Riley.
Oh.
When I was listening to Erica Jane, that was me several years ago, going to a counselor, dealing with the situation, dealing with the grief and the anger and all that. What I felt that today was an extreme realization of the importance of awareness and how really futile and just such a waste it is to be in unawareness, because like what Erica Jane said and what I could relate to was there is goodness in Brian, and I had forgotten that. And I focused on all the elements that were not positive and were detrimental and were destroying of everything that we had that was good. So it really soured it. And today I just had an overwhelming realization, wait a second, everyone has goodness, and he is stuck in bubbles, and some of it is default, just like you were. And how can you stand in judgment of somebody else when you were there? And I just had an extreme, like, isn't that sad that we both were such we were such outcomes of default mechanisms, when if we had that awareness when we were together, we would have had a much different life experience, and it made me sad.
Yes, exactly. And it is sad. At the same time, it's also profound.
Yes, it's very profound. It's not, what I had was not sadness as in this is going to lead to depression. It was profound love, really.
Yeah.
I know that's hard to understand, but
No, it's not. Makes total sense. It's not really hard to understand. Makes total sense. Because it's moreness. It's a bubble on top of a bubble, and it's a bigger bubble covering it all. So it's very magical, very beautiful. And that's, again, to answer your question, why do I love you? Well, because of that. So you have such a deep, deep, deep nobleness and a goodness. Don't always know how to deal with it. That's a different story.
oh, I don't always know how to deal with it.
Right. And that's what we're doing now. That's what we're doing. All right, let's continue. All right. Alright, a problem for the bullshitter is that independent people who have their shit together aren't intimidated nor fooled by the bullshitter. The bullshit arguments, obfuscations, and all the other tricks of the bullshitter don't work on these individuals.
Hello.
Hello? Hello?
Who is here?
Say hello again.
Hello.
And hello? Hello?
What is this? Hello.
Hello?
How are you?
Oh, most excellent. How are you?
Good.
Oh,
Busy.
me too. Busy. And who are you again?
Seriously, in just few hours. Like, seriously. Hmm? Wow. Okay. I'm Beena.
And who am I?
Sil.
Hello, Beena.
And Donna.
There you go. There you go.
Yeah. How are you, Donna?
We can't hear
I'm
you,
good.
Donna. We can't hear you.
I'm good. I'm good. How are you?
Yes,
I'm good.
brilliant.
He,
Brilliant.
he, he just shocked me up. I was like, really? Seriously, what happened? What he's doing?
Yes. I like to hear when Beena says, hello, soul. She doesn't usually say that. I don't know. It just makes
I
you happy to hear that. So I tease you a
I
bit.
don't
That's
know. Okay, I don't say like that. I'm not habitual to do that, but I'm working on that. Same with emojis. Okay, that still insist on whenever I make any comment in group. You know, where's your smiley face or a flower or a heart? I said,
Oh, no,
really needed.
yeah, well, it doesn't have to be for everyone, Beena. But when you in the welcome post, the welcome message, this kind of has to happen. Not
Okay,
not all of them, just for the welcome message specifically. Yeah.
okay. I'll try.
So
I'm working on that. Sorry, but
yeah.
I'm working on that.
Sorry, we didn't give the space for Donna to answer your question. What was the question again?
How are you, Donna?
I want to hear. I want to hear. I want to hear. I love how I come closer to the camera in order to hear. It doesn't make me any closer to the headset, but anyway.
Mm. Beena. Beena.
Yes. So how you guys were doing all the modules or what?
Wait, I want to hear what Donna's answer is. It's
I
important
did
to hear.
answer. I said Beena.
Is that how you are? You are Beena? Okay.
Yes.
Wow. Wow. What a profound answer. Wow. Wow. I really have to absorb that one a bit. Wow, wow, wow. How are you? I am Beena. Yes. That's a good answer. That's a good way to be. That's a good way to feel. That's very magical.
Right?
Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Wow. That's huge. That's huge. We're just doing the course. Donna is cancelled going to a thing, so we're going to do as much as we can today. So,
Ah,
yeah,
good.
yeah. So we're just going through it. So, okay. So we were reading through this here, and
Before going any further, I'm not sure my power shutdown schedule will how it will work. So I'll be here as much as possible.
no
So
problem, no problem, no problem, no
I
problem.
really hope that today it will not be like this, that power shutdown at 9, but who
Yeah,
knows? So
yeah, exactly. Who knows? So, okay. So a problem for the BSer is that independent people who have their nonsense together aren't intimidated nor fooled by the BSer. The BS arguments, obfuscations, and all the other tricks of the BSer don't work on these individuals, leaving the BSer feeling defeated. Of course, this is their internal perception only. It has nothing to do with the together individual. They typically don't care a fig about such nonsense. They don't subscribe to hierarchies and comparisons. This is the together person. Beena, do you think that Donna is a together person?
to the other person, it's an interesting term. Uh, most of uh, how to say that? Most of the time, yes. Yeah?
Okay, when is Donna not a together person?
Uh, when she feels that things are just sometimes the receiving of perspective comes like, oh, is this directly towards me or something like that. When I feel that okay, this is not Donna, this is not so Donna. So yeah, sometimes, but it's very rare when I feel that Donna is also a human. Sometimes I feel that. Otherwise, she is like almost always like very composed and together. So, yeah.
And do you think Beena is a together person?
Like 60%. Yes.
Seriously, 60%?
Yes. Yeah, seriously. So I do.
Seriously, 60%? That high?
Uh, yes, yes. I have every right to be biased when you are asking me about me. So yes.
Okay, so with Donna it's 99%, but with you it's 60%. How does that work?
Not 99, not 99%. I guess
Okay.
you can say that 90%. Donna is a
90,
together.
okay.
Yeah, but
Accuracy.
sometimes I feel that this is not so Donna kind of thing. But okay, she knows better.
But it's 90 for Donna and 60 for you. How's that work? Okay, do you feel Sil is a together person?
95%, yes.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
Wow.
yeah.
Wow. All right. I still don't know. Donna, what do you think on the 60%? That smacks of complete utter BS to me, but all right.
No, I'm not doing that for any ego or trying to be humble or anything. No.
I know, but
No.
still it doesn't make any sense. Do you really?
Oh yes, I truly think that before Donna answer that, I do get influenced by other people's emotions, so I'm not really composed. I do get influenced by situations, so at that time I'm not really a together person. I also sometimes I feel that okay, I need to do the doer mind, so I'm not a together person at that time. Also, and also sometimes my old beliefs comes in like okay, because you don't have these things, so you cannot be like this. Sometimes I just assume few things about other people. So all these things, I guess it's a kind of fair calculation from my side as far as I can understand. 60%, yes, now I can say about myself that I'm a together person. But 40%, no. No.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. All right. Donna, what do you think about this?
About what?
Right, what Donna's saying. I mean, Donna. See now, Donna has become Beena, and Beena's Donna. About the 60%.
I feel as though it doesn't matter if it's your perspective, with all due respect. It's
Yes.
hers. And I also don't necessarily feel very comfortable with numbers, period.
Oh, I agree.
But,
I agree.
but it's fun to, to get the point across, to do the number game, just so that you're bringing to your awareness, some areas that where you slip into that bubble.
Correct.
So
Correct.
the first step is being aware of it.
Yeah.
And then if
Yeah.
you have the mechanisms in place to shift out of it.
The value here to me, and the gift that Beena bestowed with these numbers, is not in the numbers of the accuracy, but it is an indication that Beena's internal perspective
Right.
is more akin to our own internal perspectives, right? So if I'd asked you that same question, maybe on a perspective scale, sometimes you may have said the same thing from Venus' perspective, right? In that context, the way she said it, you may have said, or me, I may have said the same thing. I'm influenced by other people's emotions, etc. So on that scale that Venus evaluating, I feel 60% for me or something similar is very appropriate as well. It's nice to see. It's very useful when we realize that how we are perceived externally and what might actually be an objective or more objective evaluation of ourselves does not necessarily align with our own internal perspectives. So sometimes we're a little overly harsh with ourselves, in other words. Yeah.
I feel that applies to me.
Oh, okay. All right. I don't think Beena thinks it applies to her either, but all right. So.
Well, that was a good way to make a point, by the way.
Yeah. That's fantastic. That's fantastic. That was fantastic. Yeah. So beautiful. So beautiful. Well, in my opinion, Beena, you are a together person, and so is Donna. Absolutely and indisputably. and no percentages. That's it.
But
Yes.
but what about
Yes,
those incidents?
yes,
Yeah.
yes. But a together person. So I agree with you. But hold on, let me make clear the definition here.
Mm-hmm.
So a together person is in this definition. If we go back a couple of slides, it comes back. Well, just in the previous slide, yeah, right. Independent people who have their S together. That's very important. The S here. Now that's a common expression, in at least in American common language. You hear it a lot, right? Kind of street language. But there's a very particular reason for that word. It means that you're crap and nonsense. You are. It's not all over the show, right? You have that part of you together. This doesn't mean that you have other parts of you together. In other words, you are not influenced by gross indulgences and necessary. You don't have meanness and nastiness and rudeness and stuff like this. Is not the problem. Yes, there are things like being influenced by the moods of other, but this is a complex problem because we want to be empathic, we want to feel, we want to have the ability to understand inside other people. We don't want to be detached for other people. We just want to learn to be appropriately so. We want to learn to filter. So this is not a problem of dealing with nonsense. This is a problem of dealing with sophistication and finesse and goodness. Different problem. It doesn't fall into the category of a together person. Now, your togetherness, you took it in a more entirety, more whole view. We are talking here just about together in the context of having your S together. In that context, you see? So a together person in this context is somebody that you could say, oh, they've got their shit together, right? So this is an important point because that's the common understanding of this. Now, I just made the term together person. It's not really a term, but instead of saying that, having their S together all the time. But this is important. So when it comes to that side of things, anybody, you look at Donna, you have to say, well, of course, Donna's got her stuff together. What is she doing that's indulgent? What is she doing that's kind of crappy and foolish and that doesn't make sense? How is she living in contradiction and stuff like this, right? She's not. She's not, right? She's got stuff sorted. Yes, she's learning and growing, but that's the same thing. Sorry, that's a whole entire different thing when you're on a path of learning and growing to where you don't have your nonsense sorted. Right? It's fairly easy to get your nonsense sorted. There's no real excuse for that stuff. I mean, like in the typical nonsense where, I don't know, I don't even want to go into examples, but you know what I mean by examples of nonsense like this. So it's a very different deal. So in that context, to me, totally, you have your stuff together, and so does Donna. So. I mean, you know where you're going, you know what you're doing, you know what you're about, you know what you've got to learn. Right there, that's having your stuff together. Yeah. All right. Now we might lose it every now and then, temporarily, but that's a different deal. So, still, on the whole, got your stuff together. All right. So carrying on with what you're doing, the unrelenting insistence on indulgence corrupts unrelentingly, and that's when we look at the BMNs that we've known. This is the issue: the unrelenting insistence on indulgence. This indulgence is a great joy to most of the BMNs. It's a joy. They love it. They get a big thrill out of it. When you see them involved in the indulgence, when no one's looking, you see that glee and delight on their faces. It's the most incredible thing. All right. Have you seen that, Donna? Oh, have you seen that, Donna? Donna? Not hearing you.
Yes. I'm sorry. I had myself on mute.
I saw good. Yeah, you've seen that. All right, cool. For the BS, a hierarchy in comparison is their entire world. They will feel like a loser compared to independent individuals. They will see themselves as less than, generally feeling utterly miserable via comparison, all through the doings of the ridiculous comparison mindset and their preposterous egos. This leads to a particular remedy the BSA tries to employ to rectify this unhappy state for them. If only they knew how unnecessary it all is, but they don't. So what they do is enlist allies. At every opportunity, they will try to engineer us versus you situations against individuals they cannot BS or bully. And they did this a lot to you, right? They ganged up on you, yeah?
Often.
Yeah. For instance, if the independent individual is in a conversation with someone and and that third person disagrees or questions or displays even the faintest opening of possibility of attack, the BSO will jump in and immediately take sides, amping up whatever difference there might be, trying to make it into something. The BSA is so caught up in these misbeliefs and delusions of self that getting even and putting them in their place becomes a very big deal to the BSA, like Sam and the waitress, right? When they get,
That's Brian behavior.
yeah,
He's a
exactly.
little mini me in those
Oh
situations.
yeah. When they get the slightest opportunity, like in the restaurant, slightest opportunity, they will try to instigate some kind of antagonism from others against the together person in the hope they will get their comeuppance. Was that waitress just having a bad day, or did she also have a bit of togetherness and independence of spirit in addition to having a bad day?
She was still working. She still smiled. She still said thank you to her customers. So
Right. So she did have some measure of self-control and togetherness, right? She didn't show irritation. That would have shown weakness, which would have made her less than, and it would have been okay with that. The tactic of the BSter is a nasty, rotten, and disgusting behavior, but one we need to be aware of, as it can lead to real trouble, especially when it comes to be amends. They're so consumed by their narcissism, like that family who said they were going to go after that person, right? We don't get mad, we get even. They can lead to real trouble. They're so consumed by their narcissism, and that whole family is consumed by it. They will go to extreme lengths to try to rectify the severe imbalance between them and the genuine person. The real and obvious differences, so unfavorable to the BSer, burns them, gnaws at them, and eats away at their ego incessantly. They can become obsessed with trying to get even and pull down those they deem superior. Trump and Obama, right here. Right? This paragraph, right here, Trump and Obama. I don't know how much you watch Trump stuff or TV or news, but he's obsessed. He's obsessed with pulling down Obama because he sees Obama as clearly superior to him. He knows it. Where is this damn hair that I see all the time coming from?
go get a pair of scissors and cut it off.
I don't know where it is. I have to cut all my hair off. Cut my eyebrows off too. My eyelashes. I don't know. Somewhere. It's faint, but I catch it. There it is. There it is. I still bloody
Gnawing at you.
Yeah, because it gets in my view. It's a problem with awareness when you have stuff like that. It keeps catching my awareness, you see, because it's not clear. So I'm alerted for that. Wow, it's amazing.
Yes, I saw that without you having to express that in words.
I'm sorry. Okay. So yeah,
okay.
This is a big deal. This is a big deal.
It's all a big deal, so.
I know. All right. The core of us against you manipulation is the vain hope the unsubstantiated and illusory will somehow automatically and magically be condoned and contorted into the valid through the assistance of another. That's what they hope. Somehow, when you get more than one, it somehow changes things which aren't true into true. And it does in certain instances. The root of the us against you mindset is lack of courage, character, and integrity. It's a looking for alliance in an attempt to bolster an indefensible indulgence and start. So I'm not sure if we get into the psychology of it later on, but let's get into it now a little bit. Why this us against you mindset is so valid for them? Because in our underlying brainstem, in the primitive brain, if everybody believes it, it must be true. This is something that the brainstem actually believes, and it's based on very hard, definitive truth. You standing on the edge of the frozen lake, and you say, "Oh, it's frozen. If I go on there, I'll sink." Everybody goes on there and ice skates happily away, and well, if everybody believes it, it must be true. You see it happening. Well, everybody believes it. It's true, duh. Because look, they're happening. They're doing it. See. So in the same way, in just common beliefs and stuff, if everybody believes it, we believe it to be true because, well, everybody's believing it. We have this assumption that if it's a large enough percentage of people that do something, it's proven and tested and it must be real. Of course, we know this not to be so from superstition, but nonetheless, in general, it happens to be true, but not always, right? So
Then
this,
why do some people have a primitive brainstem that is configured in such a way that they're the ones that say, wait a minute, maybe not. Wait a second. I don't, not for me.
yeah,
That's
it's
not
not,
working for
yeah,
me.
yeah. It's not that some have the brainstem. We all have it.
I know. I didn't say that. I
Oh,
said
oh,
what makes it so some primitive brainstems operate with and they just continue on that and never question, and others have that, but yet is it something that happens to the brainstem or
no, I think it's just purely habit.
habit?
Oh yeah. So what makes the brainstem work is its one-step logic, right? You watch all the nonsense that people get into. They believe it because the very first step, it's like, oh wow, and it makes total sense in that one step. But if you go in the second step, it disproves the thing, right? So it's very superficial logic because the brainstem doesn't have time to think. If the lion is coming at you, you run away. There's no time to think and consider and pause. No, you got to act immediately, right? So it's all about immediate action. It's not about thinking it through. So the habit is simply how you've trained your brain to get involved in things. Now, if you train the brain to get involved in thinking things through, looking at what's the next step, shifting perspective, and all of the other things that the other brains do, the neocortex, the frontal lobes, whatever, right? We have like 7 different brains or something stupid, you know. So it's just that habit of what you get immersed in, and they can train the brainstem, or at least enlarge it and expand on it, and say, I'm getting what I want. Superiority, I get what I want. This is good, I get what I want. It's all this primitive one-step logic, and they just get into the habit of living inside that brain. They don't need to, but it's just a habit. That's all. Just immersion, just a bubble. You know,
Do
just
people
habit.
have brain damage that would not allow them to, even if they had like this little voice that said, wait, step back and think it through to the end, that didn't allow them to do that?
Very possibly, very possibly. Oh yeah. So let's say like the computer, right? In the modern computer, you've got different processors. Like you've got the actual processor, you've got the math co-processor. Sometimes, like in my computer, I've got 6 processors, right? And I've got an additional one in my video card. Yeah, I've actually got 2 video cards in my hard drive. So that's 2 GPUs, which, the hard drive can, if it's not using visual stuff, it can use that for processing. So they've got all these different brains. Now, there might be, like let's say a kink in the cable, which between the regular brain and the only access you have that's kind of fluid and easy, that's not stressful, a bigger pipe, as it were. You got a big pipe to the brainstem, and this is just your default. But I think it's just too that you get those short-term payoffs, and when these have become emphasized in the brain, and through emphasis in the brain literally rewires itself. So it rewires itself through that payoff of getting these short-term payoffs, which have been very real and very beneficial. So now it defaults to going to where it gets the payoff from, right? And then it trains the brain to only think short term and short sightedly. So yeah, the brain could literally get hardwired to get stuck in that pattern configuration.
Okay, so the perspective of sharing the PSP program with Erica and sharing how it was going for me going through the PSP program, how it was for her, and the differences between the two. From your perspective, what was the intent there?
I just wanted to understand how it was that for her it's a different experience, and I wanted you to hear why it is different for her. Now she got into talking about the perspective on a BMN and how that's different, not taking the program itself. She said she doesn't know really why, but I was hoping we'd get into a discussion on it, but she had to leave before that. so that you can get a perspective that's just different to yours, so that it would shift for you in some way to engaging with the program in a way that's not stressful. That's my intent, so that you can do the program and not have it to be a stressful thing for you. Now, I don't know if that's still so, right? After us doing this now, is it still feel
I guess
stressful?
I just feel from a perspective of a person going through it, that goes back to process. And for me, the pain, it wasn't even pain, and it wasn't, you know, see, this is where it gets difficult for me, because I have emotions and I have experiences that don't always match a normal, quote unquote. So this is where it gets difficult. And I feel like I shared with you after a little while ago what the pain was really about, and the sadness and the difference. So a lot of times perceived situations aren't necessarily at all what my experience is. And so although I see benefit in getting another perspective, always see benefit in that, I do feel as though everyone has their own process, and sometimes that might include the primitive sadness, grief, pain, anger, and then there's a whole nother layer to those primitive emotions that are more of the more feelings. And so sometimes if you don't know if a person's operating from a more feeling or a primitive feeling, but they're being exhibited in a situation the same, and it's hard to know which is which, the only person that knows is that person. And it might be that that process of primitive pain and fear took place years ago. And now there's another layer coming on that's a moreness feeling and emotion, but it's being shown in the exact same way that somebody would perceive a primitive emotion.
Oh, absolutely. So, and in you, for you particularly, you were forced to live in that brain because that's what you had to do to survive and fit in that situation, because all those around you were living from that brain. Yeah.
Didn't live.
Say again.
I didn't really live.
No, not really live. Exactly. You were thinking other thoughts, but in an external way. You had to subscribe and seem to conform and not at least be anti openly and stuff like that, even though you sometimes were. You know, as best you could, you were trying to fit in without rocking the boat too much, but you also did rock the boat, yes?
I did rock the boat, and then I rocked the boat less because it was detrimental.
Exactly.
It just exasperated everything, and I could see that it's just kind of like an awareness thing. If people can only meet you where they are, and if they have no desire to get out of their comfort zones or to grow or to expand, you just piss them off even more. And in that particular group, they did some pretty mean things when you pissed them off. So
That's amazing. I was just hoping to shift your perspective. Again, you have your own process, but sometimes when we see other processes, it's not that you need to adopt that or want to or should or any. No. It's just that, okay, well, it just gives you perspective and reflection on your own. And you just look at anything and then you see maybe I can do this. I know sometimes it's just helpful. It's very helpful usually to get alternative perspectives. Very, very helpful.
yeah, that wasn't my point. I didn't really articulate it very well. I could try again if you want me to.
Sure, please. I am keen to understand. Yeah.
Okay. So here was my perspective on what Erica was saying, and I could be totally off, but it's just my perspective. She had a life situation with somebody who it wasn't positive, and he was a bullshit bullshit manipulator. She goes to another person, counselor, whatever it might be. I can't remember her name. Kathy. And she probably does talk therapy or whatever the situation is to work through these kinds of things.
Yeah.
That to me is primitive emotions. That's what I'm saying as primitive emotions. You're dealing with it at a worldly level. And that's what I did, I don't know, 15 years ago. You know, everything's raw and it's worldly and you don't have the awareness. And, you know, you're just saying, here's my past story and it hurts and they did this. And it's sort of victim mode and that whole thing, right? And you walk through that process. You get it all out, you dig it all up, you feel the experiences that you didn't allow yourself to feel at the time. To me, I'll call that primitive, the primitive emotions. And you can call them and label them whatever you want. It does involve sadness usually, anger, resentment, depression, whatever. And then you're okay. And so I did that years ago. And then I came to be in a neutral zone, let's say with Brian, and even situations with my mom and sister and others, where I could literally think about those situations and those primitive emotions of feeling victimized and feeling sad and having all of that overwhelm me and I have tears was gone. I could just observe it. Yep, that happened. Yep, it served a purpose. Yes, it was part of my journey. And eventually someday it'll all make sense. That's what I held on to. And so even in the neutral zone, I started to have an awareness. And that's where you started with Way of Impeccability. And so those primitive emotions started to have another layer being attached to them. As I went through Way of Impeccability, and as I've gone through things the last few years with my work with myself and no one else, nobody external, not a counselor, not Reiki master, not spiritual guru. Okay, so that layeredness brought me inside so that I could say what was my part in those situations. What did I learn? How did I grow? How did I expand? I need to take responsibility for my own unawareness and my bullshit manipulation. And in that's where I've been for quite a while. And now, today, what happened was for the first time, I was able, for Brian specifically, to have a feeling of that layered. It was sadness. It was, it's sad that we didn't have that awareness when we were together. It, you know, it had an element of if I would have had the awareness then, it would have turned out so much differently. We both, unbeknownst to either one of ourselves, were operating from default mechanisms. And that realization, I couldn't help but feel sad. And I also felt compassion and grace and love for him for the first time since 2003.
So, today?
So that is the layered emotion. And I felt like what Erica was talking about from her perspective was 13 years ago kind of thing. And not that either one is good or bad, just different perspectives, different places.
So to me, today, what I see, describe how you responded and felt towards Brian is the beginnings of the nobility perspective.
I've had glimpses of that about Brian and my mom and my sister and other situations. I just want that to stay.
Yes, and that's what we're working on. That is exactly what we are working on. And this program is necessary for it, Donna. It's necessary. This is absolutely critical, essential aspirant training. You know, somebody asked me, where is the training of the aspirants? I want to train as an aspirant. You know, you just talk about like what the new nobility are already, but how did they get there? Well, this is how they got there.
See, but what Beena was talking about was exactly, it's like she could have been here for the last, I don't know, 5 hours that we were here. And that's what I'm talking about, what she does. And it's like she was here, and somehow she did hear, and somehow she did know, and then she puts it in a sentence. That's exactly what she was talking about with the 60% and how she perceives. And I felt like I could say those exact same words, of course, as always.
Yeah.
And that just, it's like, wow.
Magic. It's magic. It's magic. It's new nobility magic. Yes. 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 Yes.
But she is noble.
Oh yeah. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. And so you. And so you. Beautiful, magical, beautiful Donna. And so you. Oh yes. Oh yes. Oh yes. Now, being noble and being noble with awareness and being deliberately noble and being noble and being able to see the fullness of the world, right? And now, being noble and being a new noble, not quite the same thing. Okay? The new nobility, at least in my conception of it, which is, I'm not trying to make people into new nobility. I use them as a goal of potentiality. Where you wish to go in your own pursuit and path, that's of course your own decision. I just use it as a context for an illustration. So, in my conception of the new nobility, they have a noble conception of the world. They see the moreness, they see the goodness, but they do not do so in ignorance. Nope, nope,
Right.
nope, nope, nope. That is absolutely critical and vital, right? Because the bulk of the new nobility exists not on nobilia. Nobilia is, I don't know, maybe 5% of the new noble population, some small percentage. I haven't worked out the exact numbers yet. But it's a tiny fraction, which you think, wow, Nobilia is such an incredible place. It's like the home of the new nobility. Yes, they all spend time there, but they don't live there on a regular basis because of attunement. Somehow, magically, the universe takes them and places them all over the agglomeration, all over the universe, the galaxy, because of where they need to be. Right? So they all end up where the universe, and the universe tends to spread them out fairly evenly, and it's quite a magical thing that nobody can quite understand how it works, but it's so. But if you're living out in the agglomeration, and the way it works, at least in my conceptuality, is that there's, at least two new nobles in every community. I think we talked about this, right? Donna?
Yes, we did.
Okay. But this is key, though, because they are influential to the universe, to the world at large, simply through their presence. This is it. They make a difference simply through being. They don't do anything specific, they just be, right?
Okay, I have a
But,
question. Stop. Stop.
sure.
Stop. Okay. So that actually is happening. It's a concept that is very feasible, sensible to me. So let's just pretend. We'll use our imagination that that's exactly what's happening. Now, the aspirants, or new nobles, did you call them?
New
New
nobles,
nobles?
yeah.
Okay.
Aspirants is before they become, they trainees essentially when they're aspirants, yeah.
All right. So if they're new nobles, let's say from aspirant to new noble, they have awareness and they have shifts in the way they see situations and even the way they visually see objects changes and their body changes and they have all these changes, but they're really not aware of maybe the concept of aspirant or even new noble. They just,
Yeah.
Do they? Does everyone that's aspiring at this new noble, do they have a recognition at some point? Oh, I'm one of the new nobles. Not that that's better or whatever.
No,
I'm just
no,
using regular words.
No. They actually almost never get to that point. They don't. They have an aspiration to be more. Yes, and yes, maybe an aspiration to be a new noble. When they go to nobilia and when they become aware of what the nobility is all about, then yes, because it's part of the culture. Everybody at some point becomes aware. Just in your history of the, any school you go to. Well,
No, I'm
yes,
talking about they go out. They go out into the agglomeration and they become aware that that's their role.
Oh, absolutely. At that point, yes, because you've now spent your training on nobilia as an aspirant, and you've become a new noble. And the way you become a new noble is people nominate you, and it's just a legal thing, And then you go and you sign over. You take the name noble, becomes officially your last name, and it's the only employees of the new nobility corporation can have this name, or employees and shareholders. It's owned by them. So so it's very clear, definite thing that they are consciously and definitively and deliberately a new noble, because now it's not only your job, but you're also a shareholder. You're a representative of the corporation. So
Okay. So
yeah, so
you're
it's a very
in
very
the
distinct
agglomeration,
thing. Yeah,
right? We're in the agglomeration, and we're being a new noble, and our role is just to be present. There
correct,
is no
correct,
teaching. There is no
correct,
counseling. There is
correct,
no
correct,
gurusism to it.
correct,
Okay.
correct.
So that's good. I can see that, and I feel that, and I resonate with that.
Yeah, yeah.
The thing that is the unknown for me that creates the push-pull is with this new way of seeing things and feeling things and viewing things, even physical things, in the world where you're placed, others don't. And so it's like taking those things and those changes and adapting it in a way that still works, so that
Exactly.
your brain doesn't go into a convulsion, and you
Oh,
don't feel isolated, and other people don't look at you like you're some kind of freak, because truly
wow.
it is very unique and different, right?
Exactly. Oh, yes, exactly. Now,
How does
we'll
that
get,
happen?
because they understand PSP absolutely, thoroughly, innately, and completely. That's why. That's why it happens. They understand it even better than the participants themselves. Say again? I didn't hear you at all.
Participants, why that word?
Because someone like Brian participates in the superiority paradigm.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Look, he got into it by default, but staying in
Right.
it is his choice.
Right.
You have to understand that difference. Very important. It's sad that he has a pressure on him by default to stay in that. But this is the universe testing you. How good are you really?
Right.
Yeah,
I've been fully aware of that for a long time.
exactly. So the new nobility are able to function in the regular world simply because they are not out there. They're not woo-woo. They clearly understand. They are sophisticated on every level. They know all of the nonsense. They know about indulgence. They know about perversion. They know about, all the nonsense, and they know all the stuff. Now, there's considerably less of it in the agglomeration than in our world, but it's still there. And also, the new nobility, because of their integrity, their ethics, their honesty, their scrupulousness, their thoroughness, their impeccability, and because of the history of the way the agglomeration came about, which is that chapter in the book, right? The name agglomeration, the new nobility was so instrumental in that. Because of this, and them coming and sharing, and they became the de facto diplomatic corps of the agglomeration. Now, of course, the new nobility being a corporation, they contract their services. You want us to be diplomats? Fine. Yes, I will. Right? Now, there's a logic to this also. When you need to provide a service like this, your service is dependent on your reputation. Where an independent, at least a government diplomatic corps, doesn't have the same pressure. And because they are the diplomatic corps for hire by everybody, right? And by default in their contract, when you get hired by as a diplomat, doesn't matter who hires you, you automatically work for both parties or all parties involved. This is part of the new nobility's ethical contracts, right? So it doesn't matter if party A hires you, you are as in legally, you are as much bound to party B, C, D, E, and F, and all the way to Z, right? So this makes them profound diplomats who get the results. But as these diplomats, they also sometimes deal with worlds that are new worlds to the agglomeration that they discover, even alien worlds, which can be completely caught up in the superiority program, be very primitive even. So they have to understand all the stuff. They have to. But they understand it not only in dealing with it in its own terms, but in a way which allows them to be the elephant in the jungle. They don't get caught up in being the chief lion. They just are the elephant. What does the lion do? All the lions that are hanging around squabbling over their superiority and jockeying for position when the elephant comes walking along, they get the hell out of the way, right? New nobles are in such a completely different space of being. They are the same mourners as the elephant. It's not a superior or a better thing. The elephant doesn't think it's better than the lion. It's just different. I said
Yes.
it just
Yes.
it
Yes.
just does what it does. It's complete. The end of elephant has independence of being when it's walking there towards the lion. Myself. Very
Why do
simple.
I go in and out?
I have no idea, Donna. I really don't know. The most peculiar thing to me. I think your mic may have something on it where you need to make a certain amount of noise before it hears you. When I say, "Oh, you're talking to me," and then it kind of switches on.
I'm
I
I
don't.
meant, why do I go in and out of this
Oh,
awareness in this whole thing?
habit again. Practice. My brain is trained to habitually think in certain ways. We default to that. That's why changing habit is such a core for the Way of Impeccability program. We want to get into the habit of being able to change our habits. So we want to develop the skill that we can recognize habits and then overbend to shift them. So we have to understand how absolutely critical, essential, and imperative it is to be able to change our habits willingly, consciously, deliberately, on demand. Absolutely vital and essential. Habits are a big deal. Huge deal. Why, dang it. I'm not dropping things and then I can't find them. Food especially. So this is a very big deal. Understanding this. It's absolutely critical. We cannot possibly be a new noble that isn't in a bubble unless we understand this. Anybody coming to you and seeing, oh, a new noble, and just think, oh, they're into nobility and goodness and that. Most of the like really super BMNs, right? The malicious ones, the cruel ones, the nasty ones, the criminal ones. Oh, first thing they hear, oh, here's a sucker.
Exactly. That's exactly right.
Right. But when they come to the new nobles, when they see, oh, this person sees every ounce of my bullshit. Oh, they're even ahead of the game. Oh crap, they're seeing twists
Exactly
and turns
right.
that
Because that's exactly the process Brian and I danced. In the
exactly.
beginning, I was just, yep. And then at some point, I started becoming aware. And then at some point, I started calling him out. And then at some point, I became his worst enemy.
Exactly. Now, if you had this complete awareness to start with, he never would have messed with you in the first place. He wouldn't
That's
have come
right.
anywhere close to you.
Right.
He would have completely avoided you. So,
Right.
this is the thing with the new nobles. Now, of course, they have to deal with this sometimes because the diplomats, you get the delegation and they've flown 6 months in space to get to you. When they left there, they had no idea what was on the other side. So the worst BMNs were jockeying and competing and getting onto it. So you're not getting their best, you're getting their worst because of the, oh, this is a big deal, it's a status, I've got to be on it, blah, blah, blah. Right? So they have to be able to deal with this. And they can be tough and ruthless, and they can be really like bossy, and if they need to be because it's appropriate. So they can play the hierarchy game if they have to. In a case like that, yes, you can be the elephant, but sometimes, you know, there's some that don't even recognize such a thing as an elephant because they've never had an experience. You know, they've grown up on a planet where there aren't any elephants, or they're BMN elephants. We just happen to have elephants which aren't particularly BMN. Well, they do kind of, but still, for the purposes of the illustration, you know. So I'll put them in a place in a hurry. Not that they care to do this, like it, or think they have a place, but according to their logic, they'll do this. Otherwise, they don't get them to listen. So once they listen, then they'll explain. This is their ethics. Then they'll explain why they don't like doing this, they don't care to do it, why it's nonsense, why it's idiotic, and it's a long process, you know. Anyway, big deal.
Go on.
I said, it'll just take a long time with a delegation like that and a world like that to at least get a few to understand the detriments of the system. Now, they will deliberately use and exploit the greed and the covetousness and the self-centeredness of that psychology in order to get it started. Right. So we'll say to a delegation that's come up, they're all super BMNs, right? The worst of the worst, criminals, just out like evil. They're like all Hitlers on the delegation. Let's just say for argument's sake, right? The worst of the worst. You will show them the advantages in the agglomeration for you as an individual. They're like, wow, cool, wow, cool. Oh, it's easy. Oh, I don't have to fight. Oh, I don't have to engage in pecking order. Wow. So, and even though they can say, oh, well, yeah, it's so easy for you to be special. Wow. Oh, cool. Even though they haven't unhooked from that, they get to see how easy it is to get them to get what they want in the agglomeration. So it is easy. You get whatever you want. You don't have to fight. You don't have to compete. It's very simple because the economics are different and all of this stuff. So you appeal to their kind of greed and that narcissism and that. And then they buy into the system. And now they go and sell this to their government and the whole planet shifts. Now, of course, just knowing the inherentness of energy and effort reward, over time, when people have an easier method to shift this, they go for the easier method because it's less energy. Now, when you start to adopt these lifestyle and new methods, and you start to ascribe to them simply because there's less energy, you start subscribing to it, and then the seed starts. And then, especially because the new nobility and through the agglomeration, because this will be an agglomeration implementation, they will make sure that this point of effort reward is absolutely hammered home. If there's any propaganda that they push, it's this choice of effort reward, and that it's a circle, right? And then people realize, oh, you know what, where I'm at, it's my choice for effort reward. I don't have to compete. So up yours if you want to come say this is a bad choice. It's my choice. You can't say boo or bar. And through this, they undo the hierarchy system. And it eventually implodes and collapses because, well, there's no need for it. And it's just a waste of energy. And everybody at root, what made the hierarchy system work or the superiority paradigm work, it's because of competing over resources. When you say there's no need to compete over resources, and what are you competing over? Nothing. And you realize it's an effort thing, and now you make it into an effort deal. So, well, it's kind of a lot of effort to fight for this stuff. Is it worth the effort? Well, not really. Okay, screw you, because that mindset is personally indulgent already. So they say, oh, I don't really have to do this. Okay, yeah, all right, cool. I'm now boss of my own world, and then they love this. It's just a very simple little tweak, and it changes everything. So,
what about when they come and you show them how it works for you, and then they come to that whole worldview collapse of, oh shit, I've done all this really crappy stuff.
No.
Do they go through that or no?
Oh, yeah.
They just
Oh, some of them. Oh, absolutely. Yeah, well. Absolutely, that's a big deal.
Or
Because they
or did they just flip to, because it's
no,
all
no, it
about
depends.
them, they
It
can
depends.
relate it back to how it benefits them?
Yeah. No, it depends on the individual. It depends on how much
And the only reason I
conscience.
bring that up is time. I know it's, they always say time is an illusion, but like, it's a process
Well,
that could take eons.
well, well, well. It can take eons for an individual, but the new nobility also understand that thing. Well, if everybody does it, it must be right. They leverage this. They deliberately will manipulate this in such instances of such worlds. When you get a world shift, or at least you bring those people and they see it in a world and they see the shift. Oh, if everybody's doing it, it must be right. And
Using
they'll
that
hammer this.
for
They use
momentum
that to
and
prove the
leverage.
point, right? And then two, you can look at society, in our society, when something goes viral, how it can shift the society. Remember with gay, right? When Obama started the presidency, he was not in favor of gay marriage. Within that 8-year space, gay marriage became legal, right? So Obama, the president, a very liberal guy, very sensible, very fair, very open-minded guy, was not in favor. Now, I don't know if this was personal or just his political opinion. I'm not sure. But nonetheless, that was a representation of the country in general. Most fair-minded liberal people were also not necessarily in favor of gay marriage. They weren't necessarily against it like the conservatives, but they weren't necessarily in favor of it either. Public opinion changed dramatically and very quickly, all because of certain things going viral. And also because of certain TV programs which came on the air, like Will and Grace and Queer Eye for the straight guy, right? I don't know if you know the programs or remember them, but they dramatically changed the opinion of people very quickly in very short space of time because they were very huge and very popular. So it suddenly became acceptable. Gayness became acceptable. Well, if we like Will and Grace, we love Will and Grace. We love Queer Eye for the gay guy. Well, how can I be against them having marriage? You see? Change the opinion just like that. So things going viral and being popular can change opinion very, very quickly. It's very fascinating to watch. Much of what people believe, they believe not because it's their choice, but because they get it from somebody else in authority, in an influencer. So if you want to change the world, change the sources of your influence. That's why changing a Fortune 500 company to be an impeccable company with an impeccable ethical core company policy and mandate will change the whole world. When one does it and it's seen to work, everybody else will do it. Once it's in place, how do you go against it?
All right. Can we continue on with the modules?
Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah. Okay.
Need to eat? You want to take a break for a few minutes?
You can read.
No?
No, you just read.
Didn't we already
Say
do
again?
this one?
No, we
Do
haven't
this
done this one yet.
Oh, no? Okay. We need to exercise caution when it comes to exposing a bullshitter. Yeah, we do. Usually just revealing a warning awareness, we know what they're up to is enough, especially if we do so without actually forcing the issue, allowing the bullshitter to save face. Yeah. Loss of face burns them deeply. Oh man, don't I know. When they're unable to bullshit their way out, they become excessively nasty and vindictive. Being caught out definitively is a consequence they absolutely cannot live with. Their exposure of the deep truth about them is one of their most feared fears.
Right. So right. So right here we're talking about capital D diplomacy, right? Right?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. Discernment is key. Discernment involves going past the mere perception of our underlying substantiations and making nuanced observations, especially with regard to that which is often overlooked or obfuscated. Discernment is key. Nuanced observations. Yeah, yeah. All right, you read again, please.
Personal justifications, substantiations, and validations can be tricky. We aren't always fully aware of them, often just assuming what we use to support our behavior is true. Laziness or lack of time and effort are a factor. Mostly, though, for good people, it's simply assumption.
Yeah. Well,
We believe much, which is purported to be true, and is in fact so. We take it for granted most others are honest also. Sadly, this gets us into trouble, typically leading to believing what on the surface seems sensible, but when we make the effort to look under the hood, we find the support of fiction and bullshit. An assumption, no, an awareness of how bullshitters use this assumption that what's pushed as truth has valid backing is used to fool us is useful when it comes to examining what lies behind our own beliefs and assumptions. It's especially with substantiations and validations where discernment is so critically important. If we are living according to what's hollow, that's a problem. Good people often do this inadvertently simply because their goodness predisposes them to believing without checking.
that belief without checking, it's a big deal. Big deal. That's why we need impeccability. Yeah.
Yep, very true. But our awareness and understanding of bullshit changes that. We come to know we have to check for ourselves. Our beliefs have to come from our own efforts which include checking, validating, and substantiating. Only by doing this can we justify a full, honest backing and support of what we taken to be our own, of what comprises our sacred, honest self. Of what comprises our sacred, honest self. Excuses, and more excuses. How does this work and why exactly do we make excuses? It's easy.
Yeah,
What
why?
leads? Because they're easy.
Ah, wow. Yeah, no, perfect.
Not painful.
Yep.
What leads to them? Unawareness.
Mm-hmm.
What would it take to be in a position where making excuses is not part of our being? Being aware, then you don't need excuses.
No, and
Because you're making deliberate choices. You're just changing your habits.
Right, and
Where
unrelenting impeccability, right?
Right. Where we have replacements which are beneficial and useful. Where we have, yeah. Okay. What is discernment to you? Guidance of your higher self, connection to that source of the universal connection, universal awareness.
Is discernment also a deliberate action that requires effort and layering and detailedness and thoroughness and scrupulous intelligence and perseverance and all sorts of stuff, perspective shifting, all that?
In the pyramid of things, but if you go to the highest point, it just means you're connected to source, which is you. Right. It's just your universal perspective.
But discernment can also mean that you are making loads of deliberate conscious effort, no?
Yeah.
I didn't hear. Say again?
I was thinking, yes.
Ah.
Share your discernment of the underlying psychology presented in this session.
I think that's what we're talking about with the new nobility, yeah?
Yeah, I'm just trying to put it succinctly. It's such a long answer in my head.
Keep going. Just say it loud. Take the long answer and share it anyway. And as you go, kind of refine it and fine tune it. Good exercise.
Well, In causality, for me, it's reward and the effort involved, and then shifting out of unawareness to awareness. And for me, awareness is just what you had said. You're taking impeccability, and you're taking deliberate, and you're taking choice, and you're taking independence of being, and you're combining all of those into thinking through to the end of a situation. And as long as those elements are presented in the process, then ultimately you're going to connect to that discernment, which is your higher and intuitive and universal perspective, instead of it being a selfish sort of local perspective. It automatically just happens. There's no right, wrong, yes, no, right path, wrong path. It just is. It just happens.
That's powerful. That's powerful magic. All right. Write out a character study or a short story, maybe, of a together person illustrating what they would be. This is fun to do as an exercise. Maybe do this, when we're not here together. Let's write a little character study or a short story of a together person. Make it a fictional one. It'd be fun. It's very powerful.
Once upon a time.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay. I mean, in whatever way, it doesn't have to be a fictional, as in a fantasy story. It can be set in our world, but either way, it's a fun exercise to do, because as you go into it, yeah.
You have a very strong literal aspect of you.
Oh yeah. Oh, you got to be literal. Do you mean
Very.
literal, as in like literary, or literal as in direct, absolute, like?
Absolute direct.
Oh, absolutely. Oh yeah. It can be very literal. Yeah. Because it's application. I don't want to get lost in the conception stuff. It has to translate into application, otherwise it's useless.
That way you don't have to have a defensive tone. So
Oh, I wasn't being defensive.
thing.
Oh, I'm sorry. I really wasn't meaning to be defensive. I really wasn't meaning to be. Oh, I'm sorry. I really wasn't meaning to be.
Maybe it was my perception, but your tone changed a little bit.
Oh, sorry. No, I can't even hear my tone, but that's why I said I'm sorry. If I was, I didn't mean to be. I really didn't mean to be. And
Oh, that's
I
good.
know. Yeah, sometimes we can fall into habits of stuff, and I really wasn't.
Yeah. Well, you like to, which is a good thing. From my perspective, anyway, it's needed sometimes when you're too high up in the sky. You bring it down really well.
Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly.
Conformism.
Do you like my little way I did it? Yeah. The little off-center thing,
Right, I got it.
All right. I don't know if you like it or not. I don't know. I like stuff like this. It's very simple but very obvious.
Makes the point.
Yeah, I thought it was cute. So, all right, you read some. I'm gonna
Why
chill.
Why do you have so many tulips lately?
It's just because when we download the graphics, they come in bunches and batches, and then you'll get a bunch and batches of it. So that's just how it comes when you download the stuff. So then you use it in those batches.
That.
Because all right, look, I'll show you. So if I want to add an image here, right? Look what happens. Right,
Bring up purple flowers.
Well, no, it just comes like, okay, so these were the last 12 that were uploaded, right? Now, you see, and it just keeps adding it on top of that. So you're gonna, okay, so now I'm looking for something. I'm scrolling, and 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 I'm scrolling. And look at my little scroll bar on the right there. Can you see? You get the idea of how much.
It's only moving a tiny little bit.
Exactly. So so this is the problem, you see. We have all the stuff and we use it up, and then we put the next up on top, but as you download it from Pixabay, it tends to come in little groupings of stuff. Now this is quite sorted here because we've sucked all the stuff out already. Now we have to go and pick through the stuff that we haven't already downloaded, so it's a little bit more varied. But yeah, you see it was a whole lot of bushes and plants, and also you're searching sometimes. So we search for flowers, and then it comes up, and it just happens to be, you see, like here's a little grouping. So yeah, just the way the whole system thing works. So it's pretty cool, though. It's pretty cool. Okay, there we go. All right.
Profile picture changed, by the way. It had, did you notice that? It had like a little circles and like a light effect to it.
A profile picture on Zoom or Facebook?
Zoom.
On Zoom? Oh no,
Yeah, it just used to be a picture of her, and today's it had like this light effect to it. It's pretty cool.
oh, I didn't see that. Oh, wow. Well, luckily I got it. You know, if it isn't on when she comes back again, I'll have a look. But you know, I'll have to look at the recording. So, all right. So here we go. Oh, I'll have to see that. I'm very excited now.
Driving force behind skewed action of manipulated condonance.
Mm-hmm.
Never heard that word. I've heard condone, but not condonance. Is the lack of independent thinking and an aversion to standing alone and standing up for one's own principle, values, truths, and consequences of the subscribing to the pressures of conformity without discernment.
Yeah, the driving force
A
behind
long way to say conformity, huh?
Yeah.
And awareness. Ooh, those flowers.
Well, it's the driving force behind the skewed action. It's the driving force behind manipulated condonance. Is the lack of independent thinking, right? And an aversion to standing alone and standing up for one's own principles. Yeah, they can't stand alone, so they get this manipulation of conformity. So yeah, all right, go ahead.
So attuned is the bullshitter to what's cool and what others believe will look good, they don't realize how utterly dependent they are on the opinions and beliefs of others. That's so true. Their entire focus in being become slave to what others think, robbing them of independent thought. Bullshitters are so bent on controlling and dominating and being superior, this contradiction of their psychology totally escapes them. They have to be forced on what others like and want, what they think, not only to supply others with what will impress them, but also to gain that much needed drug of approval. Yeah, they're addicted to everybody else's approval for sure. And it all boils down to it always boils down to that big, huge void. That void they're looking to fill with whatever they can because it's so lonely and it's so painful.
Yes. So do I need to make the spelling correction here?
Yes, you do.
Right, this one?
E-S. Yeah.
I'm just teasing you, being a jackass. You read it with an X, that's why.
Escapes then.
It's having fun. Yeah, it's amazing, that void, that hollowness. Yeah, we call it the hollowness, the inner hollowness.
Yes, the hollowness.
Yeah.
I've had that. I still have it at times. The bullshitter who so craves to be special and wonderful becomes addicted to what others think. I will say that, the whole thing about feeling special, I don't resonate with that.
No.
I resonate with sometimes I have most definitely behaved in this manner, but not so much the special and wonderful.
Yeah. Oh, that's because you are special. You don't have to have this pursuit and think of it.
See, I don't really, not so much. Oh, not really. They are particularly dependent on those they seek to impress and those who criticize them. Oh, yeah. Bullshitters become dependent conformists, seeking through others the condoning of their behavior. In this process, surrendering whatever little bit of freedom they might have. The price they pay for the imagined benefits is way more than they ever bargained for. And I think sometimes you get down that path and you get glimpses of that. Oh man, I just, this is, yeah. And then you're like, but how do I, and I'm not sure, and what do I do? Especially when everybody around you is that. It's like, you don't know how to get out of it. So you can't stay stuck, so you just go forward with it. It's just so sad.
Yeah.
I do think it's a choice, but I think I don't know. It's a choice it's a choice, but sometimes you don't know how to do it on your own.
Yeah. That's why we learn. That's why we look at the stuff around us. We learn from others. Because we don't always know ourselves, so we look around and we see, hey, who's gone down this path and figured this out? Okay, or more or less, okay, that's just the idea. I'll try this. I'll try that. So yeah. So imagination is so powerful. Even if we can't look at others, we can imagine somehow. When we can learn to imagine, it's very powerful. Helps us a lot. Right?
Learn to imagine what?
When we
Give me
can
an
imagine
example.
alternative ways of being, options, solutions. If we can just imagine the end result that we want to have, we can then reverse engineer and construct the path to get there. That's what the whole renewability deal is all about. It is imagining an endpoint and then seeing how we can reverse engineer to get there.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
Ironically, in their quest to be winners, their own actions turn them into monumental losers.
Yeah.
In quotation marks.
Yeah. Poor things. I really do feel sorry for them. I really do. But it doesn't make me unhappy, though. It's a tragedy that has to be. What can I do? But I mean, it sucks to be them, but it doesn't emotionally make me upset. But I
You're
do
so
feel for
far
them.
down the path. Maybe at some point it did, and you just forgot. For new people,
I used to feel very bad for them. I made great effort to learn how not to feel bad for them.
right, and it was a process.
Why? It's a process of understanding. It was a process of raising my awareness
Right.
into a greater and a more overview perspective until I saw it from the universal perspective, and then I was like, well, it is what it is.
Exactly. But it's a process, so you can't compare one person's process to the other or judge another person's process.
Exactly. All right.
Being social is sometimes a trap of a different kind, especially for the child teenager. Often fraught with peer pressure, inadvertent assimilation choices.
Sorry.
That's all right. And other subtle potential pitfalls.
Yeah. I forgot that I was going to bring up that screen. I was just going to do it while you talk, but then I forgot it brings up that screen. Oh dear. So, yeah. Just we see that background, and so it's in all the slides. So for the quotes, I like to have something a little different. A little boring here, but anyway, it's okay. Yeah, Beena still has to come and fill this in, or me. It still has to be prettified. But all right.
Was all this part of your concept of having all the modules and all the offerings of this information? Was that conceptually something, or were you just did you just create it as it came?
Oh no, it's all part of the conception. Absolutely. Are you talking about like the way this is coming together, or
Yeah,
I'm sorry, I'm not sure which part exactly.
Well, both the actual context and content, and having the modules and
yeah. No, and it's definitely. Or when I was writing the book, Olivia had a very particular thing, right? I mean, she just got focused on this thing with bullshit and how it was affecting her because she was personally going through it, and then she was talking about it like regularly, and she posted about it. So I just recommended from a therapeutic aspect in the same way I said to Sher, I said, well, write a book about it. And then she didn't want to write the book, she didn't want to make that effort to write the book. So she liked the idea, and she was very hell-bent on bringing this point to people in general so that they don't go through the same stuff that she did. And she said, look, I at least had the awareness. She didn't say it, but she also had me, that she was able to deal with it. But what if somebody didn't have, wasn't in her situation? They would be screwed. And this really bothered her. So this was her perspective in the book. But, she just made the quotes, and not all of the quotes, the ones that are on the pages. About half of them I pulled from all her Facebook posts. And then I just took those and arranged them. And then I made categories, and then I made chapters, and then I filled it in, and I expounded on it, and just went further and took it all the way. But when I was doing this for me, writing the book, it wasn't written as an exposition on BS and all the superiority paradigm. It was written as a self-help book. So it was always for me part of moreness, always. So is that answer your question? I'm not quite understanding the question. So.
Yeah, a little bit, but just expand. Okay, so specifically, you had the way of impeccability, and now with Beena and others, you're creating these modules, the PSP, the
Right.
moreness modules,
Right.
other thing. Was that always part of your conception of how this
Yeah,
was going to
because I mean,
unfold?
like, look, this PSP, yes, Beena does it with me, but the text here comes from the book. You know, I didn't alter the text any in the
Okay, we'll take moreness then.
Right. Okay. So take something like the capital H hearing and all of that. Yes, we do some of it together, but I was just reading a story which I'm going to include. It's always been there. If you go back through all my posts in my blog, for instance, okay, you won't see all of them because many of them are still in draft form. You go through all my writings and stuff. It's all there. I have it. It's now just taking it all and putting it into a packaging that is to communicate it. I always wanted to do this in some way, share something that makes a cohesive path that we can get from where we are at to where we want to be. Because I see
in little chunks because it was so big.
exactly.
Okay, now having said that,
Mm.
the people that are involved in whatever it is, whether it be the way of impeccability, whether it be capital H hearing, whether it be PSP courses, when they're doing the modules, do the people all have in common that they can relate immediately to the moreness of what's in all of the material?
Yeah, in general, yes. There
Yeah,
are
I figured
times.
so.
Yeah, there are times though, like Sue, where she gets stuck and says, I'm not getting this," and she goes like that. I'm not getting this." I think that was a pretty good imitation of Sue there. I hope so. But yeah, so sometimes she just gets stuck and says, "I don't get it." Like when she started the hearing and helping course on the hearing session specifically, capital H hearing, she was really stuck on that, and it took her a while to get it. And it's like, I don't get what he's saying. I don't get what he's saying. How can this be? She had a mental block a little bit. But so yeah, but in most part, they absolutely relate. And so, oh yes.
I'm not talking. Okay, I'm a little deeper. I'm going a little more layered than that.
Cool.
I'm actually saying that in my old story, with Nobelia and Biella and course materials, before I met you, I could have written what you have written.
No, that's not common. No, that's not common at all. That is not common. People relate to it when they hear it, they recognize it and see the sense of it and say, "Oh my goodness, this is fantastic. I love this." And when they say, "I love this," because in some way they think about moreness, they haven't taken it to the end, but when they see it, it so relates and connects, and it's so obvious that it just gels and resonates. It's not new and foreign, right? But it's not the same way as it with you, where it is familiar in terms of like I have thought it through to this endpoint. So in a different format, a different variation, maybe not as detailed, maybe, but still, you have thought. They haven't gone to it where they've actually created the world and the scenario and the system. Maybe not that I know of yet, but we haven't quite gotten to the new nobility stuff yet. But certainly with the PSP course, every single person, for most part, they think, "But you're writing about me."
Well, it's a little different than that, and you pinpointed it. It's interesting that we all feel it's written about us. That seemed reasonable. Yeah. And there's going to be certain person that's going to be drawn to way of impeccability. I just was really, really curious if anybody else, with the universal connection, if there was anybody else that created a city that.
No. No, nobody so far. But then again, it's only with you and a little bit with Beena that I've actually shared that. I haven't shared it much with them. A little bit here and there.
Okay.
They're aware of the new nobility and Biela, but in smatterings, not going into the detail of it.
Well, literally, a lot of the content of the modules and Nobilia and things that you say, like, are really, really close to, like, they could be my words and my visions. I just find that interesting.
Yeah.
It's been
It's
like that from the beginning.
Yeah, and the reason it's so, Donna, is because, well, you know, some things when you start to think them through to the end, you end up at the same path. Sorry,
Right?
you end up at the same destination regardless of the path. It's just like, well, duh.
But the path are so similar. How can they?
Well, because
That
they have to
intrigues
be,
me.
because there's a logic, there's an underlying logic to it. That, well, when you're thinking oneness, you're going to get to nobility. You're going to get to kindness, generosity, sensibility, awareness. It has to be. You can't have oneness without awareness. Who's that? Who's
And
that?
you're
Who's
gonna
that?
have
Who's
us.
that? Who's that? Who's that? Sorry, Donna. Sorry. Hold your thought, because I want to whoever it is that's joined us
It's
here.
Beena.
Who is
Hello.
it
And look at
again?
her picture. It's different.
Oh.
Hello.
It's a different
Hello,
picture
Oh,
sis.
yes, you're
today.
right. It is different.
Huh?
Wow. Did you change your
Why does
picture deliberately, Beena?
who changed that?
I'm asking you, did you? Because Donna said, well, before you had this picture, but it didn't have this golden light on it. But today, it's like
Huh?
you've got this nobility hanging around you, this nobility energy.
We have
Right, Donna?
golden orbs.
Yeah.
Golden orbs of light.
Did you change the picture, Beena?
No? Same picture.
What?
That wasn't there yesterday. I'm sorry, Beena, it was not. I look at this picture every day and I stare into your eyes and look at your lips and look at your nose and look at your cheeks and try and figure out what I'm being
What?
accused of with this
Come on.
look.
Come on.
I'm serious, and I'm going to go into my videos and look. As a matter of fact, I can do that right now. Hold on.
Okay, you're embarrassing me, but what kind of look I have? This is my usual look. So, okay, you guys need to understand this, please. It doesn't mean that I'm accusing anyone. It's just my.
Well, Donna, I think the universe is playing with us here.
I think so too.
Well, I tell you why. Hang on, let me put the sound off here so we don't see this. I gotta skip to where Beena is here because I think it's retroactively changed all the pictures.
Oh, see, same.
That's my point, Beena. My memory knows it wasn't there. That's what I'm saying. The universe is changing this retroactively on us. I never
It
saw
didn't
that
used
there.
to have those golden orbs. No way.
It never used to have that. I agree with you, Donna.
No.
It didn't have it. I'm sorry, it didn't have it. That's what I'm
Oh,
saying. It somehow changed retroactively. Beena, I so remember clearly looking into your eyes, both of these eyes. There was no shadow like this because this bothers me in the picture. It's disturbing to me.
but
My sense of clarity isn't there. So this was always a very clear picture of your face. Now it's there. It's very peculiar. Wow.
but this is my picture is from the very beginning.
Wow.
Like
Wow. 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 Wow.
how it could be different. Like now,
Wow.
I'm confused a bit.
I don't know either, Beena, how we filtered that out, if it was there or how it's now there when it wasn't there. I don't know. Yeah, I'm looking older ones here. Well, not that old, a week ago, but okay. I don't know when last you had the picture because there was a while when you didn't have it. So anyway, it's fascinating. It's fascinating.
Yes,
That's
this
most
picture
fascinating.
is on Facebook too. So let me check that because I guess that these were always there. Okay.
Wow. 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 Oh yes. Oh yes. Donna,
Oh.
I'm gonna make some custard
Ah,
and have it with guavas. Oh, yum, yum, yum.
party time. I never heard
It's
that.
party time.
Custard with guava or guava.
Oh, with the canned guavas. Oh man, That's fantastic, fantastic. All right, so what I want you to do there, Donna, as you read, just click on the right arrow for me, please.
Okay, sorry. These golden or colorful, always there.
Yeah,
Share
but
screen.
it's the
Sorry.
universe changing it retroactively. I'm sorry. Somebody changed the program and it changed it and backdated it.
See.
Yeah. Oh, well. Why don't you post the whole picture? Why do you zoom it in so?
No, I didn't zoom in
Oh,
or zoom out. It is just the size, peculiar size they have. They allow on Zoom.
what a fabulous picture, Beena. Wow,
It is
But
a fabulous picture. I love that.
wow. However, Donna, for me, when I look at this picture, I say, what did I do wrong? What the hell am I doing that I shouldn't be doing? Like, wow, what is it
What did
that's
you do?
off
Oh,
here?
you do. Oh, baloney. Who you fooling?
No, I'm really serious.
Oh, bull. Nuh-uh.
Why don't you believe me? I'm really serious. I've said it to Beena many times.
No.
I always say that, Donna, but it is like for me, what can I do? Because this is who I am. So, like,
I'm trying. I feel like I'm under scrutiny. Like I'm sort of being like so
okay,
seriously. What are you doing? So
okay, Mama was also
I love
feeling
it.
that from the very childhood. So
Yeah.
she was kind of like, right? Yeah.
What are you trying to say? Those golden orbs have always been there?
Yeah.
That's
See?
what you're telling
In
us.
her picture.
No, the memory is playing tricks on me because I don't ever.
Me too.
I
That's
was
what I'm trying to
still.
say to you, Donna. I think the program has
Yes.
been changed retroactively.
See,
What's
this is the picture
retroactive?
I remember this picture, but in the profile picture, I don't remember the orbs either.
I don't either at all.
I
Like
really don't. I
I
really
feel
don't.
100% certain they weren't
Same,
there.
same. If you put me on a lie detector now and
Right.
say, were they there? I guarantee you I'll pass and say, nope, they were not there.
I would
Guarantee.
too.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Ah.
Yeah, it's really fascinating. Yeah, I mean, now that I see them, I notice them, and like in your profile picture, and it's disturbing to me there across the eye, you know, because I always look at those parts of the eye, Beena, the corners, as you know, from the makeup thing.
Oh yes. Oh yes. Yes. What's
So,
her name?
Vanessa Jane.
Vanessa Jane. Yeah. So her makeup also.
Yeah.
Erica also. Erica Jane's makeup also.
Well, sometimes, not always, just sometimes.
What's the
Yeah.
makeup thing?
They
Oh,
wear
Donna.
they wear these cat eye or fox eye, and it's disturbing to me because I can't read all of the expressions because they cover that part of the eye, these corners, which reveal tremendous amounts of expression. I see extremely nuanced, fine, super detail, minute little shifts in faces to see things. So,
You
yeah.
read mine
You
right
see, you have
now.
it a little bit too, Donna, in the top there.
Do I?
Yeah, in your
I
makeup,
I have wrinkles. I don't have any makeup on. I have no
Really?
makeup on. None.
Your eyelashes,
No.
you have it naturally. What they're trying. That's where it comes from you, Donna. I was trying to figure out where they get this from. Look at
No
your
makeup on.
look at your eyes. The color
Corner.
of the darkness. When you came close, you can see that it's lighter on the inside and it goes darker
Yeah.
towards the outside. You see. Now they
Yeah.
deliberately try this with makeup. They do this on purpose, and it's called fox eyes. So you have natural fox eyes. Wow. Wow.
Foxy.
You are?
Oh
You
yes. Oh
are? You
yes.
are. Oh, you look
Yes, you
beautiful
are.
right now.
Oh, look at me. I crawled out of bed. I'm sweaty. I'm gross. I
You
haven't
look
showered
so
in 2 days.
beautiful.
No.
You're so
No.
beautiful,
No.
Donna.
So,
You're so beautiful. You're
Oh.
so
oh, you
beautiful.
know what?
Yeah.
Foxy. Do you guys used to say that word? Oh, she's foxy or he's foxy?
Yes, used to. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yes,
in
they
high
still
Oh.
use
school.
sometimes.
Is it?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. She's a fox. Yeah.
Yeah.
Only,
I haven't used.
only makeup you need is your smile, Donna.
Yes.
It
I used
changed
to wear a lot of
everything.
makeup,
Yeah.
and about
Oh,
a year ago I stopped.
You know, to
I
me,
also love
seriously.
that.
Yeah.
But in this picture particularly, no eye makeup, just my a bit lip color, a tint. That's it.
Yeah. No,
I
I prefer women without makeup. Seriously,
I
just in
just love
general.
makeup.
Yeah.
I
Oh,
like
I
that.
do like it
Mine
I
is,
also.
do too.
I said
yeah,
prefer. I do like
yeah.
makeup, but not excessive makeup. then you lose it. You know, it's got to be a nuanced, sophisticated,
It depends.
not
So,
distorted.
it depends on mood that sometimes we
Right.
want to. So okay, yeah, it's a different kind of feel. So it is good. I like that.
For me, I like the makeup when I'm in, just for myself, when I want to express like a complete just joy, like from head to toe.
Yes.
I want to spend time. I
Yes.
want to do my hair. I want to put
Yes.
on my face, and it's just like joy. It's for me. It has nothing to do with makeup for other people to
Yeah.
see or to try
That's
to
it.
hide anything.
Yeah.
Or, and I will say, when I was younger, I wore makeup for totally different reasons.
Yeah.
Totally different, but
Uh,
those reasons are no longer there. They're totally different, and that's kind of fun.
Yeah.
Like putting on like your bangles, Beena. Put on
Oh, yeah.
bangles. And like a really pretty dress and do your when we get together, which we're gonna get together, right?
Oh, yeah.
Soon.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes. Soon.
So we're gonna have like a
yeah.
girls makeover and bring your
Oh, yeah.
bangles and a beautiful, like if you have a gown, could I wear one of your gowns? And we
Oh,
could
God.
do
Oh,
I
yes.
could do your hair and you could do my hair. Oh, it'd be so fun.
I will bring that to you. There is in Pakistan, just close to a city, to Karachi, Hyderabad. It's famous for bangle making, glass bangle making, and I just love glass bangles. Yeah, not like
I
gold and
saw
other
that
things.
post I saw that post you did where they were making them.
Yes, and I was there in Hyderabad with my cousins, and in early morning, like 4:30 something, we woke up and decided to just go walk. It's a very small city. When we were on a bit, you can say that on a height, and it was a slope down there, and then it was like the scene was emerging for me when I was walking down, and the pink bricks buildings, small buildings over there, and in front of those buildings there were so many carts, like dozens of carts, every single cart of different color of glass bangle, overloaded with that.
Wow.
Red, blue, green, orange, all the bright colors, like jewel colors, and very bright. And they were washing it with water buckets. They were splashing water. Oh my God, I can't tell you how beautiful, how magical it was for me. I
Wow.
can like spend hours just watching them doing that. It was so beautiful, colors, like color fountain for me. And
Wow.
that was the sight for me. I just love that.
Wow.
Because of course I love glass bangles. Have you ever heard the sound of that glass bangles?
Mm.
Oh my God. Just wear at least 2 dozen of glass bangles in your head. And
Oh, say that again. Where at least how many?
2 dozen,
Dozen.
like
Who
24.
the hell has 2 dozen?
Come
Seriously.
on. Glass
Who has
bangles
2 dozen
always.
glass bangles?
Come on, it's a very normal thing. Like at least two
I'm just
dozen.
teasing. I'm just teasing.
He's teasing you.
Eh,
He's being
Donna,
facetious.
you will be amazed.
Yeah,
No
no, I
wind
know.
chime can produce that sound.
Wow.
God, it's a beautiful thing.
Okay, I totally get that. I totally
too,
get
me
that.
too.
I
I get it.
love bangles. Now, I don't have glass bangles, but I have bangles. And I used to say that to people. I love my bangles. Listen to this.
Yes.
And I jingle them around. They look at me like, what? I'm like, can't you see the beauty of it? Listen. And I shake my wrist. You're the coolest. I may be like, oh my word, who are you? I totally get, I love that. Bangles. I gotta go get my bangles.
Oh my God! I
Oh,
remember
yes.
as a boy, by the way. So
Uh-huh.
giving bangles to a girl. Oh God, what a
Uh-huh.
production! What a performance! What a thing this was! Oh, it was my whole big deal to get this done, to find the bangles. Oh, giving it to her. I did. I gave it to her. But man, oh, it
Wow.
was. Oh, somebody's
Oh
calling me.
my God. Oh my God.
Oh,
It's
Lord.
Hang on. Somebody's calling me. Hold on. Somebody's calling me. It's Richard. It's Richard. Let me tell him we're on Zoom.
Hey, and I can imagine what glass ones are, right?
Yes.
Ah, that's
Yes.
nice,
Yes.
Beena. Donna. Hey, Richard, we're on Zoom. You want to come join us on Zoom? We're getting a bangle show here.
Beautiful.
Isn't that the coolest sound ever?
Yes.
You're driving? You don't have Zoom?
I love it, Beena. Somebody who gets
Oh, yes.
it. When I used to see your post about bangles, I'm like, yes, Beena, I'm right
Okay.
there with you.
and those guys are in India, and they make like, oh my God, they are totally magician in that. They
That
make,
would be
oh
so
my
cool
God,
to watch.
unbelievably beautiful bangles.
Oh, I feel good now. I have my bangles. Do you have bangles?
Yes, it's still like, oh my God. I
I
had
thought you got rid of
thousands.
your bangles.
Oh my God, there were thousands of bangles, Donna. It was an obsession. Every single time I do get stopped at a bit, like a pause at glass bangle shop, like and then I say, no, Beena, no more.
I
But I
thought,
just went back.
if it brings you joy, why not? Who cares?
Oh yes, it's a beautiful thing. It's a beautiful thing. I will bring multicolors, like if I found
Hold on.
my choice of glass bangles, I'll bring for you, Donna.
Please show again, Donna. Please show again.
See?
Slowly, so I can see them. They don't focus when you go so fast. So just hold them still
She's
for a while.
making sound of it, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. No, I love the sound. Oh, I love the sound. I was telling Beena, Donna, while you were fetching them when I was a boy. Oh, what big drama and trauma and stress. I always wanted to give the girl the bangles, bought her, I don't know, 3 or 4 bangles. It was 4, I think. To tell her that I like her, to show that I like her, because that was the thing you did. You bought
Wow.
bangles or a necklace or something. Bangles. I
Oh.
bought her bangles. Rosita. Her name was Rosita.
Ah.
Rosita Tashmeta. I used to
What?
sail against her. Yeah. Well, it's a
What?
Dutch
Say
name.
again.
Rosita Tashmeta. Tashmeta, yeah. A Dutch name. I used to sail with her father or against him. I used to beat him every time. He was a good guy, though.
What happened to Rosita?
I have no idea. I have no idea.
Oh.
I kind of had a crush on her, but it never went anywhere. And then as I kind of got, grew up a little bit more, I had other girlfriends. I don't know why it never happened
But
with Rosita. I don't know.
you must choose the right bangles.
I guess so. Well, she was also
Not the right girl, the right bangles, right?
She was, yeah. I guess so. Well, I had other girlfriends at that time. This is all when I was 10, 11, 12.
Wow, quite young for that.
Really?
Well, anyway, and then when I got to, that's at the end of junior school. And when I got to high school, then it just all, it shifted. And I sort of became aware that what I wanted in a relationship wasn't going to happen from the girls I knew. So I just stopped. I didn't pursue seriously then, really. Yeah, so anyway.
Oh my God.
What can you do?
Beautiful...
Awareness.
Yeah.
Anyway. So not that I know it wasn't little things here and there, but anyway.
But Donna, these are beautiful. These are beautiful.
These are metal bangles, right? Or some?
Yeah.
That's what I bought her too. Metal bangles. Yeah.
I think you buy accessories that like match, your clothing.
Yeah.
When you're in the midst of the total appropriateness of things.
Oh, I love accessories. We used to sell
My
them
granny,
all different ones. I love them.
My granny and her mother's time in Delhi, where they were, it was a regular practice that every weekend a bangle seller used to come, mostly women. They used to come at home every single weekend, and because they prefer very, very tight fitted glass bangle. That was a thing at that time. It was a fashion to wear very tight fitted bangles, glass bangles. So every weekend they used to have new bangles. All female family members. And I was like, wow, really? And she says, yes, I still remember in my childhood. My granny used to tell me that in my childhood, every weekend, the lady used to come and we choose our bangles for the week and then, and we wear that. Wow, you guys were like really, it was a ritual kind of a thing for them. Like every weekend it has to be done. And every morning, in my granny, I don't know about others, but at my granny's house, um, a lady used to come to tie up their hair in early morning, like 5 in the morning, every single day. The lady used to come to tie up their hair because they all have very long hair. So daily practice. It's a
Wow.
different world. It sounds like a different world now.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, it's fabulous. It's fabulous.
What is the moreness for you in that ritual for the bangles that they did every weekend?
Mm,
First
mm.
thing,
That's a good
expression.
question.
You can choose every single week. You can choose a different color, and also it is about be aware of yourself. I still feel that most of my life I was not really careful about, like as other girls are. But in my very time, the way she was telling me, it was a part of self care also. Okay, yes. So you're taking care of yourself every time, like early in the morning, you tie up your hair as you want to. A lady is coming, and they do their hair, and then every weekend, new bangles and all these things. And they used to wear flowers every day, like every evening. And I was like, really? You guys were like really doing all these things daily? And my granny says, so Delhi was a very hot weather city. And that was a part of that culture. And, okay, we wear all these flowers and because fragrance. Like you guys were living in a different world. But it is about appreciating life. It is about
Celebrating
maybe
life.
yes, celebrating life also, and also uh, being aware of your mood and energy. Because we are not choosing like every weekend or something. Oh, how now what I want to wear. But they were like in a practice. It was a kind of a push for them, but they choose that. So maybe because if I'm choosing electric blue color this weekend, and a whole week I'm enjoying that color, electric blue glass bangles. Oh my god, it's a beautiful thing in my hand. But then I choose, oh, I saw that emerald green and I'm going with that. So maybe that kind of thing. What do you feel, Donna? What is Morris in you?
It just, I never really had that feeling of it being an application of choice and deliberate living. But the more you choose, even the minute things of what
Yes.
color shoelaces you put in your tennis shoes,
Yes.
you're
Yes.
practicing and applying deliberate choice and creating the world you want to live in.
Yes.
And when you have that awareness that even the littlest, tiniest things that you're choosing is up to you, your independence of being and that expansion of awareness is just getting bigger and bigger and growing and growing. And
Wow.
it's not just picking out shoestrings, it's what that really is.
Yeah.
And that's what I heard you say. That's pretty cool.
That's very, very, very cool.
So
Very, very cool.
we can try to incorporate these any kind of thing inspired by this idea. Anything in our life.
Yeah.
Wow. Deliberate living and deliberate choices.
Yeah.
And it's a fun if the choice is beautiful and fun. Not a
And
responsibility, but fun. Wow.
like choosing new shirts, for example.
Yeah.
Yes, exactly. Thank you, Beena, for persisting and not giving up.
Ah, oh God, that was a huge deal. I never uh, deliberately. I never interfere with anyone's like, oh, you can try this. I'm like, oh, it's too personal, and it was an embarrassment for me that oh, why I did that.
Mhm.
But I said, okay, I feel, and I said that. I never actually said to any any of my friends anything like this. I never asked them these type of questions. For me, it's a kind of like very personal things. But I never actually spent that much time with anyone. The amount of time I spent with you guys, so it's a different thing. So maybe it's just a
I feel so special.
consequence.
I feel so special. I feel so special.
It's a consequence of
It's a very universal thing. You chose, everyone purchases clothes, right? And that from a universal standpoint, doesn't matter your age, race, culture, that is something that everyone does. You pretty much choose your clothes for the most part, I think. And you created that mundane situation and created beauty and joy in it.
Yeah.
And that's a pretty cool thing. That's a
uh,
noble thing.
it is about in some circumstances when people yes, it's a leverage to not uh, fall into indulgence of ego or anything, but it is not appropriate. Like giving up entirely on that, you lose yourself. As you already said, Donna, about the Bengals, that it's a choice. And when you practice choice, especially about yourself, what you are going to wear, because the association is with energy, with mood, with everything, and it's a creative expression. And when a person give up on this choice, it means that it is maybe it might be a lot of more consequences of that. So, as I said, that
Up insane, the Bengals?
I was really careless about my things, very very careless
But what things,
uh,
Beena?
about myself. Like okay,
Oh.
yes, okay, the clothes, okay, I'll wear that. Okay, the jewelry, whatever left is, okay, I will wear that. Mama said, okay, Beena, we have to go to a wedding. I said, okay, I will dress up appropriately. Means that it was not like something I was flaunting tomboyish look of going into jeans. No, I do wear a lot of things, but it was not something I was enjoying as my self-expression, and I was choosing it deliberately. No, it was always a work, and okay, I have to do. I'm doing this, but from last 6 months, I am actually doing that, and I realized that
Good,
I'm
Beena.
quite
Oh,
pathetic.
good.
I'm
Oh, good.
quite pathetic in that for
Oh,
myself.
no. Don't say that. Pathetic in what? In choosing
Because
stuff?
oh yes, because I said, oh, this is
Oh.
beautiful, and when I got that and I wear that, I said, no, come on, what was
Oh,
I was thinking at that time? Oh no.
ah,
so,
interesting.
but the irony is that I was the one who was always doing designing and choosing and shopping for others, and they were like, it was a huge deal for everyone, my cousins, my friends, my sisters, even mama. It was like a huge deal if I'm doing for them.
Wow.
Always feel happy. I never actually found any no incidents in my life that I choose something and people say no. But when it comes to myself, I was like really lost because I
Hmm.
never actually practiced that capital C choice, Donna. So yes, you're right, and I'm experiencing this. I'm buying things, and when I look at them again, I said, no, that was not something I was looking for. No, this is not me. This is not me.
Huh.
And
Huh.
I'm continuously in search of what I really want to.
Oh,
Yeah, just like
very
clothes,
interesting.
the intent going into purchasing clothes can be so different. When I shifted out
Yes.
of intent to have clothes be a mechanism to draw attention or to please another, that's a whole nother intention going into it. And I had a little of that at some points, but when that shifted out and it was just purely for the joy of what I enjoyed and just putting it on and feeling the fabric, and it turned into a whole different experience. And whether somebody else liked it or not, it didn't really matter in. But what you're saying about, you still have to be appropriate. You wouldn't wear jeans to a wedding, so buy appropriate attire for that situation, but within that appropriateness, there's such choice, there's such
Oh,
variety,
huge. Yeah.
right? And so you put it on and you choose it. And honestly, I never really got this until I thought about it the other day. A lot of the clothes I wore were hand-me-downs from my mom and my sister, and they both dressed very similarly. And I've never really
Bother about to think, okay.
and I just would wear that stuff, and then all of a sudden it was like, oh, this is my style. And then one day I just the same thing, Beena. I looked at it and I'm like, no, it's not. It doesn't really reflect me at all. I think I need to make different choices. I think I need to make a choice instead of wearing clothes that are hand-me-downs.
Yeah.
Even if I get hand-me-downs, okay, adapt them at least, maybe cut off the sleeves or add some lace or something that identifies it more like you. But anyway, so yeah.
Interesting. Well, I hear you on the hand-me-downs I got from my brother and my sisters. I got hand-me-downs.
And that's fine. I mean, sometimes it's necessity, but when it's not necessity and when you have a choice and then you want to shift it from just something that's put over your body to something that at times, at least, you're choosing it to be fun and bring you joy. Not all the time. Sometimes you just throw on a pair of shorts, big deal, go. But, sometimes you want to really express who you are and you're utilizing, for me, it's like just a utilizing of different types of things to express yourself and have inner joy. And so you use clothes for it. And even if I just dance around in the living room and I have my bangles and a beautiful dress, or I've done that before where I got all dressed up and just went by myself. I even got all dressed up with the intention I was going to stay home and have a candlelight dinner all by myself. And I got all spruced up and had the best time with myself ever.
Oh,
Perfect. Perfect.
Fantastic.
It was perfect.
Wow. Yeah.
Fantastic.
You should try it if you haven't. I know there's no shoulds, but I tell you, that was pretty fun.
Oh, that's so huge. Yes.
Get all decked up and have candles and get yourself some flowers and whatever food you really enjoy. Put on a little soft music, whatever you like to listen to, and just really be in the experience and enjoy yourself. It's really, really different. It's very unique.
For me, it was Mama and my sisters. They actually said this to me that, okay, Beena, we know that you have a habit that whatever you get, you feel so happy and you flaunt it like it's the end of the world. But it makes other people feel a bit compromised in a way that, okay, they feel that they didn't have the best thing. But I said, Mama, I'm getting what I like or whatever is left in the lot. Like, okay, my sister chose this one, and then the left one, I said, oh, yeah, that's just a perfect one. I just love that. Okay, I was enjoying that at that time. And one day, Mama said, Beena, stop doing this. And I said, what it means by stop doing this? And she said, you feel and you show. She said both words, feel and you show that you are the happiest person on this planet Earth, and it makes your sisters feel bad about themselves, that they don't feel good what they got. And I was like, but they choose that. I just got the whatever left. And she says, Esther. And my sister also said that to me. And I was like, okay, that was not a thing for me. I really don't know, Donna. Sometimes it seems like by every means that I was living a very deliberate life, but my inner self, I feel that I never actually lived my life as per I want to. I was a lost one. So it seems like quite oxymoron kind of a thing, but it is what it is for me. So this thing, doing things for yourself, I am in this process, and I'm not feeling by just one single piece. I can say like, oh, this one is like, oh my God, this is the perfect one I got. Yes, the one white one, I just one dress. I'm feeling like, okay, this is something. This is me. This is what I choose. This is what I made for myself. Other than that, every day I just look at my clothes and I say, Beena, where you got all these things? This is nuts.
Fantastic, fantastic. Well, Donna, I don't know about you, but I'm looking forward to when Beena's camera gets working again, when she gets a new computer and phone and everything, especially the phone, that we can go shopping with Beena, right?
Oh, that'd be fun.
Yes, I can't wait. I can't wait.
Yeah.
Oh, oh.
Yes.
I just
I
love shopping.
was
I
waiting whole
love
day,
shopping with
sir.
women. So again?
I was waiting whole day for my laptop.
I
No,
know. But I
no
think it will only
delivery.
come, next week. Yeah.
I don't know. I was like really desperately waiting whole day. Every single knock on the door, I was like, oh, here comes
Well,
my
I
laptop.
assume you'll get a shipping notification when it's shipped, no?
Ah, okay. I was overly excited though. So I was not thinking about anything, just waiting for my
Oh,
my
yeah, I was
package.
trying to tell you to not set it up so that you get this excitement and unnecessarily, because maybe not, So.
And Donna, I got a gift from my friend Thomas. He's in Savannah, Georgia, and he do fishing and hunting also. So he got shark teeth, shark's teeth. Okay, okay, sir.
Yeah,
Sharks.
sharks, teeth, yeah.
Yeah, and they are really old ones. Like
Fossilized. Mm.
yes, they're
Wow.
fossils, and I got four. One a tiny one, and the biggest one is like 3 inches. So I got four. Yeah, the huge one, and tiniest one is like I don't know 2 centimeters, but a very beautiful shape of that, and the second one is an inch long. I might have a bracelet or a necklace, a pendant, something. I'll make out that.
Very
Because
cool.
this is something very personal. He was collecting for, and he was sending to his nieces and nephews and sisters. And then he says, Beena, these ones are for you, but I will not send it all at once. First, I want to check that. Maybe they will drop in the shipment and all that. So I'm just sending you these four just to try that. And I got it, and I was like, wow, very cool.
That's very cool indeed, Beena. Very cool. Very cool. Very cool. Very cool. Most exciting. So hopefully you're gonna get more exciting packages soon. You're gonna get
Oh
shoes, a
yeah. Oh
computer,
yes, my
phone,
shoes also.
all sorts of stuff. Those red shoes that she posted. Sue bought them for her, so they're on the way. Did you hear, Donna?
Not hearing you from Donna, your voice.
Up here.
Okay. No, it is very weird that it's a very small tunnel kind of a thing when we can hear you, and if you move a bit slightly a bit here and there, you
Well,
lose
that's what
your
it
voice.
seems like. Donna says she's not moving, so I don't know.
Yeah. No. Right now she was moving. I was
Oh,
looking at her.
oh.
So it seems like it's a very narrow tunnel where
Yes,
we
it's
can.
very tight. It's very peculiar.
Yeah.
I
But
wonder if
when
there's a
when the voice
setting.
comes, it's very clear. But when it goes,
Yeah,
it's totally fake.
yeah. Yeah, it's very strange how that works. Very tight setting, yeah, very focused.
So Donna, when we will meet, I will have lots of bangles for you, lots of glass bangles, all my favorite ones, and beautiful gowns also.
Cool.
What can I have for you? What would you
You,
enjoy?
you
Yes.
smiling, yes,
Yes.
smiling like this, yes.
That's all I need. I just want to see you. I don't need
No,
bangles.
but
Exactly.
I know that you don't need that. It is for moreness. It is to enjoy that. We will dress up. We will wear all those bangles and do makeup and all these things. Yes.
That would be great. Do that together.
Yes.
Bring some for you, bring some for me, and anybody
Yes.
else who wants to. Yeah.
Well, you can
yes.
bring some for me too if you want.
Come on.
No, I can put them on my wall. I can hang them from my monitor. I don't have to wear them.
You can wear them. There's no right or wrong, remember?
Exactly.
Yeah.
I have no problem, Beena. I have no problem doing stuff like that. And if it won't make you happy, I won't do it. If it make you happy, I'll do it.
Thank you. It's fun. It is fun. It is not bangles, especially glass bangles. They are not even a status symbol. They are not like particularly in thing in fashion. They
Yeah.
are not about anything at all. It is just about fun because they are
Fun
very
and
cheap.
joy.
Yeah, yeah, very cheap, and because gold bangle is a status symbol in our culture. Mostly, like almost all married women have. Yeah. Mama
In
have a
India,
lot of
also, gold
yeah,
is a
same
thing. People buy a
same
lot of
culture.
gold there. Yeah.
Yeah. So my mama have a lot of like they wear 24, 22 carat. Yes, not 24, I guess. 22 carat gold, all class bangles, expensive ones. Uh, it's a good thing. Of course, they are beautiful also, but they are nothing for me. It's not fun really. So, and glass bangles you can have like in $1 you can have 4 dozen maybe or 5 dozen. So
Yeah, wow. For $1, you can buy 5 dozen.
yeah,
How cool is that,
really.
Donna? How cool is
So
that?
these are the cheapest one, but these are the most fun.
Love that, Donna. I love that, Beena. I love that. I love that.
Yeah.
It's the fun that's the important thing. And as always, how can it not be? Joy is the issue. Joy is the issue, right, Donna?
Yep.
Joy is the issue.
My auntie used to have a whole uh, wall unit, especially designed to to take bangles, and it was
A
a
whole
beautiful.
wardrobe designed for bangles.
Yeah, it was a wall unit, wooden
Oh,
wall
wall
unit,
unit.
carved one, yeah, and a very huge one, and all filled with bangles. Like wow.
Ah. Is that where your love of them came from, or was that before or
No,
after?
no, not really, because my other aunties, they used to have, Mama always have that gold bangles. So I saw that later on in my life, her wall unit of bangles. I never saw that before, but I always loved those colorful glass bangles. I do
No.
like metal one also. Not like I don't like that. I do like that. But the glass bangle is a fun thing. It's just
Yeah. Love it. Love it.
and the
Love it.
colors. You cannot find those colors in the metal. Can, but it's really hard to have
Mm.
that intense, beau- beautiful colors.
I want to see them glass bangles now again.
Really? You
Closer.
never saw
Mm.
that? Okay, I will
I
try
have,
to.
but you showed me, I think, some, but I can't remember in detail, really.
Okay, the video I posted that was like very fancy ones. Um, they're not like really commonly
Oh,
people
well, show me
found.
the ones that you bought. Show me some pictures of the ones you bought.
Okay. Mine are mostly simple.
Well, show me some pictures of simple ones then.
Yeah.
Simple for simple magic. Making custard according to the recipe, but it's coming like not even yellow. It's like white according to them. I have to double the recipe for the same amount of milk. Use twice
So
the
you're
amount of
cooking?
custard powder. Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
I thought that you were just now mixing it. So maybe
Well, I'm cooking it. It's cooked already. but it
Oh.
just came out white. I thought maybe the cooking will make it go yellow, but it
Yeah,
didn't.
I was thinking about it.
Yeah, I mean that's usually the way what happens. You make custard ever, Donna?
No,
No.
I do not.
Oh. Have you had it? No, not as flan, but as custard, kind of like it's thin. It's not a thick thing as people think it is. Usually, like in a custard cake or something, like runny. But it's you have it with fruit or cake or I don't know all sorts of
Okay,
stuff
so
just on its own.
tell me when you're done, Sil, then I'll
All
show
right.
you.
All right. So Donna, if you want to continue with PSP, I gave you control over my computer. You can just go. Well, I gave you control over Zoom. Let me go to share screen. Hold on. Hold on. I don't know if it stays there or not, but then you can just progress on your own.
What now?
Yeah, I gave you remote control. So now, yeah, so now you can click next. The arrow. There you go. How cool is that, Donna? How cool is that? All right,
Simply
read away.
conforming for Oh, I'm sorry. What were you saying?
I know, just I just saying it's very cool, and you go ahead, So.
Conforming for conforming's sake will rob us of our precious individuality, leaving us feeling hollow and empty without really understanding the cause. If inside we are not living according to what we've chosen for ourselves freely, then it's no wonder we don't really feel. How can we, if what we are isn't fully our own? The bullshitter's lack of independence of being and the resulting hollowness are a stark warning of the dangers of allowing outside forces to shape us. We pay a stiff penalty for not caring. I just snorted, by the way. That we pay a stiff penalty for not caring about the most precious of all possessions, our real self.
Yes.
It'd be cool to see what people use as words to articulate what that means, real self. Inner attention to what isn't truly ours and choose which is makes an inordinate difference to our realness. Yes, it is.
If it's not a task already, because I think it is somewhere, what does real self mean to you? I'll certainly add it.
It probably is.
Yeah. All right, keep going.
Right.
No, sorry.
Chill pill.
What?
What do you? I said take a chill pill. No, I'm kidding. I'm not kidding. I am kidding. Oh wait. How do I get to where I can make myself not? There. Can you still see me?
I don't know.
Yes.
I'm not at
Yes.
the computer.
Yes.
I'm gonna eat, and I don't want to eat in front of you. I find that rude,
Okay.
but I haven't had food.
Oh no, we love it when people eat in front of us. We do.
Oh my gosh!
No, but it's like I'm sharing a meal with you. It's very personal.
Okay, well, we'll share a meal, but I can't talk, so somebody else is gonna have to talk because I'm not gonna eat with.
Who do you designate? Who do you designate as your relief talker?
Beena.
All right, Beena it is.
Beena, we're gonna communicate telepathically, and you're gonna be my voice.
That's it.
Okay.
Finger of
How
suspicion.
exactly how exactly do we make what comprises us our own? By making a deliberate choice. How do we guard against conformity? Without even realizing we are conformity, by always thinking through to the end and checking ourselves. What exactly do you do when it comes to owning yourself? I celebrate it. Question, why is freedom of choice so vitally important in the grand scheme of things? if we were to not have that freedom of choice, we would just be substituting one program for another and be totally enslaved.
Exactly.
Mm.
Exactly.
All right, next.
So Donna, you have the control. You have to move the screen. I cannot.
Yeah. I can't give on the Chromebook.
Yeah.
There's no control for Beena, unfortunately. But when you get your new computer, Beena, we will give you control. We will give you control. So I don't know if how much it will allow you to fiddle about going out of this, but anyway, we'll see. We'll see. I guess you get to control the whole screen, so you can do anything on my computer. But did you do all this?
Yeah, Donna.
She's done the whole session, Beena?
Okay. No.
I mean, all the tasks. All the tasks.
How
All the
exactly?
tasks.
You did?
Exactly.
Why is freedom of choice so vitally important in the grand scheme? You did that?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
you already said that.
Oh, okay. So that was conformism.
All right, so do you not trust me that you have to ask Beena if I did it all?
No, I wasn't sure if you could hear me or not. All right, module 3, session 10. Now playing power lust. Yes, power lust. Hey, that's better. That's better.
Oh man, this ought to be a good one.
There
All
you
right,
go. You
buckle
see?
up,
Does this
buckle
look like
up, everyone.
Donna, does this look like a movie poster?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why we said
Yeah.
now
Is it
playing
what?
in there. Now playing. All right. So I think, Donna, you can hit the right arrow on your laptop, and it will move the screen. Which you don't have to move the mouse. It's just kind of quickly you can do. If I'm not here.
So how much time your custard will take?
Oh, it's ready now. I'm going to be back in a second, but just in case, it's easy while you're eating to not have to go to the mouse. You can just hit the right. All right, go ahead, Beena. Go ahead.
Okay, a scorpion asked a frog to carry it across the river. The frog hesitates, afraid of being stung. But the scorpion argues if it did so, they would both drown. Considering this, the frog agrees. But midway across the river, the scorpion does indeed sting the frog. But why? Cries the frog. Because it's I cannot see.
Nature.
I cannot see the screen. It is not.
Because it's my nature.
Okay, because it's my nature.
Yeah.
And okay, so they both were actually projecting their real self. Frog was its real self, and the scorpion was also doing that. At least in this case, simply accepting its real self and the big lesson that the people are, and especially who those people who own themselves, it's really easy. You can guess that. But when people don't own themselves and they still have all these things inside, it's very difficult to actually deal with them. In this case, it was the stupidity of the frog, at least I can say that.
Well, not necessarily stupidity. It may have been the inappropriate application of goodness of the frog.
Yes, but when you know that and that frog was saying that, but
Well. Okay, so when it comes to BMNs, Donna, can you please inform Donna and Beena?
Donna is eating. Donna is eating. Not right now.
Okay.
You have to wait.
All right. Well, when it comes to BMNs, BMN scorpions, we are often sadly the frog.
Yes. This is what I was trying to say that. But it is like, okay, we are up here, we know that, and later on, mostly 90% cases, I experienced that. I myself also think that I was feeling that, I was thinking that, I was understanding all these things, but still I did.
Isn't that amazing? Isn't that amazing?
Yeah. I was feeling something is really off here, but still, I did. So,
Fascinating. Fascinating. We are strange creatures. We are frogs sometimes indeed.
but it's good. But it is good. Okay, not in that extreme, but it is good
No.
to experience that instead of just always assuming things. At least
Yeah.
once in a while, just experience that. Try
Even
that.
in that extreme, it's good.
Yeah, maybe it will
The
be
power
a
of
last.
opposites. If you really believe in the power of opposites and you or your soul wanted to be like really be able to experience true profound joy and true profound love, you kind of have to know the extreme opposite.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. So that's it.
Why it doesn't work? Why it doesn't work?
Mm.
That's just my expression. Yeah. Okay. My custard is not quite so wonderful as it's supposed to be, but it's more or less there.
But you can taste itself. So,
I do. I am tasting it. So
so
it came better with the recooking. It
mm.
came better with the recooking. See?
So have you checked the cooking time?
Yeah, I had to do it 50% more, but I also doubled the custard and sugar quantity.
Oh
So
yeah.
well, the recipe must make it very thin. Now they said microwave recipe, and I did the microwave recipe, but next time I'll make it in the pot and see. So
Ah,
it just seemed to be too very thin. So I don't know if they. I mean, it was like all white. Even this is a little white. So anyway, you
okay.
gotta try
So while
custard
you
at some point, Donna. It's most delicious stuff. Oh no, it's really
I've
delicious.
had custard, I just haven't
Ah,
made it, I don't believe,
oh.
that I can remember anyway.
And is it thin like this? See?
oh, it's
I don't
very runny.
recall seeing custard that's thin. For some reason, it's more of like a jello almost.
Exactly.
Yeah.
No, that's no good. You gotta have it thin or in between somewhere, but not jello. No, no.
And for
Gotta
me,
be
it's
closer
like a
to liquid than to jello.
sweet
Yeah,
soup you are having. Yeah.
a very thick soup. Yeah, yeah.
That's how you like your custard? Because that's not generally how it's prepared, is
No,
it?
no, it's not. Well, in South Africa, yeah, it's definitely in between jello and milk. You know, it's a little
Okay.
thicker than milk, but definitely never jello. No, no. Some people like it
Okay.
like that, but no. And it's hot as well. It's a hot dish.
Ah.
Yeah. And then I feel like it was like in little, how it was served,
Like flan.
presented
Yeah,
was like a
yeah.
little, I don't know, like a little pan, like that was round and
Yeah, that's
it
flan.
had fire on top where they used
Yeah,
fire and
yeah,
crusted it.
yeah.
Is
That's
that
flan.
custard? That's custard,
No,
right?
that was
Yeah,
pudding. That
flan is
was
kind of a
pudding.
custard.
Oh,
It's a, yeah, yeah. I
No,
mean,
that was
custard.
egg pudding. Yeah.
It's a variation of custard, but you see, I'm having it with the peaches. Oh, no, no.
Not
Mm.
guavas. He's having
Guavas.
the peaches.
I said guavas. I mean, it's guavas, not peaches. Sorry,
Ah, okay.
I said peaches, but I meant guavas. You can have it with peaches, apricots, any canned fruit. It's nice. Custard with stewed fruit is particularly nice. All right, so let's go
who's
next here.
Richard?
Richard is a friend that I've known for a long time. Uh, well, I met him in the flea markets in supermarket in Santa Cruz, so 25, 26 years ago.
Well, I
And
thought he was part of the group. I didn't mean to be nosy and be weird.
no, no, no. Oh, be nosy all you like. I have no secrets, Donna. Really, ask Beena. Right, Beena?
As far as I know, yes.
As far as I know.
Well, I'm
I
trying to
wondered
say
how you were going to answer that, Beena.
I'm very open about everything, and you ask
Yeah,
whatever you like,
of
I answer
course.
it.
But okay, but still also that I don't ask many
Yeah,
questions about personal stuff.
yeah,
So
right.
as far as I know, yes.
Well, you have full freedom to be more nosy, Beena. Practice being nosy.
No,
Oh, why not?
no.
Why not?
I would not like myself
No,
if
why?
I
But
become.
mm, I like it. I like exploring stuff.
It's good. It was good for you.
Okay, curious then, not nosy. Curious.
I am a curious person, but my curiosity is in so much into other things, and like okay, I'm always uh, in to satisfy my curiosity about stuff, what's going on, like okay, in planets and all of that stuff in psychology. So know people's secret, know their lives, know nothing these things.
Okay,
I
so
I don't have
Richard
any.
has come on a couple times.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
Syl is like, oh, Richard's, and so he grabs Syl's attention
Yeah.
instantly. So for me, I get nosy. I want to know who
Well,
is this Richard?
I
Is
want him
he
to come and
Yes,
I want him to
yes.
come and join our discussion, and he has
part of the
sometimes.
group, or
No,
who
he's
is
just a
this
friend.
person that?
Yeah.
No. I'm just saying, and that doesn't. It's not right, wrong, or indifferent.
Yeah,
That
yeah.
I'm just sharing like why it comes up in me like that, and
Yeah.
it is nosy. It is a bit
I know it's
nosy.
good. I love nosiness. It's very good. So in this
Oh
case,
yes,
it's very important.
it is perfectly
It does seem a little bit out of context. There does seem it's not just like he's sort of an ordinary regular friend. And he is kind of in one way, but also, I wasn't in contact with him for decades, I think. So we lost contact when we moved here to even in Capitola, because he's in Santa Cruz, Capitola. So that. So anyway, so we were out of contact for a while, then we reconnected again, and a lot of it is he's struggling. He was in a funk at that time, so excuse me, the relationship shifted somewhat to a counseling one, and so that's why he doesn't have time to do the wave impeccable. The poor bugger just works all the time now, trying to get out of a hole a bit. So anyway. So I'm keen for him to just come and listen, and he is too. It's important to him. So whenever he gets the opportunity, sometimes he listens while he's driving when he can. So that's why I make the extra effort to draw him in. Because he's also very polite, and he's like, "Oh, sorry, I don't want to disturb you and all this." And I said, "No, come." That's why I make the extra effort to invite him in. So yeah.
I think he did join us once driving.
He did. He's done it a
yes.
couple of times, and now he says he got a new phone, I think, and so he doesn't have Zoom on the phone, and he hasn't had a chance to put it in. And
That's why he was not there like for two
correct on
months, I
Zoom.
guess.
Yeah. He got a new computer as well, so and all new stuff. So
Oh,
all right, why is it petty tyrants are so insistent on power? Why bother? Why make all the effort? Why take all the risks? It's precisely because their entire life and way of being is at constant risk of exposure. As over-promoting, lying frauds, they risk exposure at every turn. This is their big fear. They are thus monumentally insecure. All the power grabbing and acting tough is to appease this monumental insecurity. They try to get to that point where even if they should be exposed, it wouldn't matter because they will have the power to say, so what? They never ever get there, of course, but this is their fantasy anyway. All that happens if they do actually succeed in this power consolidation is their insecurity of exposure is simply replaced by physical insecurity, the threat of being removed from their perch or worse. And thus typically paranoia is the end result, which in the case of like Gaddafi and Saddam Hussein was very justified. Paranoia. Things didn't end well for them, right?
yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Their entire psychology is predicated on insecurity because, of course, the entire psychology, person, and personal history is built on lies and falsehoods. It's amazing how such absurd and preposterous behavior all boils down to one simple issue, in this case, insecurity. Desperation finds desperation. Yeah. Note to self, never be desperate. Eh? What price do we pay for our desperations? Likely this isn't a question we'll ask, nor will it be appropriate for most people. We can see the answer in the BSA. How does this relate to us? We can look at any drive or desire which we have and ask if the effort is worth the reward. All too often it's not. All too often we pursue goals only because of the mistaken belief we should. If there's anything which corrupts us way more than it should, it should. Oh, which holds a peculiar power. Yeah, I don't know why it's confusing, but
But
all right.
what about few shoulds, which makes us learn things in our early life
Yeah, yeah, but it
and,
also
and, and
corrupts.
push us and
Yeah.
push us to be appropriate and learn appropriateness.
Oh yeah. Oh, they are good shoots, I guess, but in general, they tend to corrupt us. It depends on
Mm.
the system and the environment. So yeah, it's just it's a gross generalization, but it's to be, the point of the generalization is to make you think about it, not necessarily its accuracy. So we needed to be enslaved by this most tricky of subtle BSs if we maintain a constant alertness and vigil. Our remedy is to constantly ask why, both from ourselves and the world at large. The answer to why isn't always what we imagine. Often, there's no reason at all, but simply the just because of should. Not good enough by far. So even if we're learning in an appropriate or we're learning good things, we need to know why. Just because, not enough. We need to know why, and that why, when we understand it's the why, it's like, oh, because of awareness and appropriateness. Ah, you're learning to think, you're learning to know, you're learning to decide for yourself, you're learning to be free, you're learning to choose. Okay, well, that's a good why. That's a good why, right? We shouldn't shoot on ourselves. Yes, Stephanie, exactly so. Exactly so. And session 10. How does Donna? How does opposite logic connect to BMNs and BSs? Hmm.
When
Say again?
looking at, I'm communicating. When they're in situations, they see things through a lens that is distorted to begin with.
Yeah.
So perhaps the opposite version of what they're looking at is just going to be the opposite of a distortion, which in the end result is still a distortion.
Yeah. 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 And there's more. There's a real profoundness to this oppositeness from them. Because they are so completely obsessed with themselves. That's all they know, right? So their only understanding of a way of being is their own, right? So everything that they use or reference when it comes to understanding the world and behavior and others is their own psychology and their own motivations. Take Trump, for instance. Every time he speaks and he says people are doing this, people are doing this, they're trying to rig the system, he's talking about what he would do because that's all he knows. So everything that they say about others really applies to themselves. It's fascinating. It's really, really, really fascinating. They have no real conception of any other way of being other than their own. I mean, they have sort of more or less, but they think those ways of being are so absurd and ridiculous that they just diminish them and wipe them out and don't even regard them as valid. So you're not a sensible person if you are like a good person, like you're goody two shoes or you're sympathetic and kind and nice and all this stuff. To them, you're just a nothing. You're just like worthless and hopeless and useless, and they don't even regard you as being like sensible. You're just stupid as far as they're concerned. So they kind of write you off. The only people they have a little bit of time for is people who think like them. So, like if they see an opponent or something that they want to pull down, I mean, the fact that they want to pull them down and they see them as a real opponent means they give them some credibility of being. And the only way they can have credibility of being is to have a psychology similar to theirs. Because, well, it just makes sense to them. How can anybody who's sensible not have a psychology similar to theirs? Right? Does that make sense? So, did you see this in Brian? That he would say things about other people that would apply to him?
My experiences with Brian, when he would talk about others, 9 times out of 10, it was very critical
Yeah.
comments. And he was very adamant, and he even had a change in the tone of his voice. It wasn't really a conversation, it was a proclamation whenever he would. That is one thing I noticed. He had a whole different stance, a whole different, it got louder, it got deeper. It was just a whole different voice when he would talk about certain things. And he generally made fun of people often.
It would tear them down, yeah.
Yeah.
But when he would criticize people, did those criticisms apply to him?
It's so interesting because I'm trying to like see. This is really interesting to see it from his point of view and then to see it from what I observed, and those viewpoints, they were pretty merged and then they totally separated. So, having said that, in the beginning, did he see it as part of something of a self-critique?
No. That's not what I mean. I mean, he's legitimately criticizing somebody else, but you listening on the outside, it's like you're saying, but Brian, do you realize that what you're saying actually applies to you?
Oh, like the hypocritical things that I do too.
Well, no, it's not even hypocritical. It's like his subconscious is speaking through him, trying to get him to hear himself, but he doesn't.
Well, it is pretty hypocritical, really, because you're saying
it is totally hypocritical, right? But it's not him actually being a hypocrite. It's more this unconsciousness. It's coming out of him, and he doesn't realize that what he's criticizing is actually himself talking to himself. It's a most fascinating thing.
Well, I can't speak for him, but if you want to know if I've ever experienced that, yes, often.
Yeah, I mean, you see it in Trump all the time. You know, lying.
But the example in Trump, he's given speeches. He's given words to say.
I know, but when most of the time he doesn't follow the script and he just talks off the cuff.
Oh, okay.
Oh, yeah.
I'm so out of politics.
Oh, yeah, you know, he goes, and that thing like Crooked Hillary and Lying Ted, and look at all his tweets and stuff. That's all him, you know, that's all him.
Okay. Yeah. I stand corrected. I'm not a big follower.
I mean, yeah, sometimes he reads, but you can see when he's reading the speeches, it's very stiff and it's different, you know. And even sometimes he'll stop halfway through and he'll just go off on his rants. Now he doesn't even bother with it anymore. I don't think they even worry with him anymore. Because he doesn't come across very well when he's reading off the prompter. It doesn't work for him in his crowd. But yeah, you see it a lot in people like this. I used to listen with absolute amazement, and it would just blow my mind. Say, yeah, wow, you know, how they talk about themselves, but they don't realize it, and they give. I've heard the most incredible secrets from BMNs that they're telling me about other people, and so you realize you're actually talking about yourself, and you're giving away all this stuff here. They reveal so much; it's amazing. There's something to pay attention to if you are near one again. So when they talk about others, especially in that critical way. Right? All right.
Well, it's the mechanism of the power of opposites, and it's conveyed as, if you put a word to it, to the action, hypocritical. And I've noticed that in myself, where when I find myself in having feelings of being critical about somebody else, now I just say, okay, what is it in you? Automatically, it's just an opportunity to self-reflect, because I know if I'm seeing it in another, it's an aspect of me that I want to, at least, even if it's for 3 seconds, just take a look at it, be aware, allow it, learn from it, extract what you need from it, whatever. Yeah. Or before, when I didn't do that.
Yeah, very powerful. All right, what price do we pay for our desperations?
You have desperations, there's the intent going into something. It doesn't start from where it serves you, the other person, the circumstance, the universe well. Because desperation in and of itself is an intent of forcefulness, lack of choice. Just desperation is lack of choice.
Yeah. So the price
you pay
is
the freedom.
Yeah, sorry.
is gone. The freedom is gone.
Yeah. I was going to say, the price you pay, isn't that pretty much whatever the circumstance was to charge you? You'll pay whatever price when you're desperate. You don't have any say in the price when you're desperate, right?
The choice and the freedom is gone, right?
Exactly. It's amazing. Sorry, I was just adding to what you're saying. How does this perhaps apply personally? Any desperations?
I'm pretty desperate to stay in alignment. I feel that sometimes. I feel desperate to stay there. I've had a situation where I cherish experiences in a relationship, and my popping in and out of alignment was so bad that I was desperate to make that stop so I wouldn't destroy the relationship. I've recently felt that type of desperation. Yep.
Interesting.
Unawareness has a pretty big cost to it. Those bubbles.
Oh yeah. What are legitimate shoulds which make up your conception of self?
Where I feel a should, and I've thought about this before, kind of back to what Beena was saying, are shoulds ever appropriate? Because it's, I don't know, it just doesn't seem to be so black and white with shoulds for me anyway.
Yes.
Depending on the context, I think for me the biggest should in context of how it could be a useful mechanism for me is I should recognize there's all aspects of me, and all aspects of me need to be appreciated. That's a pretty big should, and it seems very real to me.
Yes, that's a great should. That's a great legitimate and appropriate should. Like Beena was saying, there are some. So
I agree with what she was saying.
Yeah. What other legitimate shoulds make up your self-conception or your conception of self?
I should celebrate difference.
It's what?
I should celebrate difference.
Yeah, that's a good should. Yeah. What else?
Make deliberate choices.
Say again?
Make deliberate choices. I should share joy and love and happiness within me. There's all kinds of shoulds that for me.
There's a lot. Beena, how about you? Share a couple.
Like kind of appropriate shoulds.
Legitimate shoulds, right?
Oh yes,
shoulds
legitimate.
which make up your conception of self. Yeah.
Like for me, I was continuously. It was a thing for me that you should learn and know things, and it was really legitimate for me. What else I could be doing if that should was not in my life? So that is like, Beena, you should learn, you should know about these things. That thing, and the other was, uh, yes, it seems like very inappropriate on the surface that that trying to fit in should. But it works in a very different way for me when I look at it now.
Is it still legitimate now?
Now it is legitimate. Before it was not. I was like,
other way around.
Yeah, because why I was always trying to fit in. Okay, that was a thing in my mind that okay, I need to fit in, and later on in my life, it becomes like, why I always have to try to fit in? Why everybody is like perfectly fit in automatically, innately, but I'm the one who always need to struggle to do that because everything was compromised. I tried to laugh on their jokes. I was like, try to talk what they talked. I tried to do what they were doing, but nothing was working. But
how can it be?
But
okay.
Yeah, but now when I look at this, that okay, that thing at least in that way, consequence of that. If we try to fit in, we learn more about people. So it's not only the benefit of that, but also that we stay connected to people. So this thing that we should try to fit in, that was a thing in my mind, is a helpful thing that for a certain time period. That because you don't lose the connection and the connectivity to your real mundane world, not real because other is also real, but the mundane world, the world around you. So it is good for connectivity.
Yeah. So I would say
It's
for me,
like adapting versus fitting in, and as long as you don't lose your authenticity.
exactly,
Yes, yes.
exactly,
Yeah.
exactly. Yes. For me, I like to have the ability to fit in anyway, right? To have that
Adapting.
adaptability. This is a huge deal for me, and I have made a real deep, huge effort to develop the skill. So now I can pretty much fit in anyway, but I am not compromising myself in any way, not at all. I can fit in without compromise, and this is a profound skill. It's a skill of adaptability rather than change, right?
Mm, mm.
A
Big
slight
difference.
nuance between the two.
Yeah, but a massive difference. Very important difference. Okay. What's this? Module 3, Session 11, Self-Deception. BSs are peculiar conformists. They subscribe to should because this, they believe, is what others want and see and hear, and what will get them approval and attention. So yeah, they're trying to be so special all the time, but yet they are peculiar conformists. It's very funny. It all boils down to the simple accumulation of lies. Their self-lies, how great they are, how wonderful, how deserving, how competent, how important, etc., etc. All the ego lies. Their self-lies are also the lies they tell others. So they create these lies about themselves, and sometimes they inadvertently reveal their lies. Then their insecurity just escalates. So this makes them escalate their BS and lies to cover up, and on it snowballs. For this mindset, they don't want to face the awful truth, like most do, and deal with it and change. Oh no, they refuse. So they can't stop. They carry on, trying to cover it all up. Hence their massive insecurity and massive insecurity and incredible self-deception. Yeah, it's deliberate too. Superiority complexes are born out of inferiority complexes. They're really the same thing, actually. Money, status, and position don't buy confidence. It just makes for a bigger bully. These never really truly satisfy their base insecurity, a big problem. Your basic homegrown chip on the shoulder looking to validate itself. But only integrity can do that, not BS and lies. Stop me if something comes up, yeah? Jump in, interrupt.
Yes.
The lack of ability and or desire to think past the immediate and obvious surface perception is integral to the externally influenced persona. The externally influenced persona isn't the original content creator of themselves, their character, their personality, and their self-worth. So they can't think past surface perception. They just take in the surface. Yeah, amazing how that is. Once we learn to self-deceive, what a web of lies we weave. What is the original on that, Donna? Do you remember?
No.
Okay, I know. Such penalties await those who fall into this trap, the penalties of the web of lies. Much like our physical body can become out of sorts by the smallest influence, so too the inner self is finely balanced. Each distortion in the internal world needs to use energy from somewhere else to maintain the balance. Energy which is much better used elsewhere. Energy which is now unproductive. Even worse, these distortions have a trickle-down effect, disrupting our system in unforeseen ways. If ever we've messed with a computer system and seen what trouble even small, seemingly insignificant changes can cause, let this be a warning. Inner self-deception has the same effect. We always pay a price, but aren't always able to notice the effect directly. Always, these choices trade off some perceived short-term benefit for a long-term detriment, a trade-off which compromises our integrity, much like a ship whose hull integrity has been compromised. Disregard for the sanctity of our inner integrity leads to a slow sinking. That's a good analogy there. When we compromise, hull integrity has been compromised. Disregard for the sanctity of our inner integrity leads to a slow sinking. Very nice. Well done. So, and session 11, a few simple questions. Why is the conformity of the BSA and BMN peculiar?
Because it comes at whatever cost.
Yeah. And also
And they
because
don't look at that. Oh, that's okay. Go ahead.
Yeah. As I say, also because they are trying so hard to be special. Yeah. They're trying to stand out, be special, be superior, and yeah, you end up doing things to according to the approval of others, which makes you profoundly conformist. It's very amusing to me. Yeah.
And that conformity is to gather or collect more allies.
Yeah.
Okay, people around you, they look up to you, and they are continuously paying attention to you. The conformity part is also for them.
Exactly.
It,
Exactly.
it's it seems like that our traditional childhood upbringing is to actually deliberately create BMNs, future BMNs, all about
Exactly.
conformity. Do
Exactly.
this, show this, okay, you have to do this, and you, okay, do this, then you will get this, and all these things. So these are the early childhood upbringing and training.
You must be
We
the
can see.
best. You must be a winner. You must do
Oh,
better than
yes,
others.
everything is geared towards
Yeah.
conformity and approval and all these nonsense. So, okay, it's a nursery of VMNs, future VMNs.
It's amazing. It's amazing. But it's the universe's trick. It puts us into a flawed system, which forces us to choose something else and forces us to deliberately figure it out for ourselves. Very powerful trick. Very magical trick. All right. Superiority complexes are born out of inferiority complexes. This is not fully substantiated in the context, just asserted. Please flesh out the underlying logic.
Anytime I have felt inferior in a situation, it was from a doubt in trusting myself and also a flawed premise in my self concept. So to think that by being superior, that's going to fill that situation with anything other than a band aid being ripped off at some point is kind of deceptive. But when I was in that situation, I couldn't see it because all I could see was the pain of the void. So it's actually creates the opposite. A lot of what was brought up is the power of opposites as it related to all of this. Just really was an underlying element in a lot of it. If you're feeling less than and you try to present yourself as superior over, that's a huge gap from one to the other. And you come up with all these lies and manipulations as band-aids. And it has nothing to do with less than or better than. So when the band-aid gets ripped off, it's like ugly on the inferiority and ugly on the superiority and a gaping, gabby, oozing sore in the middle. Yeah, fussy. He's exactly right.
Yeah. That's amazing. Why is it important to be the original content creator of yourself? These are all very dark questions, but still.
Yeah, it just goes back to deliberate choice.
Yeah.
Otherwise, you're just a robot, and that in and of itself takes the freedom out. And when the freedom's out, it just opens yourself up to so many different things. This
And
type
when
of manipulative behavior is just one of them.
yeah, and when you are the original content creator, it forces you to think things through to the end,
The end.
and
Right.
that's the key. That's absolutely so you own it fully. It's real to you. It's self-proven. Very huge, very huge. I am very happy to notice that the ignoring earlier has worked wonderfully, and we've had a long stretch now without any interruption. Yeah, without any distraction, right, Donna? This is huge. This is huge. This is huge. All right. Connect the trickle down effect of cumulative, seemingly insignificant consequences to impeccability. Say again, Donna.
Please read that one more time.
Connect the trickle down effect of cumulative, seemingly insignificant consequences to impeccability.
Tough one, because it seems like an oxymoron. There is no inconsequential benefits to impeccability. It has to be there. There is no other option. And the trickle down effect, it just is, and then it's like one of those does. As long as you're impeccable, there's no other way to do it. There's no other way to be. That's a hard one for me to.
Well, I think you're hearing consequences as negative consequences, but
No, not necessarily. Negative, it just is. Like, that's what I mean by it just is. Both the not so good and the good, it just, whatever it is, it's there's, you extrapolate what you need from that. So as long as you're impeccable, and then the impeccability just goes hand in hand with the awareness. And as Beena always says, awareness just spreads awareness to whomever's around. The trickle down. That's all I got from that.
Beena, what about for you on this one?
This the last one, the trickle down effects.
Yeah, connect the trickle down effect of cumulative, seemingly insignificant consequences to impeccability.
Ultimately, easy
Strategically
life.
placed.
Sorry?
That word was strategically placed in that sentence.
Which word?
Seemingly.
Oh, right. Exactly.
Yeah. And sometimes the tasks are like really not ones. Like, okay, you feel that, oh, okay, I got it, and then
there's more. Yes.
It is like really once you it seems like no, it is not, because we are being more deliberate and we are doing and we are checking everything, we are doing everything deliberately, but really it makes your life really easy and simple. It seems like it's more stress involved and doings involved, but it makes life really easy.
Yes.
Everything just falls into place, and once you start doing that, ultimately it makes your life very simple and easy.
Yes. I think for this was fun. For a little bit of elaboration, I need my glasses here. I feel a bit professorial. All right, so if we look at the trickle-down effect of cumulative, yet seemingly insignificant consequences, we say, okay, what are this? First of all, we have a trickle-down effect of cumulative, of consequences. Consequences of what? Consequences of our behavior, consequences of our actions. So first of all, the statement is making an assertion once again that our behaviors, our thoughts, our actions, anything has consequences. And it's making a further assertion that even though they might seem to be seemingly insignificant, they are cumulative and they have a trickle down effect, which means that they don't just accumulate on themselves but on others before them. So there's a kind of a growing, cascading type of an effect, right? That's the trickle down effect. Maybe it's much at the top, but it gets less and less. It goes down, but still it goes far down, right? It reaches a long way. So the key point here is that when we say, we look at those consequences and we're connecting this trickle down effect to these seemingly insignificant consequences. The point is that they might seem insignificant, but they're not, right? And because they are cumulative and they go all the way down. Now, in the same way as with a BSer, that with their lies, they don't think the lie has a big consequence, but of course it has this trickle down effect that the lies need to be supported by more lies and more lies after that. Now, if we just flip that around and we say, well, if we're being impeccable rather than just kind of, just regular, not lying but not being impeccable either, our impeccability now has a cumulative, seemingly insignificant, yet obviously not insignificant. So our impeccability has a cumulative, significant consequence. Yes? Now, that was the obvious part. The part that's really cool here is the energy saving part. Because if we go into it really in deep, what happens down the road and you come back around and you circle around and something happens and you encounter a way trickle down consequence of your impeccability or of your actions. Forget impeccability, just of your actions. You say, oh wow, I did whatever, and now I see months later, years later, in a roundabout way, it's trickled down, and I see the consequences. Right now, if those consequences are perhaps in some way along the line they got distorted and it didn't turn out, and it's kind of a mess, right? Because sometimes it can happen even from the best of consequences, best of actions. I can be at peace because I say, well, at the time I was being impeccable, so I'm okay. I couldn't do any better. Sorry, I don't have to feel bad. So this is where the trickle down effect of cumulative, when you connect it to impeccability, this is a big deal. This is a big deal because we are covering ourselves for the future to make sure that whatever consequences come, whether they're intended or unintended, we don't. There's many unintended consequences. Unintended consequences are a huge deal. We have no idea. And they happen with every single action. There are unintended consequences. But in our case, those unintended consequences are never going to bite us. We might not like them, but they're never going to bite us because we were impeccable in the first place. Because we took the time and the effort and the genuineness to be impeccable on seemingly insignificant behaviors, which then have seemingly insignificant consequences. Yeah, but there's no such thing, obviously. No such thing as an insignificant behavior. None. They're all significant. Thus, the end point of this is we need to be impeccable in every single minute detail of behavior. Yes? Yes, Donna?
Yes. Yes,
Right.
everything matters.
Everything matters. All right, so we're on the last session of this module. Very cool. Perfect
How
time.
many modules are there?
12. In this one, modules, there are 21. But in this session, there's 12. It's a very long session. No, I know, but this one is very long. This one has 12 sessions in this module. Mostly they're only 3 or 4. And so, yeah, this is one of the longest ones in the whole. There are only 3
We're
long
going to
ones.
be going until midnight. All right.
All
You
right.
guys better get some coffee.
It's midnight for us, so all right.
It's midnight now?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
let's finish this one and good night.
Yeah. Understanding is recognizing.
We don't have to finish this one.
We do.
Okay.
We must be careful in assuming the high-profile examples of BS manipulator narcissists, which we see so intimately in today's ever-present media, don't fool us into thinking this psychology is only found among the power-hungry and super-greedy. It isn't only found in places of power and wealth. The sad truth is this persona can be found everywhere at every level of society. Everywhere. We simply need to remind ourselves the famous examples started in someone's family, as someone's neighbor and friend. BSs only become more noticeable as their confidence grows, but the underlying psychology remains the same, no matter how muted it may be in the beginning stages. One of their deepest drives is to attain some sort of external validation. Once they believe they've attained this proof, their narcissism takes over, now validated, and the compounding S-ball of their preposterousness is unleashed. As we see with Trump. Paying attention to how the underlying causality of BSs, manipulators, and narcissists starts in those we know in our everyday lives, and how these famous examples are simply exaggerations of what we encounter, is most helpful when it comes to recognizing these individuals before they become extreme. Is Brian a Trump supporter, by the way?
I have no idea.
Oh, okay. BS destroys lives. Yes, indeed it does. Because typically they support him because they see themselves there and they say, oh, I too could be president. They really feel and believe that. They really do. I've heard it many, many times. It's amazing. Our most earnest intent with this course is to make sure you, our participant, you personally, Donna, don't suffer needlessly as a result of the BSer or BS manipulator narcissist in your personal life. We dearly wish you find some assistance here when it comes to empowering you yourself to recognize and deal with BS. Very sincere wish. Very sincere wish. Do you hear, Donna? Not that you have it anymore, but a little bit, I guess. Same for you, Beena. Very sincere wish. We see the resolution to the problems of the world, starting with you, the individual, at the personal and local level. We see the resolution to the problems of the world, starting with you, Donna, you, Beena, you as individuals, at the personal and local level. If we each, in our small way, develop that discernment which leads to the awareness and understanding of BS, we prevent this corruption on the world from spreading and growing, weeding it out at the source, and improving the lives of good persons like yourself in the process. Okay? Yeah? You feel that? You hear that, Donna?
Yes. Yes.
All right. All right. I see, very short one here. End session 12. It was just a culmination session. That's why it had to be done now, right? What exactly does the application of discernment involve when it comes to being aware of the BMN in the early stages? There's a little bit more here. Looking back, what would have been helpful to know and be aware of in the beginning of an involvement with a BMN? So let's go to the first part again. What exactly does the application of discernment involve when it comes to being aware of the BMN in the early stages?
Application of discernment. Being able to pull out of the personal aspects of it and looking at it from a broader perspective.
Yeah, that's one. In the early stages. Would you say that the early stages also involves the perception, awareness, and 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 acting on of tiny red flags? Well, there's no such thing as a tiny red flag. Red flag's a red flag. There's no such thing as a size, by the way.
Yeah, that's kind of what I mean. Yes.
Yeah.
The being able to pull out of the personal allows you to see it as it is.
Yes.
So you do see the red flags.
Exactly. And you
That's
don't
what I meant. Yeah. Perfect. Yep.
And you don't let your desperations make you not see those red flags or ignore them or excuse them. All right, desperations in your case might not be accurate. I'm just talking about people in general. I see this.
No, I'm trying to switch a word that fits better because the point's there. I get, and there's a word that makes that point apply to me.
Yeah. Your desires, your nobility, your inappropriate application of goodness, your wanting of niceness and goodness, right? So your desire for goodness, to not let that get involved in thwarting the perception, right? So not
Giving
desperations, but
attributes to people that weren't there.
distortions thus. Okay, so yeah, so we have, in your case you were not desperate, but I do see this with desperation in others, plenty. I mean,
Well, it was twofold. It was offering attributes to people that weren't there, distortions, and then also insecurities within myself and not being honest about myself too.
yes,
It was
yes.
for sure.
So distortions of others based on some sort of internal inaccurate perception. Yeah, yeah, very powerful, very powerful. All right, looking back, by the way, when you had your hands out like that, can you straighten your fingers again and keep them together? Yeah, and no, sideways a little bit, like you had it in a moment ago. You were kind of pointing forward with the hands. Yeah, something like that. Yeah, a little back, but I want to say, Beena, done that? Almost. The hands look like Riley hands. I don't know. It was Riley all in them, but not. You had them kind of at the camera like this. Yeah, almost there. You see
I
when you
can't
bring.
see my picture, so
Oh, I see.
all I see is you.
Okay. I see.
Do it, and I'll try to do it like you're doing it.
Yeah. Let me just get out of the screen share.
Oh, I don't want to. That's okay.
You
Okay.
had them for a moment, and you were thinking, and you were kind of holding your hands there, and yeah, there you go, and they look like Riley hands now somehow. I don't know why. I know, it just like makes me think of Riley. So I don't know.
Donna, I think I figured out what is the problem with your voice and your computer. It's not
Okay.
that it has a very narrow tunnel, but the sensors of the mic works in a peculiar way, because when you start talking, it's a bit slow, and gradually when they start tracking your voice, okay, verification, and then it comes very clear and
Yeah,
obvious
yeah,
sound.
yeah,
So it's sensors in your mic.
Okay.
yeah.
I'll play with that. I'll look later, and I might have a weird setting or something on that I'm
Yeah,
not aware.
you may have like a focus speaker setting or something. Yeah.
Exactly.
Okay.
Also, I sent you that link for the headset. So yeah, so get the headset,
you.
because that will allow you, when you get up and go to Riley and that, you can talk. So, and you can dance and chat with us and listen to all sorts of
Just
stuff.
in case, Donna, if you want to.
Yes. Well, and also you can put it onto
What
your
did you
phone.
say? I didn't hear.
He said,
I'm sorry.
he
Okay,
said,
I just said that just in case if you want to.
yeah,
Then
yes.
Right.
Yes. Well, and the other thing too is, if you go for a walk, you can switch you can put on your phone and go on Zoom as
That'd be
well,
nice.
and put the phone in your pocket, and then you can go for a long walk, and we can be on Zoom. How cool is that? Yeah. And you can walk the whole golf course if you want to.
And can I go far so I don't need the wireless internet?
If you're on your phone, it's a Bluetooth thing. You go onto Zoom on your phone, and then you use the headset with your phone, so you can go anywhere.
Okay, because when I just have the phone and I put earplugs in the phone and I put them in my ears, I go off after a certain length from my apartment or from my condo.
That's because you're on Wi-Fi, likely, with your phone in the condo.
That's correct.
Right. But then you can join. Just unhook from the Wi-Fi and go use your cell service.
Okay.
Yeah.
I see
Then
the
you
difference
then
now.
you can go anywhere. Then you can go
I
anywhere.
see the difference now.
Yeah,
Okay.
Yeah.
Sometimes it takes a minute with that technology stuff for me.
Yeah. When you get out of range, it will usually say, and then you can just go to your settings and just put the Wi-Fi off, and there you go. All right. What positive agendas and habits did you maybe have which interfered or prevented perception of what you needed to be or be alerted to?
I blindly trusted people instead of
Yes,
trusting people with discernment.
yes, exactly. And you assumed goodness as a default.
Yep.
Yeah. How were you not deliberately appropriate with your goodness and perceptions? COVID smack. How were you not deliberately appropriate with your goodness and perceptions? It's the same thing what you were saying again. The same point really. Yeah, that we said. It's not a new point. Just perceiving things that aren't there, giving an inappropriate benefit of the doubt, assuming niceness when it's not there, being blind to clues, being blind to even the concept and the possibility that there could be such creatures as BMNs. Yes? Yeah.
Didn't want to believe it.
All right. Beena, how are you doing? How are you feeling? Wait a minute. Wow. Okay, so right there, Beena, your face. I don't see those golden things now when my screen covers right at this thing, but that's not the usual perception. No, I don't know why, Beena. Yeah,
Okay.
maybe the picture shifted because I had it cut off. Now you can't see. But if you just take some screen and you cover over your face, like just cover those golden things, then suddenly it looks like it's not there at all. You know. So maybe your picture shifted somehow. I don't know, but then it wouldn't be in the old videos. I don't know. How are you feeling, Beena? You want to do more?
Have you
Yeah.
seen Donna instead of Beena? Or Beena and Beena? Really Beena?
Yes.
Beena, really, Beena.
I'm gonna I'm gonna scoot because I'm white.
Oh, okay.
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 Before you
All
go,
right.
Donna, I'm sharing screen so I can show you pictures.
Oh, the
And
bangles. Yes.
yeah,
Goody,
I
goody,
pulled
goody,
out
goody,
those. So,
goody. Oh, Donna, you're so
okay,
beautiful,
so
Oh, wow.
okay, pull that one. Oh, because it's really hard to find the top.
Oh. I love this. All right. Donna, are you seeing what I'm seeing?
What you are saying? I have nothing.
Come on, Donna. It's right up there.
Okay.
Oh, that went
Okay.
away. Oh, well, it is. It's still the site.
Cross dressing?
Yeah.
What?
I love the innocence. Wow. These the bangles you had, Beena?
Yeah. Yes.
Wow. Did you have nails like that too?
Beautiful.
No.
Oh.
Uh,
I don't think I've ever seen yellow nails before.
no. It's a trend and it's in thing, but I just love these type of things.
Yeah.
Simple,
Oh, beautiful.
colorful. Yeah.
Beautiful like you. Beautiful like you. Show more.
Okay, but tell me first what you were saying, John. Tell me what you guys were up to. Like,
If you go back to things, the first site that you came to was called Cross-Dressing Tales.
huh?
Yeah, so it was a cross-dressing site.
I don't know. I just searched on Pinterest with
That's
glass
why I was
bangles,
amused. Yeah.
and I didn't even look at it. What they
No,
were
I know.
saying.
That's why I was pointing it out. That
If it was anybody else, it wouldn't have been funny, but it was Beena, so it was funny.
Exactly.
Cross dressing. Seriously?
Yeah.
Like
Well, I
seriously?
thought maybe you went there because you were looking for bangles for me.
Huh?
So,
I was not looking bangles for you, but
Oh, well, I mean, then it would have been appropriate to go to the cross-dressing site. That's why I was joking a little bit too.
Okay, so these are
Yeah.
these
Oh,
are.
there's more. Oh, brilliant. Wow. And
and
they're
then
actually made of
what you want to present, you just pick them out every day.
Yeah.
Beena. They're
Yes.
made out of glass, or they're just cold glass?
What it means.
Are they actually made out of glass?
Yes.
Ah, okay, cool.
Yeah.
So they break fairly easily then?
Oh yes, very really easy. And you are looking at this stack here. Um, there might be like 3 dozen or more in that. So it's not like
Wow.
because they only 10.
So each stack is like $1?
Oh yes. Nothing
Wow.
over that.
Wow.
And see the colors here. See the electric
Wow.
blue and the emerald green and all this. So this is
Wow.
fun. This is fun. No status symbol involved in that. Nothing attached to that. Glass bangles are pure fun. That's it.
Wow.
All
Donna,
bangles
don't you
are.
just feel like spending like $100 and buying every single possible glass bangle that you can find and shipping it to Beena?
Oh.
No? Oh.
No.
The fun is choosing and
I know, but the
whole
fun of it is like to get such a whole variety. Okay, then what the hell do I do with it? I just got rid of my own thing, but then
That was my point.
Fun of
That,
the
okay.
gift of it.
And I had thousands of those bangles. So
Yeah.
you can imagine every possible color you can imagine.
Wow. Wow.
Don't have them any longer. Yes,
Oh.
no.
I know what my picture is, by the way. I know what this picture is of. I couldn't
Oh.
picture what it was in our travels around Nobilia, because these are all from the Nobilia file, right? And I couldn't say, like, what is this? I couldn't remember what we were doing on our adventures, Beena. Donna, you remember this? This is when we went to the glass bangle factory. That's what that building is. I forgot. It's the glass bangle factory. Look at the color there. You see on the borders of that, they have those little bubbles, right?
Could you please share? I don't see it.
Oh, it's on my background. It's on my background. If you make your zoom
There
full
you go.
screen, you'll see it easily.
I did.
There you go.
Yeah.
Okay. So you see, I was kind of covering it with
Ah,
my big fat head
the
before.
bangle.
It's
Bangle
the
factory.
the glass bangle factory.
Yeah, that's right. Get it right.
Yeah. So we went there. I forgot all about that on our travels. We went there. Yeah. So we went all over the place. We went to many different places. It was very fun. You remember this? You don't remember? Anyway, we'll go again. We'll travel again. It was a lot of fun. Yeah, I'll show you some of the other places we visited. Come on, come up. It's loading.
Okay,
Wow.
but Donna, I have to go now. So.
Right. Well, let me screen share real quick before you go.
Now you know, Beena, that Lucille, if you want to go, you say it 10 minutes in advance of when you want to go.
And three times.
Oh, I just love you guys so, man. You know, I don't want to let you go.
Like, wait, one more thing, just one more thing.
But there's always one more thing. I don't know. I can't remember where we were yesterday. Where were we yesterday, Beena? I don't remember now. I can't find it. I don't know where we were. I lost the picture. Oh well. I don't know. We were at the spaceport yesterday. We were exploring somewhere. All right, never mind. Glass Bangle Factory it is. So that's all. All right.
That's it. That's all you got. I made fun of you.
That's all.
You can't find. I'm just teasing. You know that.
I just love you, so I don't want to let you go because it's such a joy. You know, it's such a joy.
You guys got to go to bed, right? What time is it, Beena, for
well,
you?
it's
12
12 o'clock for Beena. I could have passed 12.
Ah, and then you have adapted your time to match hers. Yeah.
Correct. But we go to sleep usually between 1 and 2 sometime.
Because,
But I think, last night,
because
yeah.
2 days. 2 days we have Erica's session, 12 to 2. So that's why.
Yeah. Well, on Friday, she ends at 12. On Thursday, it's 12 to 2.
More or
But
less.
yesterday, we had Jennifer. So it went a little longer, you know. At least she came to just temporarily, just for consult, you know. Yeah, it was good. It's good. So we got a little housekeeping to do, and then we go sleep. So I'm trying to get to sleep a little earlier today. So yeah, I'm just gonna clean up Facebook and do stuff like that. So
it's good.
yeah.
We've been on here for hours. What time did we connect this morning?
Like about 4:15, 4:20, I think, maybe 4:30.
7:15 my time, and it's 3:50 now.
Yeah. So we've been on for 8 hours.
Wow.
Yes.
Ninja sessions.
Ninja sessions. Well, they're always very enjoyable. I'm very appreciative for both of you.
Most delicious. So yeah, session 3 is a big session. Sorry, module 3. I mean module 3. Module 3. Yeah, and then we're gonna go to module. It all comes now. It shifts. It shifts. So from this onward, it's pretty cool. So what is module 4? All about appearance. All right. So yeah. And we were talking about bangles and appearance.
When does it start shifting into what you were speaking of earlier? I don't remember the word you used.
I don't know exactly, but I can't tell you. We'll have to see. I really don't remember precisely. So I'm not sure. Maybe in this one,
Maybe
next one.
it's even different for different people. Maybe the
Yeah,
shift
it is.
happens
It
in
is.
2,
It
and
is. It is.
for some it
is.
happens in 10. That would
Yeah.
make more sense.
It is. It is different. Yeah. So I haven't
And if
had
you
too
tell
much.
me, that'll spoil it anyway. So don't tell me.
All right. All right. All right. All right. Yes. Yes. Roykop. I can call you Roykop.
What is this?
Roykop. It means redhead. Like if you say red to somebody, they won't say redhead here, but in Afrikaans they say Roykop. I don't know. This means redhead.
Record.
Roy. R-O-O-I. Roy means red. Yeah.
Okay.
And kop is head. So.
Okay. Record.
Roykop. Yeah. So see you, Roykop. See you tomorrow if you want to
See
come
you.
tomorrow. Otherwise, whenever you want to come, anytime. So it's up to you.
Okay.
Up to you.
Laters.
Yes, latest, Donna. Latest,
Okay.
latest, latest.